first 2 minutes. See what I'm saying? All of you out there want to know what in the heck is going on with this case. What in the heck happened to Nancy Guthrie? Who is responsible? We have an open forum for all of you fine folks to be able to share how you feel about the case. And share what you feel, and share who you think's responsible, and share how you feel about this investigation. 3,000 people in the chat already within the first 3 minutes. See what I'm saying? A lot of people in the chat. 3,000 people in the chat. Good morning, my friends. We're all one big family here. We all come from all walks of life. We all from around the world. And we all care for Nancy. She's America's grandma. We all can relate. Some of you have mothers, some of you have grandmothers, but all of us at one point in our lives, whether it's current or past, has had a grandmother or mother. So we can relate. We can relate. And have we ever seen anything in this world where someone does something to an 84-year-old vulnerable person? A woman who has mobility issues. Here comes the trash man. Trash up. The trash people are here. Public services. The trash people say, according to them, no authorities have spoken to the trash people at all. Oh my goodness, my hands are cold. Should have brought, well, it's almost like glove weather out here before the sun. The sun is not up yet. But we will bring sunshine to this case. We will bring sunshine. But yeah, everyone can relate because we all have or had a grandmother, mother, and this just shocks everyone to the core. How can somebody do this just to a 84-year-old woman, just snatch her out of this home here on Camino Escalante in the Catalina foothills during the early morning hours of February 1st, according to the timeline that they have put out? February 1st, maybe 2 to 2:30 a.m., something very bad happened at this home here, and possibly through that doorway right there. Maybe made its way onto this road here, but where from there? Who's involved? We got one perp, two perps, three perps, or four or more. Multiple perps. This is the street. The sun is starting to come up across the desert mountains. Who did this egregious crime? Sun is coming up in the mountains. Beautiful sun. Let's go to the top of the road a minute and I like the top of the road because the top, look at the cactus. There's already sun on the cactus, and I'm deep down in the valley. Oh, 5,000 people watching within the first 6 minutes. See what I mean? Y'all still care. Y'all still want to know what's happening. We're still going to document what goes on in real time outside the Guthrie home. We're going to see who shows up. Whether it's law enforcement, whether it's someone from the Guthrie family, maybe even the perp. New York Post had an article that came out yesterday and said, did the perp come back to the crime scene? Always, oh, look at this. Somehow it's warm out here. Ooh, it's much better in the sun. Look, the sun is shining. We're bringing light to the situation. The sun is shining. I'm fired up for answers. Oh my God, it feels so much better out here, right here in this position. But the New York Post had an article and they were like, did the perp come back to the scene? And they're saying sometimes in these crazy crimes that the perp will make his way back to the scene to go check out. Now, we know Savannah was here the other day at the home herself with Annie and Tommaso, who is under a cloud of suspicion, in particularly this chat and across the internet. And did the perp come back to kind of analyze, look at the house, maybe even lay flowers, a card? That was a whole conversation. Some legal analysts say sometimes these perps come back to the scene. Someone said, bro, just go home. Just go home. Did you see what happened yesterday? The feds were going door to door in this neighborhood. They were going door to door, that way, and then north. Camino Marival. This is Camino Escalante. This is the house in front of, this is the road that goes, I would say it goes north-south. But if you're facing Nancy Guthrie's home, and you go that way, which would take you more south, the next road over, the feds were all over the place. And they were going door to door, probably asking about surveillance. Probably asking the homeowners, have you seen something suspicious? But why did the feds go there in the neighborhood on day 33? Well, I have a theory on that. One, I have two theories on that. Two. One, feds have officially taken over this case, so they're just redoing them stuff that maybe the Pima County Sheriff has not done. The Sheriff's Office, their department, Sheriff's Department has not done. Or two, do they think the perp came back to the scene? Are they going under the thought that maybe the perp arrived back to the scene to check things out? Because what people are like, well, why didn't the Fed do this, the first week? They should have already went door to door to door. But maybe, folks, the perp came back, and they want to see if anybody has came a certain direction. Camino Marival, north to Orange Grove. The Catalina Foothills Church up there at the corner. Somebody come and arrive at the scene. Or they're just doing other things and have other evidence that the perp maybe went out that way when the perp escaped. So for people to say go home, I don't understand, because we're still in the thick of things. Things are still happening here. I would say go home if it's been absolutely dead quiet out here and it's like the case is cold. But the case is not cold. I don't think it's cold at all. I think it's ramping up. The feds are on the move. And I think somebody's going to get arrested soon. This is my morning take. Good morning. Had a little bit of coffee this morning, so we're a little bit jacked up on coffee. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Let's see a lot of the familiar faces in here. All of you are great. You guys are like committed to the calls. Y'all are committed to the calls. I think things are ramping up. I think things are just getting started. And we shall see. I want to be here when that perp gets arrested and taken into custody. Perp or perps? I think a lot of us feel like there's multiple people involved, but we don't see any evidence of multiple people involved, really. We could say the person seen in the clips, the spliced clips, seemed to be two people, and we could assume that someone assisted someone else in taking Nancy out of this home. But so far, I haven't seen any evidence that it's more than one person. I haven't. But common sense would be like, yeah, there has to be multiple people involved. You can't just do this all by yourself. Can you? Can you? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Continuous coverage of Nancy Guthrie. And I am the only one out here right now. Dun, dun, dun. It is completely... Yeah, this is our white tent. So we put this white tent up and we kept it up overnight. So we got our own tent. I don't even think the tent is needed for the next few days. But it is going to rain, I think, on Monday. I think it's going to rain on Monday. So we'll have some sanctuary. But here, I got the little JLR command center. This is the command center. Where's the cup? The cup is gone. Some people are saying now the person that owns the house, his last name is Gomez. So people are like, well, the person's home. It might be Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez. Oh, cold out here this morning. We got the wind socket just in case. Look at the wind socket. We got the wind socket just in case. and we'll see what happens today. Sun is creeping through, but I think it's going to be a nice, refreshing day. We're going to get close to 70 degrees, so it's easy for us. And we'll see what happens. Will the feds go door to door? Will the feds arrest somebody? Will there be a press conference today? It's been over 30 days since we've had any type of communication whatsoever publicly by the Pima County sheriffs in reference to, you know, all the media there and sharing to the world what's going on. And sheriff is still doing one-on-ones, interviews, but he's not speaking to the public. But he also says the situation is getting closer. We're getting closer to the situation, so we'll see. Good morning. Nice to see a lot of you in the chat. So we kind of have this as a backdrop here. We'll do some calls in a bit. We'll talk. We'll see what happens here. I am the only one out here. Oh, it feels good out here. It really does feel good. 7:15 a.m. So we started out bright and early. So let me put in the chat. We're going to be monitoring the situation. Mug shot cups. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on finding Nancy Guthrie. Appreciate that. All right. Email. So I'm going to put in here tips.jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. Nancy Guthrie discussion live. Oh, I have to do it again. Oh, there it is. Oh, I responded to you, Mugshot Cup. Sorry. Gotta redo it. Email. Oh, there goes. Whoop. Tips.jlrinvestigates@gmail. My fingers are cold, man. .com. Nancy Guthrie discussion live. Here we go. All right. Add it up. Yep. Going up. Pinned. We're pinned. We're in. Nothing going on out here, but the sun will be out here. It'll be a little bit brighter here shortly. We're up here from dusk to dawn each and every day. Started out a little bit late yesterday, but we also ended later yesterday, as you could see how dark it is out here in the neighborhood. So if anyone wants to talk, anyone wants to chat, share what you have to say. Share what you have to say in the chat. We want to hear your thoughts on this case as day 34. You know, it's wild still to this day. Annie and Tommaso has not received their vehicle back. Their Honda has not gone back into the possession at all. If you want to talk, let me know if you want to talk this morning. And I'm looking for psychics too, by the way. If any psychics out here, psychic mediums, or anyone wants to share anything, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear what you have to say with that. So the vehicle has not been returned to these individuals. Now, if they've been cleared, then why hasn't the vehicles been returned? The vehicle. Now, Nancy's vehicle, it appears to be in the garage right now, in this house that you see here. But as far as Annie and Tommaso's vehicle, law enforcement still has, and they haven't given it back. Now, do you do that when someone is cleared and someone is a victim in this case? Do you take their vehicles and keep them in your possession? Kind of crazy. Good morning out here. So if you want to chat, you want to talk, who wants to be the first one up? You're a professional, you want to talk, you want to get this party started, whatever you want to call it, Let me know. Krista wants to talk. Krista wants to. Wait, hold on a second. We might talk to the neighbor. Neighbor's coming by. Maybe talk to the neighbor. Hold on, neighbor's coming down. Might talk to the neighbor for a minute. Here's the one neighbor. This gentleman here has been picking up trash. His name is Steve. We'll see if he has anything to say. He'll roll up, and me and him get along. He doesn't like other people, but me and him get along pretty well. So let's see if he still feels that way this morning. Steve, the neighbor, he's picking up trash. He's picking up trash. He's like, I have to pick up trash here all the time because people leave all types of things. But there hasn't really been much activity around here. Shelly Renia, 3588. Thank you. Thank you for being boots on the ground for the people that are not able to be there in person. Yeah, you guys are like watching through me. The lens. All you need is a camera, a cell phone, Samsung S25 phone, and some pretty good service. We could probably get better if we had Starlink, but it's good. It's good. We don't need any other special plugins or anything like that. A cell phone and a camera tripod, and we're good to go. We're a bit grateful that this area at least has semi-decent reception out here, so that's pretty cool. Got some good sleep last night too. Hopefully all of you did too. Got some good sleep. Oh, he turned the other way. Maybe he'll come down here, see what's going on. And then I'll start making some calls. Come on in. Oh, he went up the road. Hear the birds? It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hello.
I thought you were gone.
I know, I keep staying. How are you, Steve?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm live right now. Look, we got 10,000 people listening to your birds in your neighborhood.
Well, that's good.
How's it going?
It's going beautiful. Look how nice it is out.
Nice out here, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic.
It's cooler today.
This morning.
Cooler, right?
It's been warm.
68 for a high.
Now it's going to be cooler than that, buddy. It's going to be in the low 70s.
Lower 70s?
Yeah.
How you feel today? Nice to
Great.
see you.
Great. I am doing fantastic.
I enjoy the conversations with you each and every day.
It's looking pretty good.
Looking good, right?
Who are these guys in the tent? I see one guy parked there. Who's that?
That is News Nation.
News Nation.
News
Okay.
Nation. Do you watch News Nation?
No.
What's,
Well, I don't know.
what's your
I mean,
favorite
I-
network you like to watch?
Oh, wow. The go-to is CNN.
CNN? You watch CNN?
And sometimes they just go on and on and on about the same subject. And there's a lot of news out there, man.
A lot of things going on.
Yeah, and
What's
they
going
just-
on now?
You
I
know,
don't even know what's going on right now.
So I'll go
Personally.
to see, what's the new name? MSNBC or whatever?
You do MS now?
Yeah, but sometimes, they're just a little out there. NPR.
You like NPR?
Well, because, they try to cover stuff, and then they cover American, and then I used to get Deutsche Welle, which I liked a lot because they did a European news and they did
Yeah,
world
because you're
news.
from Germany.
Yeah.
Germany.
Yeah.
BBC?
Yeah. It's been difficult to get it sometimes, I have to say.
What do you got, like satellite TV or what? What do you got?
I
Direct?
just got regular cable.
Oh, you got
My
regular
wife
cable.
pays for it, so I don't know.
They got fast, high-speed internet around here?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's, a lot of times when you live rural, the internet is a problem sometimes. Unless you have Starlink.
Well, we do have internet problems here because it periodically goes weak.
You don't watch Fox News?
I've tried,
I've tried.
but it's more, okay, my opinion. There's more personality-based stuff there than news sometimes that I'm just like, I don't care.
You just want the news.
Yeah, I just want to know what's going on, man.
Live out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. This is what's going on.
Well, I just there's so much going on, man. I mean, there's Europe is struggling with a war. Africa's struggling like they always have. The Israelis are beating the fuck out of Palestinians, and now they're beating the fuck out of Lebanese, and what else? Trump's an idiot. He just says stupid shit just to say stupid shit, and then he's surprised when people say stupid shit back at him. It's like, if you're a bully, one of these days, when you're not paying attention, you're going to get clocked. And no one's going to help you. Because you know what? They don't like you either. That's what a bully is. You get away with it, and then all of a sudden, you got no friends. Or the friends you had that you thought you had aren't really your friends.
You see FBI around here?
They visited me yesterday.
Oh, they came to you yesterday.
Oh, I unloaded on them.
Oh, tell us what happened.
Well, two young guys quickly showed me their badge and put it away, and I said no. So I had them.
They flashed their badges.
Oh yeah. I said no, and I made them hold it up, and I got. I said okay, all right. And then, okay. I said, what do you want? And they did the same old shit. Got any cameras? I go, no.
They asked you if you had cameras.
But
why wouldn't they did that a month ago?
4 FBI interviews in my house at my front door, and then 1 Pima County. Okay,
But yesterday was
that.
FBI.
Yeah, so I told them that, and I said, and by the way, guys, I am not impressed with the FBI. And they're like, oh, well, why? I said, well, first off, you guys have trespassed. Number 2, some of your officers are coming across like fucking idiots. Okay, I have to actually ask, have you graduated from the academy yet, or are you, are they letting you out of the cage for a little bit? Are you here to take a dump and come back home? And
So they asked you about cameras?
Oh, fuck yeah. And then I told them about the incident in Catalina Pueblos where there's 2 FBI agents, walk into the house and go, we're going to search it, and the old lady lets them. And they're just, oh, well, we apologize. I told them, I said, Kash Patel's a fucking idiot. And for him to be guzzling a beer in the hockey, the Olympic hockey room, if I had done that when I was working, I would be fired. Okay? So I don't know why Kash Patel's special. And, they're starting to do this. And I go, I just wish you guys would be a little bit more professional. And then they sort of go, well, we apologize. I said, I don't want an apology. I want you guys to just, take care of shit. If you find something, you need to talk to me. I am here.
You live that way.
Yeah, I live right across. Mina Vista,
Yeah.
right there.
So they wanted something about the back of your home.
And I told them, I said, I've had to challenge the officers in my backyard. Oh, well, we got permission from the neighbors. I said, okay, you're on my property. And they were just like, oh man. And one goes, well, you can't choose family. And I go, yeah, I understand, but in some families, when you have the oddball, you institutionalize them. And they were like, and I said, Stephen Collins, 5662 minutes, blah blah blah. I told him, 4 FBI interviews, and I said, okay, we're going to put down. We're not going to talk to you anymore. I said, well, if you got new info, you can talk to me, but you guys come by and you ask the same old shit.
Just 4 times they came.
4 times FBI, 1 time Pima County Sheriff.
And just the same
and
question.
The same shit.
Do you have cameras?
Clipboard, do you have cameras? Who are you? Contact information, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they were all over the neighborhood. They were that way, and then they went up towards...
Yeah. Well, I saw them, this...
They said they're coming back today?
They promised to leave me alone. No more interviews unless new information is developed, and they would just like to ask me, additional questions. And I said, fine.
Yeah.
But...
That's interesting. But why do they keep coming back?
Well, I want to start cracking beers and smoking, and the FBI in my front door is not conducive to my mental health, right?
It's kind of scary getting a knock on the door by the feds, right?
Come on. I live in a quiet neighborhood. I've told people, Arizona is a pretty much an open state. You know, they don't restrict that much, other than what you have to restrict.
Maybe they found something.
Well, I hope so, but I mean, you can have all the guns you want. We're one of the few states where, you can order gunpowder and you can order all sorts of stuff, and it's not restricted. I can order, I can order tracer ammo. I can order incendiary ammo, and it comes right to the house.
Really?
Yeah, California can't do that. Connecticut, you can't do that.
Arizona can?
Well, fuck yeah, man. I'm a Civil War collector, so I buy the full paper cartridges with gunpowder. No restrictions.
Interesting.
Now, the carrier has to be, so it has to come through a specific carrier.
Like who?
I think I think FedEx. No UPS, but FedEx can. So, because I go on my websites, and they say info page, and they list all the states that they cannot send stuff to.
Interesting. You know what I'm going to send you?
What?
I have a coffee brand called Boots on the Grounds Coffee. You like coffee?
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a bag of coffee.
Well,
So I had to get your info.
Okay.
At times. Matter of fact, here, just call your number here, and then
Oh, here. Where's my phone?
or just call your own phone number, and then
Oh,
you have
okay.
my number.
All right.
And then what you could also do for me, if you don't mind, if there's any type of federal activity around here, text me and say, hey, they're around. But I want to send you, you'll like the coffee. It's good coffee. Thanks, Steve. Good. Now we're connected.
Yeah. Morning.
JLR. You normally see all the same neighbors walking around every day, like the same routine?
No. Yes, but there's always, something a little,
I usually see all the same faces. I haven't
we
seen-
have a nursing home over yonder,
Uh-huh.
and sometimes the employees change, and sometimes you get visitors, and sometimes they just come roaring in, and I have to get in the middle of the road to stop them. Just fucking slow down, man.
Really? Yeah, man. I see. Yesterday there was cars flying through here. The speed limit's 25, right?
Mhm.
I try my best to go no higher than 30, but man, there's some cars here that go
Oh, I know.
40, 50 miles an hour.
I know.
Soon.
I know.
Somebody's gonna get hit. Has anyone ever got hit?
Not that I know of, but close calls. There used to be a little old lady who used to drive with in the summertime. She would she would drive with gloves because the steering wheel was so hot. And with left hand she would steer, and with her right hand she would keep up the sunshade on the passenger side of the windshield.
Yeah.
And she would just roar through the neighborhood. But everyone knew her and recognized her car and just got the fuck out of the way.
I appreciate
She
your time,
passed on.
man. And you be safe today. See you in shorts today. It is cool.
It's going to be
really.
beautiful today, man.
I know.
Finally.
I'm on FBI watch.
Well, we'll see. Listen, buddy.
Thank you, Steve. JLR.
JLR, buddy.
All right, Steve. Take care of yourself.
Oh, good Lord.
All right, folks. Come on in. Good morning. So FBI still in the neighborhood. Still scouring around trying to get clues on what's going on. But what is really going on? Steve told me he's an independent. I asked him yesterday. I said, what's your political affiliation? He said he's an independent. I'm shocked to see buses around here. What do you got? Batteries?
See,
Where do they come from? Oh, who's leaving batteries?
this is number 7
Batteries.
that I've picked up. Okay,
Are they
This
for the
is-
can?
these are alkalins. Thank God they're only alkalins. Still bad, but I picked up 3 lithiums too.
We're dropping batteries in the neighborhood. See you later, Steve. Dun, dun, dun. Hello. Steve said he was from Germany. He's originally from Germany. He was talking about German culture with me yesterday. I had a long conversation with him yesterday morning before I came live. I was just talking to him for like a half hour. Hey, Steve. Steve got the tea in the neighborhood. He knows what's going on in the neighborhood. Steve got the tea. Steve got the tea. We want the tea. We want the tea. Spill the tea, Steve. Check your emails. All right, check my emails. People say check your emails. Check your emails. Y'all was gonna start doing the I want to talk. I have a new train of thought to add to someone with a Savannah obsession. How do I get a hold of you? Leave your number, please. Shelly says she got some thoughts on the case. I want to talk. All right, Shelly, you'll be first up this morning. Shelly, you want to talk? I'll get you in the chat, Shelly. Come on in, Shelly. You're up. 202 number. Incoming. As the sun starts to rise here, we bring light to the situation.
Hello.
Good morning, Shelly.
Hey, JR. I'm working right now. Is there a way you could call me later?
Just send me an email whenever you're available. I mean, I know you just sent me an email, so if whenever you're available, just send an email.
Yeah, 'cause I've been emailing you like crazy.
Okay.
But I'm in Ohio and I'm a couple hours behind you, and I get off by about 2:30, 2 o'clock, 1:30. But I gotta take my son to get MRI, so I can email you after that.
All right. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Sorry
Thank you.
about that.
No, you're good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Shelly wants to talk. All right. All right, UP Leslie. UP Leslie. Leaving the number now. Good morning, good morning. All right, UP Leslie. You're up in the pipeline. 202 number, incoming.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. So,
What's your name?
Leslie.
Hi, Leslie. JLR, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. What you got?
Okay, so I kind of I was listening to you last night, and you're thinking, like along the lines that this is more about Savannah and getting to Savannah and hunting Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
And my question: did Savannah grow up and go through, her childhood and high school years right there?
That's a great question. I don't know that answer, but people in the chat could answer that. I know her family's from another country, and she's from this area, but people are saying yes.
Okay, because I'm thinking, we know that recently they did home segments in her hometown.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, what if this is a local who sees Savannah being successful, come back into town, and they see it, like they have a resentment for her success. Maybe they look, watched her growing up in the same little area as them. Now she's gone off and they're a big star, and they're stuck where they are, and they see her come home and the attention and the success in her life, and they've already been holding like a resentment or something.
They feel like they were left behind, like, oh, well,
Yeah.
she's doing so good. I'm
Yeah.
here in Tucson and my life sucks.
Yeah, something like that. Hold a grudge or resentment all these years, and then recently she's back in town.
I mean, some people are haters over other people's success. Let's be real, right?
Yeah. And if it's someone that, maybe way back, if that's the area where she grew up, maybe they felt shunned by her back then, and they held a little bit resentment or bitterness for her over the years. I do feel like it's someone local in that area, and it's meant to hurt Savannah more than
Nancy.
And more than money.
So you're kind of echoing kind of like what Dr. Q thinks. It's some sort of psychopath, parasocial person, more or less, that is an obsession of Savannah, wants to get revenge on her for some particular reason. His theory is because he's obsessed with her, watching her on TV all the time. But you're saying more of somebody's doing this because Savannah's from here. Savannah moves on. She's rich, successful, and that person's just bitter and mad.
Right. Yeah, more than someone who developed the obsession from watching her on national TV. That could be from anywhere in the world or country. Someone that had a personal connection with her before she got famous.
Or how about somebody that's really close to the Guthries, within their inner circle, that's mad and up because they're not getting attention or Savannah's success, and they feel like they're left behind. How about that?
Yeah, something along that lines, I think. Whether I don't feel like it's related, like a family relation, but just someone that she had a connection with, if indeed she grew up there in that town. And then, like I said, she went on and became successful. They could have been a guy that had a crush on her when they were growing up, and she didn't pay them no attention. Now she's,
that's 50 years ago or 40 years ago.
Right. But they could be stuck back there and see her go on to be a big star, and they're miserable in their own life and wanted attention from her years ago. Now in November or whatever, she comes back in town and did a home segment.
Yeah.
And they're watching this big star come back into town. They knew her growing up. Say, if she went to school there, she goes out to be successful and comes back as a star. They feel like they're still stuck in that same place, still wanting her attention.
All these trash trucks are going around. Yeah, well, it's an interesting theory here, and we shall see. When the perp gets identified, we'll find out what it's about, and whether the perp is actually a local Tucson resident, Pima County resident, and why they did this, or they.
Yeah, and thanks for all your time and effort that you put into everything, and I really enjoy watching you. I first came across you on Sebastian Rogers.
Long time ago, yeah. 2 years ago.
And anyways, keep doing what you're doing.
UP Leslie.
Keeping her name out there.
Thank you very much, and you have a very blessed day.
Okay, stay safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So, somebody that's bitter, envy Savannah's success. What do you think? Good morning. Out here monitoring what's going on. The Guthrie case. Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, Tommaso Cioni, Cameron Guthrie. These are some of the names that have been put out there. Carlos, Rio Rico Carlos, Luke Daly's mom, Sheriff Nanos. These are like key players in this case that have been taking the forefront. or what's going on. Who's next? Who wants to speak next? Dawn says, please call me. My mom, she is a sensitive. She has found 2 or 3 dead people in the past. Her name is Mary. All right. We'll call you in. Let's wait for the trash truck to pass, and I'll call you in. Trash truck up.
The number you have reached has been disconnected.
Oh, giving me the wrong numbers. Giving me the wrong numbers. I heard on a podcast yesterday that the police sent Annie's car to be repaired, but they still have control of it. What is your thoughts? I don't know anything about a car being repaired. White eyes. A lot of people. Dr. Q's theory. JLR, what if Dr. Q's theory isn't towards Savannah, but Nancy herself? Church person, neighbor, former student, etc. Just a thought for discussion. Oh, interesting. Dr. Q's theory, but it's not towards Savannah, but Nancy herself. She's a church person, neighbor, former student. Oh, we got our friend from the East Coast that wants to talk. Gigi. Gigi, I enjoy talking to you, so Gigi's coming back into the chat. All right, Gigi. Welcome aboard. All right, Gigi, 202 coming in.
Good morning, Jen.
Hi, Gigi.
How are you?
I'm great. I enjoyed
Good.
some of the prior conversations that we had. This is what, our 3rd time speaking on this matter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, what's
So-
going on? You sound a little down today. You okay?
Oh no, I have sinus. You know, the weather changing, my allergies start acting up. But
Yeah.
I'm good to go.
Gotcha. What do you want to talk
So-
about this morning?
I had this epiphany come across my mind about this Uber ride. It's been bothering me, right?
Uh-huh.
So I thought, and then somebody said maybe the perp was in the house before she got there. So then I entertained the thought of, okay, all right, why would they let this lady take a Uber ride? Oh, okay, I'm cooking dinner. I'm Annie. I'm cooking dinner. Tommaso ran to the market to get something, Mom. So can you just take an Uber over real quick? Okay. She's like, okay, no problem, Annie. All right, jumps in the Uber. Meanwhile, Tommaso backs over there, unlocks the door for the perp.
Whoa.
Okay. Hold on, stay with me. This way, once Mom gets to the house, Tommaso's there. Now he's back. Mom's there, and Annie's there. They control when Mom leaves. Once she gets an Uber, she can't just say, "Oh, I'm tired. My leg hurt. I want to go. I'm gonna go. I ain't gonna play the game. I'm gonna go." No, they control when Mom gets to leave, making sure she leaves at dark time. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And that's my thought. Like, okay, maybe the perp was inside the house, because the question is, how the hell did they get in there? How did they get in there?
Well, let's discuss why Annie and Tommaso's vehicle has been seized by authorities for over 30 days and still not returned as of now.
Because they had probable cause.
Well, let's go with your theory here that while Nancy's taking an Uber over to Annie's house, Tommaso's out at the market and he swings the car back over
Mm-hmm.
and does something to the house.
Yep.
But they would have, one, they would know Tommaso's every move and know that, why did you go to the house?
If
I'm sorry?
Not if he ain't take his phone.
And we're not sure if the phone was taken, honestly. You know why I say that? Because Derek Kalala's sending them Bitcoin texts just days after, and they're getting the text. Now, I don't know if law enforcement has the possession of their phones and they received the text on behalf of Annie and Tommaso.
Right. But I'm saying when Tommaso goes to the market, he don't take the phone.
Oh, you're saying he don't take no phone?
That he went over there.
So you're saying someone had to go swing around while Nancy's not there to unlock the door, get somebody in that house?
Yeah. I mean, you can't pull a Houdini and just get in the house unless the lady, it's known that she leave the back door unlocked or something like that. That's possible because old folks are trusting. Ain't nothing ever happened over there in the foothills. You know, they could be trusting in that manner.
Some people forget to lock the doors.
Forgetful, yeah, that happens.
Forget.
But I just think that's too much of a coincidence if you forget to lock the door on the very day or the one time you forget and then here comes this happening. That don't make no sense. I don't believe in coincidences in life because I follow by the Bible, and the Bible says there ain't no such thing as a coincidence. So everything happens for a reason.
So you're still feeling that Tommaso's involved here in some way?
Man, yeah. Until somebody else show me something different, then I have nothing else to go. All the roads point back to their involvement, some kind of way.
You're not the only one that thinks that.
I mean, if you show me another path, literally, where there's another perp or outside or somebody had some problem with Nancy, she was beefing with the church lady, show me something more than this. Just saying these folks is clear don't work for me, bro. You done involved too many different agencies for you to just get up there as the sheriff, which is, mind you, when it comes to authority, you're the least of them all, and you're going to say, oh, they're cleared. But you're going to say, oh, we're moving on from the other two, but you don't say they're cleared. So make it make sense. Like, what is this? What are you talking about, Barney Fife? What's going on here, Matlock? But I'm going to tell you.
You called him Matlock?
Yeah, Matlock. I think he's doing a Matlock version because he's an old dude, right? My pop's an old dude. When they beat the ground, like you're doing, boots on the ground, they don't fool with these electronics like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's possible, and I'm not a Nanos fan, but it's possible that Nanos is doing it the old way, okay? Setting traps for certain folks and things like that. So I'm not going to say he a complete moron because there's no way you're in law enforcement this long and you're making these dumb mistakes. He's making dumb mistakes for current policing, but he's not making dumb mistakes for old school policing, if that makes any sense to you.
It makes sense. But let me ask you something here. Here's the thing about it is, did you watch my live last night when I ended with the darkness out here?
Yeah. Pitch black.
I mean, you can't even see the home. You would never even know a home is there on the left side unless you did some sort of research or someone directed you here or you done something, because when you're strolling down, you're not just going to randomly pick this house.
Sure ain't.
You can't even see it from the road. Even with the headlights at night, you don't even see that these homes blend in with the terrain, and you don't even know there's homes there.
Because they're so set back. They're so far back from the road that you just can't see it.
Somebody
don't go that far.
Somebody knows Nancy with this.
Yeah. This is definitely a familiar crime. I mean, there's no stranger involved in this. Only stranger is somebody they may have involved to help them, like that but there's an entity that literally knows the terrain, knows the house, knows her comings and goings, knows that the dog is no longer there. It's too many funky coincidences in this story. Oh, the lady's dog dies in December, and a month later or so this happens. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, we're trying to find out more about the dog dying. We had somebody that said, try to check vets, try to check, areas here, and try to find out, what happened to the dog.
They probably got the what's that called, HIPAA for the dogs. You probably can't tell
HIPAA
you
for
that
the
either.
dogs.
Yeah, you never know. But one thing is true though, when you think about a local perp, how would they know that that lady don't have her dog? I mean, my dog died, and it was probably a year or two before people realized I didn't even have the dog no more in
Yeah.
the neighborhood.
Well,
So
one, if someone did something to the dog, which I don't even know, they would have to have. If is the dog an outdoor dog, an indoor dog? If something, if the dog stayed strictly indoors and only was out, on a leash and that's it, not, under constant supervision outside, then how's someone gonna get at the dog on the outside? Somebody had to come in and do something to the dog,
right.
poison the dog.
I don't. I think the dog just probably died of old age because I promise you I heard that dog was I believe Savannah's dog at one point and they gave it to her. Now I'm not saying that's the gospel, but that's what I heard. Okay, and I did hear as well as the person in the chat said about that car. Now that came from that the law enforcement, the old FBI lady, Maureen, and them that were on the interview show last night, and they said the guy Chris said he called and checked about the car, and they told him that yes, they still have the car, and the car went out to get service. Now that probably means they broke something.
In the process of analyzing it.
Yeah, because when they taking them cars apart, they break stuff. And they said they typically they'll put the car back together, but they don't clean the car for fingerprint dust and stuff. They usually give it back like it is.
But do they do victims' car? If you're a victim, do they seize your car like that? If you're a victim?
No, but they talked about that too, and they said that literally for the judge to sign off on this, federal judge, mind you, she put her neck on the line and saying, yeah, there's enough probable cause to take this person's car. And it has to be something because they haven't returned it.
You don't just take victims' cars. I'm not buying that because you just don't take victims' cars.
When they took the car, they weren't victims. He never said that when they took the car. When they took the car, everybody's on the table. Okay? Yep. So it was. So nobody questioned, well, why are you taking the car? Because everybody was on the table. Now that he just came along, I'm telling you, this man is saying they cleared for a reason, not necessarily because they are cleared. It's like you're cleared for now, type of thing, But they still haven't went back in their home, have they? Are they living in the house?
It's empty. And I drive by there every single day before I start my life.
I'm saying, we got to pay attention to what is actually going on. You know what I mean? The things that they're doing, are doing. You gotta park either out of the neighborhood, shopping center.
We're not even in the neighborhood.
Yeah, are you media?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta arrange it with some sort of neighbor. Find a place. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. The media guy's here.
No worries.
You guys go up part that. There's outside zone. You can park outside the zone.
Yeah.
It's about a mile walk.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
All right. I can't direct other people to where I'm parking because they don't have permission. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can't do that. You'll mess up your spot.
Maybe my spot. They'll be like, I'm tired of the cars. Y'all get out of here. And then it messes me up. And then I have to walk all the way from the shopping center.
Yeah, that's one of them secrets you keep, JLR. You doing right. So I just really feel like somebody had to let these people got in the house some way. And I highly doubt that an 84-year-old lady got up to answer the door. She ain't have her hearing aids in, bro. I highly doubt that. Okay.
We got some people that commented here. One particular, I saw it. It went away, but yeah, they were talking about the interview room. Said that the car was taken in for repairs, but nobody knows anywhere where.
And no, they ain't say where. They ain't give no more details. He said that's all he got from him. He called
that came from Angela King. Angela King said interview room said Annie's car is still in custody, but was sent to a body shop for repairs. But it's still in custody?
Yeah, absolutely. And they did say they called. He said he called and they said that they were under a non-disclosure, like they can't talk about it. And the guy said, Chris said, okay, fine, thank you, no problem. He said, well, that answered my question right there.
Well, I mean, it's in law enforcement possession because Fox News just reported a couple days ago. It's Pima County Sheriff's response that, well, it's in the process of being returned back to them.
Yeah,
Right?
because they repairing it, probably putting it back together.
They took it apart.
You have they tear them things apart down to the steel and the carpet.
So what do you mean, like forensic everything completely?
Everything. Like if you saw that car right now,
But how do you do that to a
it's in pieces.
victim? And the car really is not a part of, in reference to if you think the totality of this. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like when they say they're victims, see, when they say they're victims and we talk about it and anyone talks about them is just cruel to imply, but come on, man, the car got taken.
Listen, I'm not just trying to hear what you're saying. I'm watching what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, actions always speak louder than words in life. And the actions that Barney Fife, Matt Locke, whatever, Pink Panther is doing, don't accommodate the words he's saying.
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, Inspector Gadget, Pink Panther, I don't know,
Matt Locke.
Fletcher. Yeah, Matt Locke. He's doing old stuff. This is what they used to do, old school. Okay, we're going to try to trick the perk, which we think is probably family. Okay, and so yeah, you're cleared. Now they want him to go make moves. I mean, come on, bro. Nobody's that daggone dumb.
Maybe he just said they're cleared so they could get everyone out of that neighborhood.
Well, listen, that's part of it, okay? But I feel like Savannah and the sister and Tommaso came back there to draw y'all back there. Because if they go there, you know the media's coming. They want the spotlight on their mom's case. You can't tell me they don't. And this guy is doing the complete opposite, running everybody out of town.
Stormy Bell 2212 says, we feel like they might be getting close. Thoughts on Savannah returning to New York right now for her safety? Someone close to her potentially being arrested soon? Annie's car is assigned to me.
And don't forget, like I said, Savannah is a lawyer. She's a lawyer, and you just because you're on the Today Show or wherever, you once you're a lawyer, you're always a lawyer. It's in you, and you're not stupid. You make very calculative moves. To be a good lawyer, that's what you need to do.
All right. First off, is Tommaso back at school?
Is he what? I thought he was a substitute teacher.
Is he still teaching? I mean, like, is he back at the school?
I don't know. Last thing I thought, I didn't even know he was at the school teaching still. I thought he was playing around with jewelry with his wife and some other things, the band, and it's very weird because how do you purchase a home at that cost with what y'all got going on? That's just weird.
Well, I'm just saying this. I want to believe Nanos when he says they're cleared. They're cleared. We've done things. But at the same time, I'm seeing them in their garage, law enforcement in their garage at nighttime, taking pictures, forensics coming in and out of the home, scouring around their neighborhood that has nothing to do with this neighborhood. It's a whole separate.
The feds or the police were at Annie and them's house 5 times.
There were a lot.
5.
Surveillance asking for all over the place, neighbors and neighbors. I mean, what does their neighborhood have to do with this neighborhood where this crime occurred here? These are people that were last seen with them, but they're over in their neighborhood. It's a whole different neighborhood.
Yep.
So, I mean, the only logical conclusion I have is to completely rule them out by doing all that. By saying, okay, we're going to analyze your car. We're going to see for sure if there's any blood, any DNA, any type of luminol stuff being done in the car. Okay, nothing. We found nothing in this car. We're going to go in your house, and we're going to check all your electronic devices, Celebrate. Okay, nothing. We're going to go and take pictures in the garage. Nothing. We're going to talk to all your neighbors and everybody and find out if they see anything suspicious or anything. Nothing. Okay, cleared. Maybe?
Do you really literally think that if this man is involved, that he going to use electronic devices?
Well,
or do you think he's going to have a face-to-face conversation with somebody?
It appears the perp did not use electronic devices because the cast would have already gotten.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, if I'm setting out to do a crime, that's the last thing I'm bringing, is any electronic device. A vehicle got GPS. I mean, come on, man. My 12-year-old can figure that out. You know? So I think that's the problem. Like, they're thinking in terms of oh well, not some street level stuff. They're going big time. Oh yeah, the cartel. I don't think that. I don't think that. And I think they are smart, and I think they're street smart. And you know why? Because they're outsmarting every last one of them. They're
Or
winning right now.
or just nowadays everyone watches TV and finds out how people get caught, and they're like, well,
Yes,
don't take your phone with you. You won't get caught.
yes. And if you're a person who, okay, once I go to sleep and I lay my phone down, I'm not up through the middle of the night touching it, handling it, waking the phone up. No, you leave it there, you leave it set, you go out, you commit your crime, you come back. You know, I mean, people get away with crimes because they don't take their device or their car.
We shall see.
Yeah.
We shall see with this. We'll wait.
Yep.
And I appreciate your perspective, and thank you for stopping by with me this morning. And
Thank you so much, and I'll talk to you a couple days now, JR. A couple days.
all
We'll
right,
see
we
what
might
happens.
make this a regular. You be safe out there.
All right, take care.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
You too. DBNVENU8371 says they are releasing the car as soon as it is repaired. They are cleared. They're cleared. They're cleared. So, a lot of people still have an opinion about that situation. Good morning, sir. Matthew, how are you?
Oh, you're good.
Another day.
Don't want to be in your way today.
No, you were never in the way.
Good right here?
You're good. It's not going to be hot today, so I don't think we're going to need umbrellas or nothing.
I'm so happy it's going to be cooler.
It's going to be much cooler here, right? It's going to be much cooler. All right. So, let's do another one. Anybody want to talk? Chit chat. Stardust. Let's see. Jessica wants to talk about the feds and the timeline. We'll do Jessica, then I'll do Stardust. Jessica wants to talk about the feds and the timeline. As we wait to see if the people come back. Hey, Jessica, we already talked before. Gotta get somebody new. We already talked before, Jessica. I got your number already in there. Let me get somebody new here. Stardust wants to talk. All right, Stardust. What would you like to talk about, Stardust? Stardust wants to talk. Come on in. 202 coming in. Incoming. Coming in fast. All right. Doesn't seem like you're available. Thanks for reaching out. Similar case to Guthrie in 2007 in Ohio. Somebody sent me info. Check out this burglary gone wrong. 84-year-old abducted, Ohio. Woman was put in a trunk. Called 911 from a trunk several times, but they couldn't locate. Was taken to nearby town and SA, then back in trunk and out in the woods and killed. Thought it was interesting. I live 20 minutes from where this occurred. She was dropped off at home by daughter just before abduction. If you don't want to use link, victim is Victoria Eilerman from Lorain, Ohio. You can Google it. The perp in court admitted to killing another child when he was a juvenile. Had a girlfriend. So someone just sent me information about a similar case. Suspect arrested for murdering a woman. A Sydney man, Sydney, Ohio, is being charged for aggravated murder, kidnapping, and rape of an 84-year-old Fort Laramie woman who was reported missing Thursday afternoon. During a press conference Friday at the Shelby County Sheriff's Department, it was announced that Chris L. Harris, 32, is in custody of law enforcement as the sole suspect in the murder of Victoria Eilerman. Eilerman, 84. Her body was found 10 p.m. Friday in rural Shelby County, about a mile from the sheriff's office. Eilerman, who had lived alone in the country, had plans to pick up her sister for a card game early Thursday afternoon. When she did not arrive, family members were called and found blood and signs of struggle at the home. She made a cell phone call for help to 911 at 1:50 p.m. Thursday from the trunk of Harris's car. She was using a prepaid cell phone she had in her pocket. The phone did not have global positioning satellite tracking capabilities, the sheriff said. So this case is very interesting because it has similarities. Good morning. Similarities to Nancy. Thank you for sending that. I'll have to read more about that. Happened in 2007 in Ohio. An 84-year-old was abducted, put in a trunk. That's interesting. Good morning, outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Day 34. Where's Nancy? Good morning, good morning. Some people arrived. Maybe the feds come. Maybe they don't. Who's going to stop by today? Police? FBI? Lisa says she wants to talk. Are you welcoming to other topics? Brian Kohlberger. No, we're not talking about Brian Kohlberger right now. Unless it's connected and you think it's a Kohlberger type person. Sherry says she wants to talk to somebody that about a theory that has never been talked about before. All right, get you in the chat. Is that Sherry? Sherry? Come on up. 202 coming in.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is this Sherry? Sherry?
Okay, I got you.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, let me. I just muted my computer. Can you hear me?
I can. What's your name?
Okay, so I was thinking.
What's your name?
My name is Sherry.
Hi, Sherry. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm actually going by Anna in your chat because that's my pup's name.
Okay.
So.
All right, Anna. Good morning, Anna.
She's sleeping right now. Must be nice, huh?
Yes. What's going on, Anna? What theory do you have?
I have a theory that I don't think anyone has discussed. I could be wrong. You've had so many calls. Savannah was a lawyer before she was a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
She did the white criminal crime cases.
Mm-hmm.
What if, because I looked it up, and it basically tells us that wire fraud, embezzlement, bribery, corruption,
money laundering, corporate fraud, wire fraud, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the type of cases apparently she handled. What if she put someone away? I don't know how long those, if you go to prison, how long it takes, 10, 15, 20 years, depending on the crime, I'm sure. And they got out. And they're mad. They're upset. They're, hey, she took my life by putting me in prison.
Well, I
Now
mean,
I'm going to pay Savannah back. And once you get out of prison, sometimes they don't care if they go back to prison or not. And it's revenge.
well, that's, you think a wire frauder or a
I don't know.
fraudster
I
or
just
anything
looked
like
up
that would go
different
and
things
commit kidnapping?
Well, I don't know. I just looked up white collar crimes,
Mhm.
and some of those are the fraud, embezzlement, inside trading, bribery, corruption, money laundering, identity theft, things like that. So if she was a lawyer and she actually put someone away for 10, 15 years, say they were in their 20s, and they got out 20 years later.
So a lot of criminals
That's
go
gonna
to
put them in that about a 40-year age range.
a lot of criminals go to prison and they feel like their lawyer did a shoddy job. They say ineffective assistance of counsel. And
Yeah.
they vent and fume
Yeah, and what
about the
what
lawyer
do you
more
have-
than the judge that
yeah. And what
sentenced
do you
them,
have
and the
time when
prosecutor,
you're in
and sometimes
prison?
the prosecutor too. Wasn't there a movie back in the day with Robert De Niro and he was going after the people that put him in prison?
Oh, I don't know.
It's like a Robert De Niro movie.
Oh,
And
okay.
was it Cape
Well,
Fear?
I
Was
wasn't
it Cape
thinking
Fear?
of a movie, but I was thinking, if she put them away for 10, 15, 20 years, or help put them away.
Cape Fear, people are saying. Cape Fear.
Cape Fear?
Yeah,
Okay.
Cape Fear.
And, when you're in prison, what do you got? You got time. You got time to plan. You got time to think. You got time to put things together.
You also have time to make changes and go out and be productive. And not make the same mistake.
Well, that's true, but really...
I'm just saying with my own experience. I mean, everyone's different. I get it. But has there been cases around the country where someone gets out and seeks revenge on the people that put them in, as far as lawyer, prosecutor, or judge, that puts them in, puts them in prison? But yeah, they should. What I'm saying is, I would think that if they really don't know who the perp is, that they should at least look into that possibility.
Right, and I'm wondering if they had thought of that.
I mean, it's no different than, there is like sometimes occasionally a judge gets attacked or something like that, or a judge's family gets attacked and they try to find out everybody that's been sentenced. It's rare. It does happen. Sometimes it's connected and sometimes it's just not. But they look back to everyone that person has, sentenced, or, looking back at anybody they put in prison to see if there's any involvement anyway.
Well, I hope that's what they're doing, but maybe the FBI will do that, but come on, let's face it.
The perp to me, honestly, I think the perp to me looks like he's about 40, 45. In that, I don't think the perp looks like somebody in their 20s.
No, but I'm saying if he was put away in his 20s.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The perp looks like he's like 40, 45 to me.
Right. And she was like, I believe, a lawyer, if I Googled it correctly, back in like 2002, 2000. I think she became a journalist in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
So, if somebody was put away for corporate embezzlement or whatever, and for 20 years, that's going to put him in that age frame when he gets out.
Yeah, but a lot of times when everyone gets out, they're on a long-term supervised release. They just don't get out. No one just gets out. In reference to federal, no one just gets out. They're under continuous supervision for a while. But maybe down the line, I mean, who knows? It'd be interesting if that a former client, former somebody, a disgruntled person that interactions with her in the past in the legal? I appreciate the call.
Oh, you're welcome. Sorry, I just thought it
No,
was a
there's
little
nothing to
bit of a
apologize.
different,
It's a different theory. Yeah, we're just talking about it.
different
Yeah.
theory.
No, it's, I want to hear from all theories and perspectives here.
Okay.
It is interesting.
Alright.
I would think that they would, if they don't truly have an angle here and they truly don't know, which we don't know if they truly know or not know, hey, you got everything's on the table.
Right. Yeah, we don't know who she put away, if she did put away anyone, or I don't know. I just thought of that. It was like, okay, this doesn't seem like something that has been discussed, her past career as being a criminal, white-collar criminal lawyer.
Yeah, I'm looking here right now, because what you could do is a lot of these lawyers are in the PACER system.
Okay.
She specialized in white-collar defense while in Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
So you would think you could probably put Savannah Guthrie's name in the PACER system as with lawyers, and lawyers are in the system. You can find out what cases she actually handled
Okay.
for clients. People that been, in the system, and cross-reference and see if anyone looks like the person. I mean, that's easy for the sleuths to do.
Yeah.
She defends someone. Her name is on the docket as a lawyer, and you can find that out, and you can start looking at these people's faces, these people she assisted, and see if anyone looks like the perp.
Okay. Will do.
You have a very good day, Anna.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dawn Huey says, please call me. I have a new theory. All right, Dawn. Give you a call. You have a new theory? Never spoken to you before, Dawn. Come on in with your new theory. Hello. Let's hear your new theory, Dawn.
Hello.
Hello. JLR Investigates.
Hi.
Hi,
Thanks
Dawn.
for calling me.
Thanks for reaching out. How are you?
I'm great. How are you today?
Fantastic. We won Nancy Found.
Yep.
All right.
And I don't think that this theory has been talked about.
Go for it.
Her father died, I think he was 49, and he died in Mexico. He was working in a mine or on a mine. He had a massive heart attack.
Uh-huh.
What if he was seeing someone there and maybe had an illegitimate child that nobody else knew about, and the child has been upset their whole life that he went back to Nancy and led, a better life than what this child had had.
A lot of people are shooting no with that.
Huh.
Well, I mean, that's a wild theory.
Yeah, because it was in 88, I think.
Uh-huh.
So that would put the person in the right age area that people have been talking about.
Mm-hmm. You really, I mean, are you really like thinking like it's just something no one else has said, and just, or do you really think that that's a possibility?
I'm just thinking, it could be a theory. It could be something that people could discuss.
Yeah. Personally, father, I don't know anything about her father, other than he died when Savannah was very young.
Yep, I looked it up the other night.
So he was in Mexico?
Yes. And he had a massive heart attack.
Interesting. Interesting theory. A lot of people ain't buying it, but appreciate you sharing.
All right. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you. You have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
A lot of you didn't buy that, did you? Nope. Yep. Nope. Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate it, though. Could the coffee mug have originally been at the memorial? Could have been put in the flowers. No. Good morning, sir.
Good to see you.
How are you, Z? How's it going?
Good, sir.
You know if that house with the coffee mug was a guy that lived there by the name of Gomez?
I don't know, unfortunately. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people responded to me saying the owner of the house's last name is Gomez.
At where the coffee mug
Yeah.
on their property,
Yeah.
right?
So G. Gomez.
That's a real possibility for sure.
But it's gone.
It's gone.
Somebody
It just
took
coincidentally, if that's the last name of the property owner having to be a G, that's just quite the coincidence with the coffee mug and all that.
I know. The coffee mug. Feels much better out here today.
That one gained about a foot since I've been here,
Ashley from Connecticut says, call me. I have a theory. All right, let's hear people's theories. Ashley from Connecticut. All right.
get over it, that ranch is wide. It's big. It's a big house. And it has the whole gated big brick fence in the back. It has the patio side. Yeah, it's a lot nicer. That's the same thing I said when I pulled up on it. I was like, oh, that sounds so good. Yeah.
Ashley from Connecticut.
Hello.
Hi, Ashley from Connecticut.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you called me.
How are you today?
Good. I am obsessed with you. I have 3 kids and my husband, and they all have to listen to you at dinner, at bedtime.
Nice.
Like,
Nice.
screaming you all the time.
JLR investigates for the family.
Okay, so my theory, and I just feel like this is so obvious, it's Epstein related.
It's Epstein related. Okay, we've heard this many times, but shoot, go ahead.
But it has to be. I mean, everyone's kind of saying that this guy, like, is unexperienced and Nanos, what is he doing? No, I think this looks like a professional. We have his face, right? We have his body on camera. Nobody can identify him. Like, when does that happen? We don't have a car. We don't have a license plate. I think Nanos, okay, I think the reason he didn't want the FBI involved and he wanted to keep this closed is because he doesn't know who he can trust. Like, this Epstein thing is so deep that I think they're scared to let FBI in. They're scared to let all these different detective groups in because who is involved in this? So I just think Savannah knows it. I think they even got some type of video or showing them, like, disposing Nancy and saying, don't publicize this or this will happen to someone closer in your family or another journalist family. I just feel like they know, and we're not there yet. They don't want to put this out yet. And her videos went from, distraught, we're going to find you, please help, to all of a sudden, like, not, like, kind of like accepting her death. Like, we'll never stop looking for you, mommy. It almost felt like something you would see at a funeral to me, like, or a wake, like a goodbye, we'll never stop looking for you, but we know you're gone and there's nothing we can do about it.
But Epstein, why the Guthries?
Well, we know Savannah's family. We know her husband worked for the Clintons. he was like one of their fixer-upper guys. So he was involved in that. She interviewed Virginia. I think the Epstein thing is, I don't even know if we're ever going to know all the answers to that, but it is super deep, and I think it involves so many politicians. And I think she was too close to this situation. And the fact that we just have nothing. Like, I know Koberger, we didn't hear about him till like 6 weeks later, but they could track him. They had the bodies, the kids were gone, which is horrible. This is like a time crunch. Like, we would have a license plate. They would get that out to us.
Yeah, weeks later with Kohlberger, they had a white Hyundai Elantra they were looking for.
Yes, but we didn't know about it till 6 weeks later.
No, we knew about it way earlier than that. By December, we knew about a white Hyundai Elantra.
Okay.
You know, they put it out. They're looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. But there was a car there. I mean, with this, we're over a month and still no car.
Right.
Or vehicle.
So this is not an experienced person. I think this person is extremely experienced. Like, I feel like he was wearing a fat suit. He was wearing a mask under that mask. For nobody to be able to identify him is just so weird to me. To me, this looks like undercover FBI or CIA, whatever, like a secret group that we don't even know about, that left no trace of anything. We have nothing to go on. There's a missing person. I just think, I know they want to keep stuff from us, and I know they are keeping stuff from us, but they wouldn't be keeping a license plate, a car. Like, they want Nancy to come home. So I just think I don't think they really have anything. And like I said, I think the Guthrie family got some type of video, maybe even showing her being disposed of in some ocean somewhere. And I think the family is just coming to terms with, we aren't going to see her again. We'll never stop looking, but there's nothing we can do.
It's the first time somebody said that Nancy could be in an ocean.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe just because I'm looking at all the Epstein stuff and how he had that secret door to the ocean. I don't know. I just feel like the videos went from so, like, we'll never stop looking for you, crying, like, please help, to then, like, these sad childhood videos, we love you, mommy. It just looked like they were accepting her death. Like, they got word. She's gone. She's not coming back. You can't let this out. We'll come again. We'll hurt somebody else. And what would you do if you're in that position with children? I just think that is so obvious. For us to not have anything, I mean, what else could it be?
Well, multiple people have called in and thinks it's an Epstein connection some way, or some high ups and stuff, and
yes.
we will see. I mean, what we do know is we don't know anything about the perp. We don't know anything about the vehicle. We haven't seen anything else. Lack of information. A lot of hush hush quietness with this, and
yes, and that's why I think Nanos is a good guy, and I think Savannah and him I don't know about Savannah, but I just feel like they wanted the FBI out of this, because if it is Epstein related, who do you know who to trust? You don't.
Yeah. Ashley, I appreciate the call, and we shall see.
Thank you for calling. I'm listening to you all the time from Connecticut.
Thank you from Connecticut. Be safe in Connecticut. Thank you.
Okay, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Multiple people have said Epstein. Epstein. Why? Here's some questions from a former Philly girl who moved to Phoenix. My questions are, and this is Karen. My questions are, why do they only have one car? Annie and Tommaso, right? How can they afford a $600,000 house on a salary of a part-time teacher? Is the house in their name? Arizona salaries for part-time teachers are very slim. What career does Annie have? I heard they were only married the last 10 years. Did she have anyone married that she was married to before? That's a great question. Was Annie ever prior married to somebody else before Tommaso? Everything that just doesn't make it doesn't make sense. I've been watching you from the first week. Thank you for what you're doing, Karen. So some interesting questions. Annie's a writer, right? She does jewelry, and she's a writer. Tommaso is a part-time teacher. Dear JLR, Val says, I am writing to introduce myself and express my interest in your work. As a Kentucky native with a strong background in practical problem solving and a deep passion for the true crime genre, I am dedicated for advocating for missing persons. I'm going to respond back. Would you like to talk live? Ricky Beavers. We've spoken to Ricky Beavers before. Ricky Beavers had something to say to the perp. Ricky Beavers, I'll bring you back in, Ricky Beavers. Because you said something specifically about the perp. You sent a message out to the perp. You said, this is Ricky Beavers. Turn yourself in. All right, Ricky Beavers. Come on back.
JLR.
Hi,
How
Ricky.
you doing, buddy?
How are you
Good
doing,
morning
Ricky
to you.
Beavers?
Well, I'm in the dark waiting for the lights to come on, but I'm going to make it.
What's going on?
Hey, JLR. Man,
Yep.
I appreciate you staying on top of this case. I pray in the name of Jesus you stick around, because if everybody was to leave, this would turn into a cold case. I do believe that. And I'm gonna still, I heard a lady just before now talking about Epstein, and I hate to say this, man, but ever who done this, they knew what they were doing. I don't hate to say it, it's the truth. There wasn't amateurs that knew what they were doing, because they did. If they didn't know what they were doing, they done got them. And, you know, my input on this is, I'm still not releasing, what's his name, DeMoss, the son-in-law?
Tommaso.
Yes, I'm not going to still release him, and who knows what the lady's talking about. If Savannah's husband did work for the Clintons a little bit, I didn't know this part, I just heard that, then that opens up another can of worms. And like I said, early in the case, I did hear, you know, Savannah did interview the JLR, did interview the victims of the Epsteins, okay? And, you know, you hear a lot of stuff out here, and, man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you're doing and other YouTubers are doing, and it really pissed me off when a guy came up to you the other day and told you to pack your stuff and leave. I'm glad that wasn't there with you, because I'd have gave him a mouthful, because I appreciate you being there.
Yeah,
I'm
Ricky.
sure Savannah appreciates you being there. And hey, JLR, I hope Nancy's still alive. I really don't know, but I am a singer and songwriter, and I love everybody I like to get a song to the Guthrie family. I wrote a song called Heaven is the Only Thing Keeps Me Hanging On. It's on YouTube. I love everybody to check it out. I love everybody to share it, and because I love to get that song to the family and help give them some comfort to look, I guess, more or less look towards heaven.
Hey,
Look towards
Ricky.
heaven.
Ricky, stay
Yes.
quiet. Stay quiet for 1 second. I'm hearing this lady talk to this group.
Okay.
Hold on.
Is stupid. I tried getting down here, but I'm tired of this stupid life I have, this stupid marriage, and I'm trying to get out of it.
Here, Ricky, I'll call you back.
Real marriage.
Okay, call me back.
All right, thanks, Ricky.
Anyways, if I wasn't tied up, I would have been down here earlier and helped look around and, you know, figure this out, you know, but this is just anybody can rob anybody out here. How is everybody so rich? But they're not doing nothing to protect them. So if I lived out here, I would have high security lights all around my house with alarms. You know them new ones they're building? And if she had a heart condition, why didn't you have somebody watching her? Why didn't she have a dog? The dog would have did something, you know? I had a dog all my life, and my dog protected my life all the time. I have 3 French bulldogs at my house right now, and they won't let nobody get past nothing. You know what I mean? And she has no family here. She has a daughter around the corner, but obviously it looks like her daughter's kind of. Why didn't her family drive her home that night instead of that guy? You know what I mean? It's very fishy. It smells like a bunch of rotten fish, actually, to me. You know, my dad was in the service, okay, and he was a cop, okay, and I learned a lot from him. And if you have common sense, it's very simple to figure this out. But if you don't, you're gonna send people in here who don't know what they're doing, and they're all frantic and freaking out. Everybody's walking everywhere on top of all the evidence. I saw that on TV. I'm like, why you got people walking all over the freaking property? Are you crazy? Why didn't anybody look at? Why didn't they have a print reader? You know, I can you see prints? I can read prints. I can read animal prints and I can read human prints. And they had nobody out here doing that. They didn't even have dogs out here sniffing the bushes and shit.
Hey, what's going on? What how do you feel about the situation? Come on over.
It's a bunch of shit.
Come on over.
It sounds like a bunch of people are involved.
What?
It's very fishy what's going on.
What's your name? Where are you from?
What's so disgusting is nobody's here.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Well, I've been living in Tempe.
Tempe? So you came out here. So what do you
I've
think?
been trying to get here, but I've been kind of tied up. And I had no money to drive down here. So I actually spanged for gas to get down here. This time I was angry because I know her family was here. I was trying to hurry up and get here to see her family, but I guess they're all gone now. And now the house just sits there all alone. And nobody's watching the house. You know, the criminal can return and finish his duty because nobody's here to watch it. I don't understand it. Why don't they have tape up everywhere? I don't understand it. This is very fishy. It's rotten fishy. You know, when somebody comes up missing in this country, you know, if this person was really, really famous, oh man, they would have had helicopters flying everywhere. They would have had dogs walking everywhere all the way up to that canyon, and nobody didn't do any of that. It's kind of creepy. Very creepy how in this country we're starting to show that we don't care. And, you know, we all used to know our neighbors. Now our neighbors don't care. We're back to our normal lives and she's still not found. I don't get it.
What would you like to see done?
I'd like to see something done. Like, why ain't they turning over every rock? And what was very fishy is how they find all these rubber gloves here and didn't do DNA on the rubber gloves, because we all know when we wear rubber gloves, our hands sweat. So what happens when your hands sweat? It's called DNA. Look, I'm a high school dropout, never been to college. But when you have common sense, you don't need all that education to understand all that DNA stuff, science. Why wasn't CNN here? CNN should have been here, pushing the FBI out, because the FBI was not doing their job, and obviously they left. And I think it's kind of fishy how there's 2 different kind of DNAs inside the house. Why wasn't there a male DNA outside of the house? This is very fishy. And what's even more creepier, there's nothing but silence here now. Like she's gone and everybody's given up and nobody cares. We need to start caring as Americans. You know? I'm upset because this is not even my mother. But she's the mother to everybody, you know? We saw her on TV. I can't believe this is happening and nobody cares. It's funny how our government can find a man in another country in the ground and kill him, but we can't find this woman in our own country? It's very scary, even for my own life. It's very scary how you can't trust your own government, your own people. I can't believe none of her neighbors are not out here. You know? It's very sad how we are giving up in this country, because in the 80s, everybody knew everybody and everybody knew everybody what was going on. Okay? Every weekend we had a party with our neighbors. Look at it. Now nobody talks to anybody now. Everybody stays in their own little bubble and nobody pays attention, you know? It's very woody out here. It is very easy for somebody to drive in and out of here. You know, since I've driven in here, nobody's asking me any questions like, do you live here? Why are you driving in here? You know, they should be asking me questions. You know, they should be knowing your environment. When we, in our little community in the 80s, we knew who drove what car. We knew what sound of vehicle. We knew everybody's kids. We watched out for everybody's kids. We used to play football in the streets. We all used to watch out for each other. And now we turn our backs on each other now. And that is not a country that I grew up in. So we need to change and start caring about life more. We live in such a materialistic world. The only reason we need materialistic things is to live a comfortable life as a human. Because if humans know, if we don't have this, or this, we won't survive. We will die in the cold, or we freeze to death, or we die in the heat. So life is more important than materialistic things. Humans, materialistic things. We need the real treasure in life, and the real fortune in life is life itself. Thank you.
Thank you. How long you plan on being out here?
Well, I gotta get back to my boring ass life. I would have came down here a long time ago.
What's your name? What would you like to be called?
Trish.
Trish. Where are you from?
It's Port Patricia. I'm originally from Las Vegas, Nevada. But I've been living all over this country.
Mm-hmm.
And I've survived many things in this country.
Like what?
Well, I ran away. I ran away when I was 16. I lived on the streets and...
You're crying.
I'm crying because I feel for this woman, you know? She's old and vulnerable. And this country is literally starting to forget about the old people. If it wasn't for the old, we all would not be alive. And this country wouldn't got built. And we wouldn't be America. We wouldn't be a country without the old. In other countries, they don't send the old to old folks' homes. They stay at home and they take care of them. This is the only country does this. We need to protect their old people more and appreciate them. In India, the family, there's so much family. Even though a lot of family can't fit in the house, they build them a thing out on the sidewalk. But they're family and they still take care of each other. And this country is forgetting about what family's all about.
Well, thank you for your time.
Sorry. Thank you.
You be safe.
Angry about it.
No, I understand.
So angry that I couldn't get down here quick enough, or something, you know, share my expertise with this situation.
At least you're here now. You know, that's also important that you're here now.
I tried getting down here. I'm glad I'm here now, that when the cops are not here, because I'll be in their face, you know. I'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not doing your goddamn job, and I don't trust the cop The sheriff's running this fucking town.
You don't trust
and
the
we
sheriff?
have a lot of crooked senators in this country, in each state, that's not taking care of the state. In our cities, each city in this country should have a place where children can walk and be free. And every city should have quarantine in it, especially after 10 o'clock or after 8 o'clock, especially with kids. Like a curfew, because in the 80s we had curfews. In the 80s we was taught when you saw that light pole come on and you wasn't home, your ass was wet. So we taught them fear in a way it was good, actually, because it taught them respect. Because today your children's out in the street, running down the street, yelling and screaming, or they're out playing in the court. No, your kids should be in the fucking house. You don't know what's walking around in the streets in the cities because the senator and whoever's running the city is not taking out the trash. I call it taking out the trash. And we have the power to do that in this country. Not in third world countries, but we have the power in this country. You know, I watch cowboy movies. You know, I watched in this cowboy movie one time that the father became sheriff, and one night the boy was with the father, and he's at the entrance of the town, and these guys was wanting to come in and have a good time. Well, he told him, you have to give me your guns before you come in town. And one of the guys was giving him a little attitude, and his father had to be stern with the guy and say, hey, you can't come in my town unless you give me your guns. So his friends kind of buddied him and said, hey, come on, let's do it, you know. And then the guys came in town, and the boy confronted the father, and he said, I said, Daddy, why? He said, Daddy, why'd you have to do that? He said, well, if you don't show authority to people that's trying to come in and overtake, they will come in and overtake. Especially back then, there was only one guy running the show. And I think it's kind of funny how back then one guy was running the show, and he did a damn good job without having to have all these other people. And if the sheriff needed help, he called it, what do you call it? In America, we used to have a freedom of way of called citizen arrest. A citizen arrest was just an individual like me approaching somebody, knowing they're doing something wrong, and we sustained them until the law came. Or we schooled them right there on the spot. We didn't actually call the law. Every citizen was their own law long time ago, and everybody has forgotten about that citizen rest of our freedom of our country that our forefathers fought for, that freedom of everybody knowing what's right and wrong and doing what's right and wrong and take charge of what is wrong and do what is right. We have lost that, and we've forgotten that, and we just walk by and allow bad people just keep being bad. You know, it's not good, and we need to confront people. Especially what I like is when I see a man in public confront a man and say, hey, you're doing wrong. You can't do that. That's not appropriate. We don't have people do that anymore. We don't have somebody approaching somebody and explaining them that they're doing wrong. And then when they realize they're doing wrong, they actually apologize to the person saying, oh, I'm sorry, I was doing wrong. We're not teaching people that anymore. You know, I grew up and I hated my teachers, but I didn't hate them to where I wanted to go to school and kill them. We wasn't raised like that. The mindset of how we raise people today is all wrong, and we're not raising people right to do things right.
Let me ask you something. What do you think happened to Nancy? What do you think
I think
happened?
she was innocent targeted, but I think somewhere down the vein of the family, somewhere, that somebody's got to know this woman through her family. Somehow, some way, a party, a friend, dating, or something. It's all very fishy. It's funny, I didn't know anybody was sitting there, and I touched the umbrella. But it's all very fishy how they're having robberies out here, and this community is not having an officer to come out here and drive around and protect this community, because this is what our taxpayer money pays, is for cops to have police stations in your towns, in your cities, to be employed based on people paying taxes in that community. And the law doesn't drive around and do their job at all. They really don't. They drive around in their nice cars and they don't want to get out and get dirty and so on. And what I don't understand is, why don't we have an officer? See, it's funny how we only have one city in the United States that we have an officer almost on every freaking block, and that's called New York City. No other city does that in United States, okay? Every city needs to do that until we take out the trash, until your children can walk in the streets. When I was a kid, I walked to the store by myself. Didn't have to worry about nothing. No fear, no nothing. All my friends, we used to always go somewhere without our parents. Now everybody has to have their parents or quarantine or the cell phone. You know, the cell phone is a very bad thing to give the kids today, because kids should be using their imagination and inventing. When we was kids, we was outside and using our imagination. We was inventing things. We was building things. We used to take go-karts. We used to build our own go-karts. Go-karts back then was made out of scrapped, leftover parts. We used to take lawnmower engines. We used to take motorcycle engines. And we used to leftover mini bike engines. And we used to build our own go-kart right in our own yard, in our own garage. And the community was involved. The boys that used to get education back then on mechanicking was Johnny down the street. Every weekend, all the boys in the neighborhood used to go to Johnny's house and learn how to work on a car for free. He didn't go to college. He didn't go anywhere else. He went to Johnny's. And he grew up to know how to work on a car without going to school or any college, because our education was given to us out on our front doorstep. And it's all twisted, and everybody's all twisted up, man. And I wish I had some extra money not involved, because I'd go around and kind of investigate this situation myself. I would go to bars. I would go to the gas stations. I would go.
You could do that
in communities and talk.
You could do that now.
Well, I don't have enough money, and I don't have time, and I'm borrowing a vehicle from somebody else.
Oh, that's a borrowed truck?
Yeah, it's my partner's. I've been trying to get it out from them. See, this is my first year out of my whole life. I've always been independent and always had my own vehicle and took care of myself. Mm-hmm. But this country's making it to where it's harder for you to get a job. And a lot of companies are not hiring you because you're age now. Mm-hmm. I'm 55, but I can still outwork anybody in any job. And I can work circles around 5 people that don't know what they're doing. And you keep hiring them people, you're not going to run your business very well, because you're going to keep having problems in your business. You hire people who don't know what they're doing, and you hire people that's not going to steal from your company.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like your little badge thing you got going on there.
Yeah, it's a badge.
So where y'all from? Say you're the media. From Arizona or
I'm
New
from
York?
Florida.
Florida?
Yep.
Wow. So was this a street full of media when this was going on?
It was. A lot of people out here.
Like from everywhere?
Yeah.
Like Canada too?
I'm sure there's Canadian media, maybe.
And I literally can walk right in that house right now. And nobody knows anything. Can you believe this? Look at this. This is crazy. I just ran into a lady and she says, oh yeah, they just set up a high security situation. I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't see no security. The security is a man there with a badge. You know, that's security. You know what I mean? And he's on the property at all times, 24/7. Sun up, sun down. That's high security. I can't believe that lady. I can't believe everybody don't know what's going on down here, man. She said this and this person said that. I'm like, you people don't know what's going on, and you live right next to her. How can you be like that? And how can they not think about their own lives? Because this can happen to them. There's a lot of old people out here.
Yeah, a lot of first-generation homeowners that live in these estates.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
could happen to anybody. That's very true.
That they don't know their rights out in the middle of nowhere. You know?
True. Yeah.
They live a private life. I can understand you living a private life, but get to know your freaking neighbor.
That's exactly what
You
you're
know why
saying
we
earlier,
needed
yeah.
our neighbors back then? Your house can be burning down. You need your freaking neighbor. Oh, back then, a kid could go out in the bush and get bit by a rattlesnake. You need your neighbor, okay? You know how far it is to a hospital? Kind of a good way. You think?
In-person hospital, I believe, is the closest
I
one.
mean a real one. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, we have to flight somebody out of here to save their life. When you get bit by a rattlesnake, you don't cut that, you don't stop that limb right there. I had to do this to a little girl a long time ago.
Yeah.
Long time
rattlesnake bite,
ago,
incredible.
we was living out in the middle of nowhere on the East Coast. A little small community, okay? But back then, people only had one vehicle to their household. And where that vehicle went, to the man when he went to work. So people didn't have vehicles when they was left at home. So us kids was at play out in the bush, and we told this little girl to go back to the house, and she didn't listen to us. She went out there and she got bit by a rattlesnake.
Told her so.
I had to save her life, and I was a child. We took her to our house. We put her on her couch. I sucked the poison out of her fucking leg.
Wow, that's very heroic.
Back
Sure.
then,
Yeah.
people lived daring and strong and confident. People lived too soft. Lived too soft.
I like
it
the,
makes
yeah.
people soft.
I like the point you made about knowing your neighbor. I think it's very important to know your neighbor.
Dude, we always, every weekend, we lived to have a cookout in the neighborhood. And everybody was invited to that cookout, okay? Nobody lives for that cookout no more. Everybody works 7 days now. Everybody's lives so busy that they can't take time out of their lives. And that was our freedom. See, we're supposed to be a freedom country. We're not freedom anymore because we work 7 days a week. We used to work 5 days a week. When the weekend came, it was our weekend. Nobody told us what to do. We lived for it.
Live outside Nancy Guthrie's, folks.
Sorry.
People coming
I would take
through.
pictures, but my stupid phone is dead. There's no way to charge it because my charger broke. God, I want to walk on the property. Look at it. I want to walk on by. Look at that. Look. Driveway or nothing. Is this what the ribbons are for? Because I see them everywhere. Is the yellow ribbons for her? Because I see them on everybody's property. Turner. Now there's nothing but silence in the air. Let's see what we can do here. That's the creepiest part about when people die. Like they wasn't even here. My father died.
This is live outside the home of Nancy Guthrie.
You know where they found all them rubber gloves?
I got a comment. I'm live streaming, but somebody said Deanna Golf 9454. Jailer, ask her how we can send her some money.
What?
Somebody wants to send you some money.
Send me some money.
Yeah.
Say what?
Somebody wants to send you some money.
What do I need? Send them, give them my bank account or what?
You have a Cash App?
Yeah, I got a Cash App. But my phone's dying. Do you have an Apple charger?
I don't know.
Do you have an Apple charger?
I don't know, sorry.
Yeah, I have a Cash App. See if it'll let me bring it up before it dies.
What's the name of it?
I'm still learning this technology stuff. My name?
Well, your name of your Cash App.
Here it is.
The people are asking. So
Oh,
I have to ask you. People are asking.
I still know nothing about this technology. I hate technology, actually. My high electricity energy.
There you go. Anna O'Connor?
Yeah.
Anna O'Connor. She says.
You're kidding me.
Ann O'Connor.
A-N-N.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Ann O'Connor. Well, people ask, so I felt obligated to ask.
Well, I follow people that travel and do this, and they actually have people do this, and I never figure out how to do this. What is this? Add favorites? What is this talking about? Forget about this? Just go back over here?
Oh, I don't know nothing about that.
Look. Oh, fine. What, I gotta leave it on?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you'll get some soon. People wanted me to ask.
Do you have an Apple phone or
I don't.
Android phone?
I'm an Android.
Oh, I need to get Android. I don't like Apple. I hardly use this phone and I understand why the battery goes dead. See, Apples are too high on energy.
Some people said they want to help you.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure this out all my life. It's a lot better than flying a sign. You know, I've used all kind of strategies and skills of trying to find and survive in this country, but it's getting harder. Harder and harder because of technology and Amazon. You can't even sell anything out of your front yard now because everybody is for Amazon now. I can just go on Amazon. I don't need to go and buy your used stuff, your old stuff. People would rather see you throw it away and then come and dig it out of the trash. It's so backwards. When we saw our neighbor selling something, then we used to know they was having hard times, or they was leaving or something, and we supported them by buying their stuff. Nobody does that anymore.
Any final words you have to say? Anything you have to say? Parting words?
I don't know what to say now. I've said so much. Oh, with her?
Yeah, anything.
Nancy? I pray for her.
Pray for Nancy?
Well, we can pray so much, you know, but sometimes we gotta shake your fist to God sometimes, you know. Say, you know, wake up there. You're supposed to be doing your job. You're not doing your job. Final words? Do I have to get in front of the camera?
No, you're good. I mean, I'm just going back to my work.
That we pray that we find her, man. So they found her blood in the front doorway? Is that where they found her blood?
Outside, yes.
So there's a gate in that round thing over there, or you can just walk in? The round entrance right there. Is that the main entrance right there?
That's the main entrance.
The cave? And there's no iron gate there?
Well, take a look. Don't go on the property, though. I wouldn't go on the property.
That's where all the evidence is on the property. But there's footprints all the way around that house. It doesn't help now because the cops walked all the way around the house, right? Were you here when they was here?
Correct, yeah.
So they was walking everywhere? Like every bush, oh great. It's a little hard to do track reading. You know, a lot of people were asking on the internet how...
Somebody sent you $25. Did you get $25? There you go. See?
What?
No, people are sending you money. See?
I need to get your number, dude. for helping me, because I've been still trying to figure out this technology stuff so I can set up my own website.
There you go. Some people said they contribute. Looks like you got. Look. Go back.
How do you go back?
To it. Right.
It shows here. Oh. Oh, I guess I should have brought my charger.
There you go.
At least my cord. How did you do that?
God bless you. That's people sending you blessings. There's
Spam.
people sending you blessings.
How do you stop spam sending you? Because I accidentally, when I first got my credit card, first time in my life, I guess people would send me all this crap. I didn't know it was all fake. And I guess I clicked on one thing, and ever since then I've been having spam call me left and right, and I've never had spam in my entire life. And I've always, how do I say thank you to her? Can I say thank you to her? How do I do that?
I don't know. I think you just reply. Yeah, there. You can reply with a heart or something.
Okay.
There you go. Thumbs up, heart. I don't know if you can actually leave messages back on that.
Can I give them my Instagram page?
You have an Instagram page?
Yes, I do.
I can share that. Bring it up. I'll put it on the screen.
Share price. God, please stay alive, phone, for 1 second. So, what do I click on my page here?
Click on your Instagram.
I'm on my Instagram.
Is there a front page? Go to your front page. Oh, I gotta go. We got some activity.
Who's that?
We got some activity. Hold on.
I said something.
Somebody's here.
That's a Maybach.
That's a Maybach.
Who is Maybach?
We got a Maybach.
What is a Maybach?
Somebody's here.
I don't know what a Maybach is.
Somebody's here. Very nice car. All right, we got activity.
Have you seen that car before, Joe?
Yes. Yes.
Who was in it?
No, somebody affiliated with the family. We got a Maybach here. All right, setting up shop.
A Maybach is like a Mercedes-Benz.
All right, somebody's here, folks. Maybach. They zoomed in quick.
They went around
They went around.
yeah. I saw some feet, yeah.
Maybach is back here. Somebody just arrived back in a Maybach. Realtor? That's a good question. Maybach. Here's the Maybach. See who this is. Breaking. People are at Nancy Guthrie's home. Activity here at Nancy Guthrie's home. We'll see who this is.
That's the first time I've seen that car.
It's been here.
There was another white one, a Wagoneer.
Wagoneer.
Yeah, but I've seen the Maybach before.
I only saw one pair of feet.
Same.
We got activity here. We're gonna see who this is. Oh, I heard something.
At the garage.
Garage.
Doesn't look like it's open.
Drone, it doesn't look like they have a garage.
Oh, there they are. There they are.
How many pairs of feet?
I see feet going in the garage.
Oh, there he goes. Investigator again.
Might be
Kind of look like him.
car starting. They zoomed in, just like yesterday with the Tesla. Zooming in. Who could it be? Why are they here? Who could it be? Thank you, L.R. Marhan, 1327. Marhan 1. Oh, here we go. Here we go. They're leaving.
Cops are coming, guys.
Got law enforcement here.
Behind yours, yeah?
Oh, we got law enforcement here too.
Who's escorting? Somebody in the back.
Glasses still around?
I'm sorry?
The lady with the glasses? Somebody called in, Caucasian female about 50 years old. Said somebody she might have been drunk or possibly.
We haven't called it in.
Okay. Alright, well, I'll be around the area. Thank you guys.
I think they're talking about you.
What did he just say?
They said somebody called the cops on a woman that was 50 years old with glasses.
What? Who in the hell's calling the cops on me? I'm not even going on the property. Do you see how stupid this country is? And he just drove right by me, and I'm standing right next to him.
Somebody, it looks like they was talking about you. I don't know. I'm not going to point him out because I don't see you drunk. I don't see you drunk.
But that's how stupid this country is. When you confront somebody about something.
That's pretty lame.
Taking my glasses off. Yeah, and he's right there looking at me. It's pretty. It's called fear, man. We have too much fear in this country. When you start speaking the truth, this is what people do. This is what people do when you speak the truth in this country. They literally drove right by me, and I'm talking. This is how dumb the law is.
Somebody literally called the cops on you.
They
It had to
did.
be you, right?
It's
You're the
not-
only lady with the glasses.
I just want to let you know it's not my first time. I was at the gas
Be
station.
careful out there.
I was at the gas station one time. This lady left the gas pump in the thing, and she drove away with it in the thing. And I'm shouting at everybody, stop her, and everybody's telling everybody that I'm on dope. I'm stupid. I'm shouting. I'm freaking out. No, when people react, you're supposed to react with that person. This country has gotten so twisted and so messed up that they don't know what's right and wrong. And when somebody gets out in the street and speak the freedom of speech, that is our freedom in this country, people flip out and put fear, and they call the law to have you removed. Even though the law showed up and he looked right at me and kept driving. That's how dumb the law is.
Be safe out there. Trisha.
You know, I was in the process leaving this country because this country can't handle a real good president.
Somebody actually called the cops on Trisha. That's crazy.
Now you know what kind of country we live in. Now you know why this woman won't be found. Because nobody cares. When somebody steps up, there should be a lot of people out here speaking for
Like
this
the
woman.
private investigator.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
He was wearing that hat, kind of threw it off though.
It's funny, I just said private investigator and one fucking shows up. How convenient is that? That's the rule of the power. You know what they used to call it? The sword of the tongue. When you bring out the sword of the tongue and speak the truth, everybody gets scared.
Be safe out there. There's people watching. Somebody might call the cops again on you. Be safe.
You gotta be kidding me. Well, at least they don't know what vehicle I'm driving. Wow. Did he literally say that?
Are you under the influence?
Dude, I'm completely sober. That's the scary part. I'm sober. I can't believe that just happened. I'll give you my Instagram page. See, I follow people out through the world that do daring stuff. Now, how do you find your Instagram page? Because I'm in Instagram. Do I go here? This is not working right. Okay. So I clicked on here to receive the money, right? I've had a lot of people sending me money ever since you said this, actually.
A lot of people out there care.
How do I find the money? Is this the people sending me money? I still don't know nothing. How do we sell this stuff and don't teach anybody about this stuff?
There you go. Yeah,
Huh?
I guess. I don't know.
I can't believe my brother is a year apart from me and he knows all about this stuff and I don't know nothing. I can work on a car. I can change your engine out, but I don't know how to work this frustrating.
Thank you, Kimberly P. Coda. Oh, somebody's here.
They're just stopping by.
Thank you, Kimberly P. Coda.
Why is it not showing my Instagram page? When I go on the do you have Instagram? Do you have any of
I
this?
don't utilize any of those, really.
Look, somebody sent me $1, I think. What is this? Oh, God, nothing about this. Why can't people show you how to work this? The $1 payment from... Oh, somebody did send me $1? Good grief. Can't do nothing with $1. Okay, why is it... What, do I go here? Where's my Instagram page at? I'm in Instagram. Why is it not showing me the Instagram? Where did young boy just go?
Click on the bottom, they say.
The bottom? Where?
There. There you go. Right there?
Where?
Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, that's you. There you go. I'll share it. There's our Instagram.
But that cop's gonna drive around a long time.
Very
Still not find that person. Even
You be
though-
safe out there.
Wait, take a picture with this. See what I mean? Alright. Yeah, I've saved my life many times in this country. I've ran some bullets. being shot at me in this country. I've experienced a lot in this country. What's your experience is what makes
The Pima County sheriffs came here quick. Oh.
I've had people call the cops on me many times. Man, this lighting is really bad. Plastic bag covering your face. I take a picture of her flowers and put it on Instagram. Well, watch out for the rattlesnakes and the scorpions. You're not from here. Thanks a lot, Jude.
You take care. God bless you.
I always say stay real.
Stay safe. Bye-bye now.
I bet it was the neighbors. They called the law on me. What do you think it was the neighbors? That's the neighbors for you. If I take this road, will it take me back out of here?
Yes.
I'm kind of lost in here.
She says she's not drunk. I didn't smell any alcohol. I didn't. Honestly, I don't. You know, obviously, you guys know what's going on with her. I don't see anyone under the influence. I don't see anyone. I don't see her on drugs. I don't see her under the influence at all.
She didn't seem under the influence.
No, she didn't seem under the influence at all. Somebody called and said she was drunk. That's kind of petty and lame.
Bug just flew in my ear.
Oh. Ooh, that's FBI.
That was the guy from yesterday.
I think so. That was FBI. Dude, he looked law enforcement. Dude, what's that car down there? I think FBI might be back around.
That was so
Ooh,
funny.
Yes,
Like
a
police logo or something?
Yeah. Gotta find out about that car that went past. That looked like that was like Luigi.
She's right there.
Holy smokes, I thought that was Tommaso in that car, man. Right there. Guy with a beard like Tommaso. He had a beard. I thought it was Tommaso. I'm like, holy smokes, Tommaso came. Dude, I might do a drive around the neighborhood. Should do a drive around. Should we Enton saying the FBI is looking into a possible internet outage during the time Nancy Guthrie went missing. One neighbor tells me his Ring camera history is mysteriously not available the night Nancy disappeared. That's crazy. Whoa, the FBI is looking into possibly internet outage during the time Nancy Guthrie went missing. One neighbor tells me his Ring camera history is mysteriously not available the night Nancy disappeared. Oh my goodness. Migrant burglary ring? Where they disable things before they gain access to a house? Signal jammers? Dipped out for a second. Hold on. We're back. Dude, right when I say that, our signal went jam. You guys there? We're back. Dude, we're back. I don't know what happened. It just went odd. When we were talking about Wi-Fi jammers, suddenly our system went jammed. That was weird.
That's bizarre.
When I was talking about jammers, my whole stream went gone. And now we're back. That was very weird. Talking about signal jammers and we just like left our, like, that's weird, man. So the whole report's coming out that somebody used Wi-Fi or you know, people's Wi-Fi wasn't working. Somebody's trying to jam us up and buffer us. Very strange. For sure. Very, very strange just what just happened here. But I do think feds might be back in the neighborhood. I should go get my car. Should we get the car and just do some driving around and see if the feds are back in the neighborhood? Because I swore I saw a fed. Folks, if people's internet went around in the neighborhood, went out, if that's true, somebody used a Wi-Fi jammer, somebody's messing around, yeah, my theory on that could be, hey, migrant burglary rings, because that's exactly what they do before they strike. That's exactly what they do before they strike. They take out everyone's electronics, their security systems, Wi-Fi jammers. Or it could just be regular criminals using that technology. But that's signal jammers.
This car's flying down here, but it looks like it kind of is. This car's flying.
This car's going fast. Someone just screamed, "You can't park a car here." My response to that would be like, well, you also can't speed in the neighborhood. You can't park your car here, but you also can't speed in your own neighborhood, because she definitely was going more than 25. Oh, we got authorities back. Cops are back. Coming around. We might have some activity in this neighborhood today. Oh, he's turning around down there. Dude, I'm going to go get my car. I think we should look around. I think something's going on in the neighborhood. It's coming back, but I do think something's going on. I do think feds are in the area now. He's back. All right, I gave the officer my take on her. The woman, he came back on the woman. He's like, was she drunk? Was she drunk? I said, no. I said, it was probably a little mental illness here going on, but not drunk. She wasn't drunk. He goes, okay, that's what I figured. It's like, okay, yeah, somebody called the cops on her. So he's going to leave her alone. Said she's harmless. And she was harmless. She wasn't. I mean, she was very passionate. She was crying, but
Good morning. Is it okay if I take a picture of the memorials? Yeah, of course.
do whatever you feel like you need to do.
Okay. Now, is Nancy's house that way, this way? It's right here, okay. I'm here from Minnesota, visiting on the Catalina Hill. And so I just out for my morning walk, and I knew I was in the area, but I was so sorry to hear what happened. So thank you. I wish you a good day.
You too. Be blessed. I mean, cops got to respond to a call. Anyone can call, you know. People call the police all the time. Cops come and they look into it, but it's pretty wild. Somebody would say she was drunk without. She wasn't drunk. wonder if the. I wanna go look and see if anyone's around. I think we should. But that's an interesting new, interesting. Did somebody try to mess with everyone's internet for doing this? Yeah, he asked us about her. Yeah. Right there, that one.
That could be something. That could be something. I know
It's a blackout Suburban.
They've been arriving in blacked out vehicles, right?
Yeah. Oh, we got black Suburban. We got something going on. Definitely got something going on. Feds are here. Possibly. Dude, what is this? Maybe. I don't know. Media or feds? Dude, I feel like things are being staked out around here. I just feel like there's a lot of eyes around here right now for some reason. I'm getting this feeling. I just get this feeling there's some activity. Look, that one went back into that neighbor's driveway. Dude, there's something going on around here. Dude, that truck that just went up in that neighbor's driveway there, that looked like law enforcement too.
I mean, the law enforcement have shown up before the family have arrived before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Something. Maybe that guy in the Maybach was prepping something.
Dude, I think feds are in this neighborhood.
Well, that guy for sure.
I should go get my car. I know this neighbor here. I'm gonna ask this neighbor.
Obviously, I don't want to get in trouble. There he goes. There he goes. Weird stuff going on. So the neighbor was just. Yeah, there's just cars. Like kind of going around. What did you say about the phones?
I heard, I don't know, and probably the days following that they had jammed, that neighbors said their phone signal was jammed.
Their phones were jammed too?
Yeah, that they couldn't make calls.
Did that happen to you?
I mean, it was the middle of the night, so
So
it
no-
certainly didn't happen the following day.
That's weird.
Yeah. But that was not obviously why. I just read that somewhere. I don't know. It's speculation. I have no idea. I know my cameras were working.
Your cameras were working?
Didn't see any interruption in them.
At the time.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're up there around that way. You're
I'm up at the top of that
Yeah.
road, yeah. But no one came visiting me. I mean, I know the FBI were walking around yesterday. I saw them
Yeah.
on Miraval.
Yeah, they went all the way up to Orange
Yeah.
Grove.
Oh, but I feel like they're doing it this way. I mean, my place would be.
Well, the other guy, do you know the guy named Steve? He walks around, picks up trash in the morning. He lives over there.
Lives up on.
I think he lives only in back of her house, somewhere on the back
Oh
street.
yeah.
He said they came to his house yesterday. He lives directly in back of her, like on the next road.
I mean, they could have come. I wasn't home all day, but I certainly didn't see anything on my cameras that they came.
I sensed they were more focused right there, Marival going up,
Yeah.
like as if they feel
Yeah.
like the perp went that way or came in
I
that way.
feel they went. I mean, if you're leaving this neighborhood to get out, you're going to go this way.
Yeah.
Most likely that
Well,
way.
they went to the two houses at the end.
Yeah.
One was under construction, one across the street,
Yes, I saw them
and then
in
they went
there.
up that way.
Yeah, that guy in the corner must have bought that in the last year because it was owned by, the back of it was rented for a long time and nobody lived in the main house. I think they live out of state. And then someone must have bought it and he's been doing a lot of digging in the back over the last probably 2 months and laying concrete, I think. So maybe that's why there was definitely holes back there for a long time.
Yeah.
So
Huh.
33 days later, a bit late, isn't it?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right, guys, have a good
Take
one.
care. Be safe.
Yeah, there you go.
That's like a
There's
Easter
another car down there.
Weird. The Suburban in particular.
Yeah, the Suburban piques my interest. Let's just sit here and wait and just see what's going on, folks. I just feel like everyone's being watched right now. I just have that feeling. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think we're all, like, the three of us, quite literally being watched.
yeah, or something. Like there's activity in this neighborhood.
She told me to not park right there. I'm just gonna keep it. I'm gonna take a chance right now. No, there. I'm not even.
I'm just getting a sense of like feds are all over around here. He's talking on his walkie-talkie, man. This guy was talking like. Did you see that? He was like this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was talking on his chest.
Oh.
Dude, he was talking like on a walkie-talkie or something. It was weird. Like he was like this. Like this. What do you
And then he just stopped right there. Probably walking.
Well, he was slow, stopped up there. There's something going on. I should get my car. Dude, they're in this neighborhood, man. I feel it. I feel it. They're all in here on like an undercover mission. Heck is this? Rider truck.
I want to move, but park so far away.
Yeah, it's not worth you leaving now. You're not going to get back.
They're in this. Oh, look, there's another one.
SUV coming a little faster.
Arizona plates. Something's up, man. Got this feeling.
Fishy, fishy.
I just sense it. I sense it that they're in here doing something. I mean, in the neighborhood. We could take a drive around maybe and look. Or stay here. Or I could plant the camera here, get my car, and go drive real quick around. See. Something going on. I'm gonna leave the camera perched here. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna walk up here real quick and just see what this is about. Says she's been going around the neighborhood. She hadn't seen nothing.
Okay.
That's what she said. But she's out. She's mean. You know who she is.
I know she's Fox.
Yeah.
I know who she is. Yeah.
So she says nothing's going on. But she also said that, they said they're going to be here in the neighborhood for a while. Interesting. I have a feeling somebody's watching me. I should just go flat out ask them, are they fat?
Worst they could say is no.
Worst they could say no.
Get that neighbor out here.
There was a weight bench, extra bench. It's padded, but you know she was right on that edge of it. The corner. It's a little padded, but she hit it hard because she was like, wow. So so they had to, well, so they called the medic and have to do a piece of it before it's all out.
Thank you for the God bless you from a sneeze. Shout out Cornwall. This is fun. I think JLR's gone to get his car.
FBI was up.
We're not sure.
No, somewhere, huh? They're saying the FBI's around. Really? Cheyenne something to JLR.
Yeah, JLR just spoke to him.
Yeah, we might see SWAT arrest, something. Something's gonna win. How you guys doing this morning?
Good, man.
Yeah, you guys need anything? Good.
Good. Missed the lady, if you're watching the stream, the lady came by, someone called the cops, I think, on her, just being loud.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hear.
Really?
She was very innocent. She was just, sharing her two cents.
Oh, she came to the camera?
Yeah.
And then someone called the cops on her?
Maybe one of his neighbors.
Wow.
Weird.
Weird. All right, I'll be around.
All right, mate.
He said no.
So it wasn't fair.
Not a Fed.
Not a Fed.
It is NBC News.
Really?
What they said, he said to me, he's here because he hears activities here. And he's seeing what's going on, but he doesn't know what's going on. I went and got a Red Bull. So I had to get a Red Bull.
You probably saw activity on your stream.
Maybe, but he said he's here because he's hearing activities going on. But he wouldn't tell me what. He's very reserved. But Mark the Shark right there is going around the neighborhood. Let's see if anything's popping off.
I guess maybe.
I would have got my vehicle, but I just decided not to. I'm like, oh, okay, we'll wait here. So I went and got a Red Bull. See if something's going on here. Continuous coverage outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Dude, in this weather, you could be perched out here all day.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. This is the most beautiful yet. This is the picture perfect, beautiful day. How are you, Zeke? Well, NBC, I don't know, man. You know, they're getting exclusive access and doing things, you know, their network. They had a group of people here yesterday. Alright, yeah, that's good. Yeah, keep the charger up. Yeah, Trish is probably gone here. She probably got pulled over. You okay, ma'am? License and registration. Hello, everyone. So, I think the new story is somebody messing with people's internet. Michael Ruiz, Fox News. Good morning from Tucson. It's been now over a month since authorities have given a news brief on the suspected abduction. I like how Michael Ruiz always says the suspected abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Task force agents returned to her neighborhood yesterday, conducting a new sweep. Many residents, or per Savannah Guthrie's network NBC, they asked neighbors about internet outages around the time of Nancy's abduction. Many residents were asleep. At least one says his camera recorded nothing at all on the night of February 1st, which he told other neighbors was unusual. This prompted a speculation of the potential of using Wi-Fi jamming device, which is relatively a low-tech but illegal to sell or import in the United States. Jammers have been used in recent months by South American burglary rings operating in affluent neighborhoods, California, Florida, Texas, New York, and Wisconsin, to stable wireless security cameras and alarm systems. So Ruiz put out South American burglary ring. And they have. The South American burglary rings. SATGs. South American theft groups. Crime tourists are sophisticated transnational organized crime networks. These groups often originate from Chile and Colombia, targeting wealthy neighborhoods and high-profile individuals across the United States, stealing millions in high-value items like jewelry, cash, and designer goods. But as we discussed, they never went that far as kidnapping an individual from their home, and usually target these people when they're not in their home. So, I don't know.
Day 34.
Hey, John DePietro.
What's going on, JLR Investigates?
Good morning. You want to have a conversation before you jump on?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Very generous.
My viewers like you, John.
That's nice. And you have a lot of them.
Yes. John DePietro in the house.
I'm going to be live on TikTok this afternoon, and then I also...
Did you hear the new report? The neighbors are talking about internet outages maybe some sort of Wi-Fi jammers involved.
Now that's actually, people may not get this, but that's actually a big break in the case, because I was speaking with a member of law enforcement this morning and saying the reason why, and people don't understand why that would be significant, is that limits the number of individuals that would be able to pull something like that off. That tells us that we have a sophisticated crew.
South American theft group.
I don't know about that, possible, but you think of the movie The Town. What was a break in the case was that they realized that employee of Telecom, Desmond Eldon, he knew how to get into the box to shut it off before they actually entered Cambridge Merchants. So with this, if that proves to be true, then you have a level of sophistication that not a lot of breaking and entering type crews would have. So I was told the reason why that is significant, and again, good morning to everyone watching. JLR Investigates. This guy
John
is everywhere.
DePietro. He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. Is just the fact that that's not some nickel and dime that someone takes that type of effort. There's several things about this that we still don't know, and that is the number of break-ins in this area, the 10 days leading up to it. So were there other attempted break-ins? Someone was mentioning to me, if someone was going to do this, you would try to hit multiple locations that night, not just one. But it's very possible that was the plan, but because they ran into trouble with the homeowner there, that then everything went awry. So I think, and that's coming from a retired member of law enforcement, I think that is interesting because it opens up the possibility that this was supposed to be several homes that were going to be hit. They were going to take advantage of the Wi-Fi jammer. They knew that people wouldn't have that ability, but then things obviously got thrown off here. Now yesterday you did a fantastic job. You were out on the road with the team, Violent Task Force. Now, I remain closer to base. Now, what I found interesting, JLR Investigates, is the FBI, and I have video of this, so they were at that house, which they've been to, you've seen in the past.
Next door.
Next door.
They were yesterday. Next
This
door.
was yesterday, but ready? Now, everyone caught that. So I was there. The homeowner was greeting them. The FBI walked right up the driveway. You know what's also funny, and you'll appreciate this? The reason I knew something was up was they parked in the street. And you and I know no one parks in the street because you're not supposed to park in the street. So who parked in the street? 2 FBI agents. But not only did they go to this house, but they also went to this house. So they did bookends. Now that house, actually, the entrance to it, we have the empty lot where those 2 women, the Sonora mothers, they were on it. But this house actually, the entrance to it is on the other street. So I want people to realize they did bookends on the 2 homes surrounding Nancy Guthrie. Now the homeowner here, and I did post this on X, she wouldn't even let them in the house. They had a laptop.
That right there.
Right there.
But
Would
see,
not-
they don't own that house. They're renting.
Okay.
There's renters. The
I didn't know that.
owners
You
live
know
out
more
of
than I
state.
do. Okay. But that's interesting. So those are renters.
They're renters.
Huh.
They're renters next door.
So the FBI agent, she had out her laptop, but they had to talk to her over the wall. I did post that on X, and I did post that. But I want people to understand also, I think it's significant that we're hearing that it is now a task force that has been formed between the Pima County Sheriff, homicide investigative detectives, and obviously FBI. But what I find interesting about that is in the early stages of this investigation, as I think we have talked about, but the sheriff would not do a joint. He wouldn't do a joint command center. The FBI, when they were staging, if you remember when they flew in the night of the elite hostage negotiators flew in the night of Rio Rico when they had Carlos. But they were staging. It's very important where they stage. They staged at a military base. Why did they do that? Because the sheriff would not do a joint command center. Now, and I want to just put this in perspective for people. I covered the Boston Marathon bombing. That was FBI, ATF, Massachusetts State Police, Boston Police, joint command center investigating that bombing. Back in December, you had the incident at Brown University. So you had Providence Police, you had Rhode Island State Police, you then had ATF, and you had FBI. Again, joint command center. Everybody under one roof working together. With this investigation,
it's 2 separate.
The sheriff kept it, except it seems now the task force has now been united.
Have you seen Pima County Sheriff's here yesterday?
I did not.
It's all FBI.
Just FBI. Yeah. Now that also tells us, and this is very significant for everyone that's following you, is that tells me that, and it's what we had learned and feared, is that the sheriff actually kept the FBI at bay. I view this as the FBI is now going back over to talk to witnesses that they didn't necessarily get a chance to talk to because Pima County Sheriff put up,
But why 33 days later, 32 days? Why over a month? Why didn't just the second week?
We don't know. I mean, other than, is it possible? A lot of things have evolved, though, since the second week, right? Like, he's only talking NBC for a national outlet. He is talking to local stations, meaning the sheriff. Maybe it is pressure from Savannah. Maybe it is pressure from the family of, like, listen, you got to work with them. Maybe he now realizes he needs the assistance of the FBI.
Have we considered since the time frame that possibly since it's, we're over a month now that the perp came back to the scene in between, and the feds are maybe looking to see the potential of the perp coming here recently? It's back at the house.
It's funny you say that because I have heard that they may start to go through everything that was left with the flowers, and that it's possible that the suspect left a clue amongst all those notes. So it's also interesting. I did receive a call, I won't say who, or a message I should say, of someone asking me about an individual. When I was here, it was week 2, and for some reason, when I was over by the flowers, and the reason I choose that is because of the shade and also the still the hope that Nancy could come home. But there wasn't one individual that he just didn't belong. And so someone, a member of law enforcement, reached out to me to ask did I have video of that person. But you and I know we have so many hours, JLR, of hours that I don't know. But I want to remind people this was, so it was the second week, it was like midweek. Aaron Kotursky was here from ABC, NBC News was set up here, CNN was right there. But there was one guy that just, it was very odd, and he was over by the flowers. So there are some odd people that come out to a story like this. But I think it's interesting that someone, I won't say who, but they're asking me if I have video of that person that was here. So I think that's interesting. But other than that, you do get the sense that they are, and people need to understand this, and I won't take up all your time, but people need to understand is, and some people are saying, they want a quick resolution to this, but when you and this is what I was told by police, investigations actually move further when they can close the door on certain things. When it's very important to eliminate people and suspects. So as much as, for instance, some people are not still sold on that Luke Daly was not involved. I still think that's really interesting.
What about the sheriff yesterday speaking, saying that, we have probable cause to do these 2 things, that Carlos, and we're moving on. But what does moving on mean?
That interview of Luke Daly. So that Monday, so Nancy disappears February 1st, the Sunday. On Monday, he gets rid of his vehicle and gets the Range Rover. Now, when the police pulled him over that night...
Maybe that's the probable cause. Maybe that's the probable
but where's the vehicle? Oh, I don't know where the vehicle is. When he was pulled over, Luke Daly, and this is in the interview. I would have done the interview a little bit differently. I am going to try to reach out to him. But first of all, what's with the 4 jackets? That to me is someone trying to conceal what their frame is. But he also said when they pulled him over that Friday night, now you and I were up in Marana, and then we came back down here. They were going to the house, but then you had the situation outside of Culver's. So according to the interview of Luke Daly, he said when they pulled him over, this is what he said, his word, you go back and watch it. Is this about the Nancy Guthrie investigation? If you get pulled, people watching have to, if you get pulled over, is that I would never say, oh, is this tied into the Nancy Guthrie thing? And on top of that.
That is strange.
That's a little odd.
Is this because
not
of
like,
Nancy
hey,
Guthrie?
did I go through a stop
it's
sign?
It's like guilty conscious of something.
Yeah, officer, I'm sorry, was I speeding? Was I go through a stop sign or something? I take an illegal turn?
Is this because
is
of
this
Nancy?
About the Nancy Guthrie? The other thing he said in that interview was, if you want to go through my phone, my phone wasn't with me that night. Now that strikes me as, people have talked about that they believe they could have been communicating with walkie-talkies. What I find interesting about the Luke Daly of, you can go through my phone, because my phone didn't leave my room that night. That to me is like, you have a built-in alibi, that if anyone were to ask you, you say, my phone never left the room. So they didn't ask him about his phone. So why is he offering, I have an alibi, because you can check my phone. And you can check this
he's
car.
He's pre-thinking the questions that are going to be asked to him. No, I'm just saying a scenario like he's pre-thinking the questions that's going to be asked, so he's already responding to something he knows.
We want to go through this Range Rover. You can go through the Range Rover. I just got it on Monday. So think of just that course. His week, his phone was in his room on Saturday night. On Monday, he gets a brand new vehicle, the Range Rover. He gets pulled over. And he says, go through the Range Rover. I have nothing to hide. And you can go through my phone because it was in my room all Saturday night. No one was asking about Saturday night. No one asked him. I mean, they pull him over. Is this about the Nancy Guthrie case? Then he said, well, I've been following her. My mother's been telling me. I mean, I just found his whole demeanor very, very strange. And just the sheer coincidence that you get a brand new car and a Range Rover. How many guys still live at home with their mother that drive a Range Rover?
What does Luke do for a living?
He does odds and ends. whatever that means. So where would you have the means? You and I both know.
Well,
Range
I mean, he
Rover's
lives
an
with mom.
expensive
You don't have to
vehicle.
pay rent, so a lot of his money,
No.
maybe $600 a month or whatever like that, goes towards a car. He wants a flashy car. He wants to go pick up
For what?
women with a car. You know
Well,
what I mean? Maybe
4 coats tied up to here. I find the car interesting. I find his back and forth. So
I always said with people that have expensive cars but don't
Yep.
really live in expensive houses, I'm just like, what priorities, man? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
if you can't afford a car, or like,
Well, I
you
have
understand
found,
what I mean?
I
Like,
do, but I have found that people that sometimes are meeting with people outside of their residence, they want to give off the impression
Yeah.
that they are of means. So the people that he could be meeting with, they never visit the home.
What are you
They
saying,
just
drug
see him-
dealers?
I'm just saying there are different individuals that they may want to you pull up. Let's face it, it says a statement when you pull up in a Range Rover compared to if you just pull up in a Saturn or something like that. But I'd be very curious to see the body cam footage of the police when they pulled him over, because he's speaking a mile a minute. I don't know anything. Is this about Nancy Guthrie? I don't know anything about that. You can check my car because it's brand new. You can go through my phone. I didn't have my phone last time. Like, he seemed to be answering the questions before they were asking the questions. Now, doesn't that strike you as odd?
that means you're preparing for it's premeditation. You're preparing to know.
Tells you maybe your attorney
Look at all
said
these
if-
SUVs now. Look, they're the same.
Yeah, they are.
Two
Okay, something's
totally identical SUV,
Yep.
or what is it? Nissan Robes.
Mm.
They're two identical. One.
Yes.
One. That's weird.
It's like a caravan here.
Oh, it's NBC.
It is.
No.
Could be.
No.
And then another one. And then we have the white truck. Very odd.
Two roads, but different colors.
Yep. So anyhow, I will check back later. Your coverage has been fantastic. Yep.
The
Keep up
feeling is
good
mutual,
work.
my friend.
Yes, keep up the good work. You know I don't.
Here, we don't
be
we don't
offended.
pound.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't be offended.
Yeah.
Stay healthy. How'd
Yeah,
you
you
sleep
too.
last night?
Beautiful.
You know, last night I slept the best. I slept till 7:30 this morning.
So I will say that I will
But I did-
TMI, too much information, but
Oh.
I'm staying in a very cheap hotel,
But with a
but
good
with the
mattress.
best bed.
Yes. Oh,
And then whenever I stay
Now
in
that
some
guy
more
looks very
price,
suspicious.
whenever I stay in more pricey hotels,
not
the
a good
bed
bed.
sucks.
No.
So as long as I can get 6 hours of uninterrupted beauty sleep,
You're good to
we're
go.
fresh
Yep.
to go.
Okay. I'm gonna do my thing.
Yeah.
I'm around though.
All right.
Day
John
day
DePietro,
34.
34. Some people say 33.
No,
It's 34. We got a lot of activity out here. John DePietro. Go check him out. You might be here longer than me. Hey, Black Rose channel. Been thinking that for a while. Something went very wrong. Whoa. Whoa. Road rage. A little road rage going on. Whoa. Road rage. So. All right, Black Rose channel. Been thinking that for a while. Something went very wrong. Nobody spends that much time inside when the goal is to be fast. They ran into trouble and freaked out. The question lies, why did they only take her and nothing else?
Feel free to use this chat.
Maybe they just thought their plan of burglary just went haywire because Nancy was there and they're just like, well, we got to get rid of her. Don't worry about the stuff. Stuff could be traceable. It can link us back. I don't know. That's a great question, Black Rose. If the target was just burglary and then something just went haywire in there, whether she was, came up, startled them, whatever like that. Hello, good sir. How are you? It's happening. Things are happening.
Unloading. I'm gonna drive around for a little bit.
Things are always happening.
Jacob called me yesterday. He had a drone too.
But yeah, that's interesting.
Same one I had, but then he did because I just didn't answer. I was
She
doing a
pulled
lot.
off the mask. Someone said.
But what,
Black Rose channel. What about if Nancy pulled off the mask of the perp?
and gas isn't too bad here, so.
Well, yeah, compared to here,
Burglars don't take hostages, though. I kind of concur with that. A burglar's not going to take hostages, man.
So you had some sheriff activity.
Yeah,
earlier.
somebody called the police on a woman.
I heard the scanner.
Oh, you heard the
Somebody-
scanner?
Somebody,
What'd the scanner
messaged
say?
me. Said something about a truck in the neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
So she was probably driving a truck. Did
Yeah,
you
she had a
notice?
big truck.
Yeah, somebody called either a neighbor, and that's why he came out.
He came out and said somebody was under the influence, drunk.
That was hard to believe that was over an hour ago.
Yeah, 33 days. I'm like, it's starting to bring out some people. Any new X since the last hour? Nothing new?
No. 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 Maybe we're talking about Wi-Fi jammers. Some neighbors are claiming their cameras just happened to disappear in the early morning hours. Their footage.
Yeah, I heard people saying that the first week. When they were saying to check airplane flights and things, anything that was out of the ordinary.
Tucson weather.
This is
60
perfect
degrees.
weather, huh?
Going up to 67. Tomorrow 74.
The high's only 67, huh?
Tonight, yeah. Yeah, we could do this.
What's it like in Florida right now? Cold?
Tampa weather. 81.
Oh, okay. With a lot of humidity though. Do you notice the difference?
Humidity 60%. Tucson weather. Humidity here 13%.
That's what I'm saying. Do you notice the difference?
Yeah, yeah.
You would be sweating out in the 80.
Yeah. So humidity here is 13%. Winds at 3 miles an hour, 67. So we got many days, like next couple days. I mean, Sunday's gonna get hot, pretty warm, but then it cools back down. But then it shoots back up next week. Hopefully Nancy's found by
As
then.
long as it doesn't hit 90.
Yeah.
You on live, John?
We're live outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Somebody tagged me to a crime report in the area, but they have no burglaries or home invasions in a reported 1 mile radius of Nancy's home around the time period. 4 weeks before, 4 weeks after. No burglaries in the area at all.
The FOIA requests, they have not responded yet.
Yeah, they didn't respond to mine either. Anybody want to talk? Call me about Annie's car in repair and evidence. Todd wants to talk about Annie's car. A theory. All right, Todd, I'm going to give you a call. Annie's car. Todd wants to talk about Annie's car. Come on in.
Hey, how's it going there, JLR?
Hello, Todd. How are you, good sir?
Good. I've been watching since day one.
Fantastic.
On this case. Yeah, on this case. So I'm glad that you can see my message. You must be getting spammed.
No, I just periodically check it. I mean, a lot of people reach out. Some leave numbers, some not. Some leave theories and everything like that.
Sure.
So what's going on with your take on Annie's car?
Well, I listened to the interview room last night. Are you familiar with that show?
I am. Chris McDonough. Great guy.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
his panel.
Did you see the panel show last night?
I haven't necessarily watched him since I've been here because I've been doing my work. So what's going on?
Well, Chris, he's got an inside guy on inside that sheriff's office, and they say that Annie's car is in fact still in evidence, and that probably was tore down to bare bones, and it says very unusual, but they've taken it to a repair shop now, but it's still in evidence. The car has not been cleared, and they also said the result of it, they said that the sheriff, he doesn't have the authority to clear people. The prosecutor does.
Oh, interesting.
So no matter what the sheriff says, if the prosecutor doesn't come out and say that they are cleared, they are not cleared.
You know, a lot of times, also, I'm going to add on that, even on anything, you know, a lot of times when it comes to law enforcement with probable cause and whatnot, you know, they might recommend charges on somebody and they forward it over to a prosecutor. You know, if they don't get you on the spot and they don't see you on the spot, whatever like that, and you're under investigation, whatever like that, and they recommend charges, whatever like that, probable cause, they write up a report, they send it over to the prosecutor, but the prosecutor might not press charges for whatever reason, or say there's not enough, or I don't want to take this case, and things like that. You know, just because law enforcement says to do something doesn't necessarily mean the prosecutor's going to do something. So with what you're saying is maybe the prosecutor's the only one that can say somebody has been officially cleared.
Exactly. That's what they're saying from that panel. So I trust, you know, there's a lot of years of experience among those 4 or 5 people on that panel. And so they're saying no matter what the sheriff says, that doesn't mean anything until the prosecutor comes out and clears it. So I just found that very interesting that the car is still there and that it's probably being put back together again. They probably tore it down to bare bones.
You know, there's two types of grand juries, two federal ones, right? Federal grand jury, more of an investigative tool grand jury, where a grand jury gets impaneled, you know, prosecutor then fires off subpoenas, and they do an investigative way to try to figure a case out. And another one where they already have the case based off the agents compiling a bunch of evidence. They present it to grand jury. They do an indictment, right? In this, in this particular case, maybe the prosecutors are the ones that are running the actual show, and you got these agents and everyone running around, the sheriffs, whatever like that. But at the end of the day, it's up to the prosecutors of what they feel they have and what they don't, even though what law enforcement says and does on the surface.
Right. In fact, I think on that same panel, I don't know if it was that same night, they even talked about the number of the people that come out to the house, not yesterday, but about a week ago. You saw like the lady in the skirt and a couple of the others. They said those were prosecutors.
That we've
so
discussed that.
them.
I think there was prosecutors here, whether they were state or county, or federal AUSAs. But appears here, and that could be the end. There's a whole bunch of debate of why prosecutors will come to the scene.
You're right. They said the reason why prosecutors typically come to the scene is because they want to see how everything went down, so that when they're in the courtroom, they actually know how everything happened. They can visually see it. They can kind of help form their questions and so forth. So then they said they wouldn't show up at the house unless it was serious.
Yeah, and there's also debate whether it's at the back end of the investigation or the beginning or through it. I mean, sometimes they come at the very end because they're just ready to line it up before they submit the information to a grand jury or impanel a grand jury if one is not impaneled.
And I don't remember the sergeant's name that works within the police department that's kind of been voicing his own opinions. He's actually has an icy relationship with Sheriff Nanos, but the sergeant said that
Cross
has a history
Sergeant Cross, I'm told.
Yeah. He has a history of not involving the FBI in cases. He's very, very controlling, and that's why he hasn't allowed anybody really to kind of come in on it. Whether it's searchers or the FBI. So when you mentioned earlier here this morning about the FBI finally being out there in the area, has something changed? But that sergeant did say, he said Sheriff Nanos is still running the show overall. So something has changed though to allow the FBI into this a little bit more.
Without the assistance of the Pima County sheriffs, because in any in Tommaso's neighborhood, FBI was out there, but there was a Pima County sheriff official with them, with the FBI. So it was both. But this operation yesterday seems like it was all federal.
That's what it looked like to me too. Anyways, I wanted to share that about the car because there's been some misinformation going on that. And like I said, Chris has got an inside guy in the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about. He even called the truck that does the impounding that had to move it to the repair shop, and all that guy said was, "Hey, I'm not at liberty to speak about that," because he was asking what shop did they take it to and why. He's like, I'm not.
Well, if anyone knows, I'll go check out. So if it's at a shop, I'll go check out. Give me the address. But if someone has some really concrete proof it went to a particular shop, I'm more than welcome to go check out.
Yeah, well, the impound the company, the truck company wouldn't tell them. So it's like, we can't speak about that. So there's no address that was shared because he was asking,
why do they do this to victims? Why do they take someone's car and keep their car away from victims? Isn't that kind of a slap in the face to victims? If law enforcement's going to hold your car hostage, or did they just consensually say, hey, you can have the car as long as you want? Has anyone considered that?
It's still under the subpoena. The car is under the subpoena that hasn't been released. So until that happens, and then isn't it their only vehicle? So
I don't believe they have another one. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they're running around in a rental now.
Probably so. Anyways, that's all I wanted to share.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
keep following. I appreciate what you do in there covering it.
Thank you. You be safe there. Thank you, Todd.
All right, thanks for calling me.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
The car. Anybody else want something to say? Anyone else have any comments? something to say. Holy smokes, we got somebody named Kirsten who thinks it's Luke's mom that did it. And I'm not a crazy person. All right, you think it's Luke's mom that did this? Whoa, I want to hear what you have to say. Get you up in the pipeline. I might have to put the windsock on. Hold on, let me put the windsock on first. It's getting, as the day progresses, it gets kind of windy out here. So I gotta set up the windsock. Take a feel. Windsock. Windsock up. Let's see how we can get this. Alright, let's get this in, get this in.
If they're watching this from Pima County, and all these
Pima
cars
County?
and stuff,
Well, I mean,
and they're getting a license plate. I mean, that would be smart because people are saying that the curbs stay off and drive by, and so at night they're watching this car. I mean, I've heard that before. Have you had any cases like that?
perps come back to the scene?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been hearing about it, but I can't give one offhand an example. Perps come.
I feel like from a psychological standpoint,
I gotta get this on.
the perps would want to come back and see what is going on to try to be okay.
If it's a Koberger type, because he did that.
No, Koberger didn't do it, I don't think.
Yeah, he did.
After the fact?
Yeah, he came
Oh,
out.
well, yeah, the next morning.
And see, the thing is the Dr. Q, he was saying it could be like a loner type, right? If it is a one person, it could be a loner type. Who know, nobody knows it really. And
I'm having difficulties putting this
you
windsock.
need to hold that or anything?
Yeah, just for 1 second. Just, I might be able to get it. I have to get this in.
Let me swing this over here.
Yeah, right there. Get this. Should have it here in a second. I got it. Almost.
It's a big, what is this? Someone's moving? That's the moving truck, isn't it? Someone's moving.
Having difficulties. We'll get it. For some reason I can't get this. Whoa, what's this? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. He's gone. Maneuver.
I wonder if someone is moving because of all this. Like,
Alright, I got the windsock on.
That'd be a terror fix. These are beautiful homes.
oh yeah.
All the first generation owners.
Yep. Yeah, I've been here since.
Some people might end up moving because this. There's like, I'm getting out of here.
Generation home, I assume.
I'm getting out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, my mom, she bought it.
I want nothing to do with this neighborhood anymore.
Same kind of home, not, more closely. But all the homes out here like this are just the old brick homes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like these cheap ones where you can punch a hole through them.
I get like Santa Fe, New Mexico type vibes out here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely Native
Kirsten,
American.
you're up. JLR investigates. You want to talk? 202 number coming through. Hey, you're watching.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Oh my god, I'm watching on TV, so it's weird to talk to you on the phone.
Nice.
Hey, give me 1 second here to turn my dryer off. So, can I send you an email real quick?
What is it regarding?
It is a side-by-side of Luke's mom and the
Sure.
Nest Cam pictures that we have.
You think the Nest Cam person's Luke's mom?
Possibly. Okay, so let me explain, because I'm already getting
Whoa.
roasted on Reddit about this. So the reason this kind of came to me is everybody keeps pointing out Luke. And I'm looking at Luke, and I'm looking at the Nest Cam pictures, and I'm like, his eyebrow is so low. It doesn't make any sense. He doesn't raise it. It's very low to his eye. I'm like, it can't be him because the distance and stuff just doesn't add up. So I'm looking, and all of a sudden I look at his mom from the interview, and I'm like, oh, her eyebrows are higher up and stuff. She's got kind of like the slanted eyes, almost like eyeliner on, and I'm looking at her face, and I go back and forth, and there's a lot of things that look similar between the two of them.
All right,
I think
so
the most
so
notable one.
so I just can't imagine it being Luke's mom, but send it.
No.
Just send it. I want to see. Send it and we'll share it right
So
now.
I'll show you. The
Send it
one
right
thing
now
that
and
I find very interesting.
yes, can you send it right now while we're talking?
Yep. Send
Thank
it right
you.
now. I
Let's
think you'll like
analyze
this. Like I
this.
said, I'm getting roasted in other places and stuff, but I figured I'd put it out there.
Okay. Let's see. Once it comes through, let me know once it comes through. I'll put it up on the screen and let the viewers see what you're talking about. I mean, I just can't imagine Luke's mom doing this, but you know,
Well,
people.
that could be why it's a possibility, because why would you expect it?
I know
Especially
someone
with
who
her
knows
sign
Luke's
being
mom,
all red
and
flags.
he said
You know,
she's the
why
sweetest
would
lady.
you go after the mom? You know, she's just there. But they both stated she watches Savannah. She's in the area. So,
I mean, you got a separate picture of Luke's mom, and then the picture of the perp. Do you got a side by side?
Oh no, I just sent him. I picked him up like that.
I mean, this is what was sent to me. I mean, what do you all think? Like, you think?
This is the thing that I think most females will find interesting. If you look at that bottom left picture head, so if you put on a bald cap and you have a lot of hair, your head's gonna bulk up because you have to put hair underneath it. It's like a swimming cap. So that was one thing I thought. It's like, oh, that's interesting and stuff. She does have a lot of hair, so if she had put it under the cap, it would make her head look bulky. Now the mustache, we don't know if it's real. Could it be like, I don't know, face paint or something? But the eyes line up. There's also like a bulkiness to the nose. I think you can see it more in the far bottom right picture. And then the thin lips, the height. Like there's definitely like some possibility in this and stuff. I'm like, I don't know, but I just wanted to share it out there and stuff to maybe look more into her, because there's just something with the eyes. That's what I noticed the most. The eyes, the brows, like I said, that boxy head where hair could be underneath. Also how she moves, how the moves is very like gingerly, not like very like masculine. If you go back and watch it, like not really sure, like unsure of what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be honest, the majority of the chat is like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, I figured that and stuff. I figured I'd put it out there and stuff. I mean, obviously they pulled him over. They went to the house. They were under investigation, so I don't think it's like super far-fetched. But I do have a theory as to why I think Tommaso got involved, and I don't think it was malicious. I think he got involved because I think he let something slip at some point without realizing it.
Something slip?
Yeah, like information. And he might have realized it in hindsight that he had said something after Nancy was taken.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look back, we have the video of Savannah and her mom, which I think kicked us off. Somebody saw that video. We have, I think, they're verified the Google searches looking up Savannah and her mom. And I think Tommaso might have said something to somebody who was maybe inquiring, like, oh, your mother-in-law's around here, you know, something. And then he didn't realize until after, like, oh, no, I might have said something to, you know, let this person know where she is or something like that. I don't think it was malicious at all and stuff. But I do think that's how his name got brought up into this early on. Because they showed their face very early and stuff. Like, it doesn't look like him at all. But yeah, that's kind of my theory on how he got involved.
Well, I appreciate that, Kirsten. Right, Kirsten?
Kirsten.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't really have much else to say. I mean, unfortunately and stuff, I did email you the other day. What I think happened with her, where she is and stuff, I think they got rid of the body.
you say they, so you think it's multiple people.
I can't see it being just one and stuff. And I don't see it, if it is Luke's mom, I don't see it being just her at all. Because it doesn't make any sense how you have one person drag somebody out. Just the whole thing being planned and thought up with the ransom notes, which why did the ransom notes stop? Yeah, I can't see it. I don't think it's more than two, but I'm definitely leaning it's two people for sure. I mean, someone could have pulled in the garage. If it was her and she went in the house, she could have been with a female voice, could have like not startled her as much and stuff instead of like a big masculine voice going in.
But as far as where I think she's at now, I mean, I do think they got rid of her. I think they might have burned the body, or something, because the person was covered head to toe. They did not want to be caught. They didn't want to be seen. Like, they didn't leave anything behind. So if there was like a struggle or anything, their DNA is all over her. So my guess is she probably passed before they wanted her to. They still tried to get the ransom. They had no proof of life at this point because they had to get rid of the body. So they just were like, well, we got off scot-free. We didn't get what we wanted, but, we can just go on our merry way. And Nanos has completely screwed this whole thing up.
Well, thank you for your insight.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, hopefully I don't get roasted too bad. Like I said, I know other places are roasting.
You're not getting roasted. You're just, a lot of people are saying no. In reference to Luke's mom.
Yeah, like I said, but it would be so odd that it could be true. It's just like, no one would expect it, but you know what? Weirder things have happened.
A lot of people also say Occam's razor, simple, stupid, as simple as possible.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I think a lot of people are overthinking it and stuff. I mean, as far as like a lot of like really like in detail stuff, and I think it's pretty straightforward. They saw the video of Savannah, her mom, started a plan, went to go get her. She passed away. Body's gone. They're gone. I mean, I don't think it's much more than that. I don't think it's like cartel or any giant conspiracy and stuff. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of like, well, who did it and where is she?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Watching you. Keep doing what you're doing and stuff. You're great.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. All right. What do you think, folks? Luke's mom? I don't know. JLR investigates. Anybody want to speak? Third request. Let's see. XLE. I've saved XLE and retired paralegal and behavioralist journalist degree. Okay. All right, Kim, I'm bringing you in. Thanks for reaching back. All right. Hold on, Kim. Got an interesting phone number here.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can...
I don't know, Kim. Number doesn't work.
I got the Nanos interview from last night, full interview with Monica. Want me to send it to you?
Yeah, give me yeah. Please. Yeah. All right, got your number here. You're up, KK.
Hey.
Hi, KK.
Can you hear me?
I
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello? Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Yes, hi. Can you hear me now?
I can. What's your name?
Karen.
I'm Kim.
Kim, yes. Karen.
Hi, Kim. You said you're former law enforcement?
Yes, I went to school down in Sul Ross and got to work the border towns and worked for border control until it got a little crazy down there.
You're a former Border Patrol agent?
Yes, I did. Well, I did it right when the cartels started coming in, and my parents just had a fit with that one because I was all gung ho. Yeah, and I met a lot of people, a lot of ranch owners along the way, that own. There's a lot of stories to tell, and I even working down across in Matamoros, they there was a Mark Kelroy case that Oh Lordy. Well, I'm an old lady. I've been retired for a couple decades, but anyway.
Oh, you did Border Patrol back in the day.
Back in the day, yes. 70s.
70s. Wow.
Yeah, and they were just building the tunnels then. They had them back there, and but in Matamoros, so they had a high school student who goes down to Padre Island. He came up missing in the border town, and I went walking the streets of the town and found one of the teenagers just wanted to talk a little too much, and so we figured out where Mark Kilroy was buried, and that there were several people buried on a farm in a manure pack, and because he'd been decapitated. So it gets kind of brutal down there.
So with that being said, what are you saying? There's some sort of cartel border stuff in reference to this case?
Well, I mean, this gang that you're talking about, they're not. They usually don't carry guns with them. They are not into that. They're more into just stealing the jewelry and getting out.
You're talking about a migrant South American burglary ring type of deal?
Right. The transcontinental, the ones that
transnational.
From South America and Mexico and Central America.
You're saying they're not armed?
Several of them haven't been armed, but this guy, that is the Mexican way to carry a gun, which is really ridiculous. I don't think anybody, in their straight mind should put a gun down there because.
So you're saying the guy that the purple on the next can, this is the Mexican way? That's probably somebody like from Mexico, maybe?
Yes. Because that, you can Google it and you'll see a lot of pictures of them. But anyway, no, my thoughts were about, just going back to at the very, very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And Savannah, of course, isn't involved. She's the most wrecked of everybody, and she seemed to be the closest to her mother. So, and being the youngest child, I can see that. But I'm just saying that whoever did this, okay, she had her larynx surgery in December, and she was out for a while. And then Nancy's security dog, the dog the little black dog, it was a terrier, it died. I don't know how it died, but it died. And it died in December too. Both of them 2025. Okay, so Savannah gets better. She goes back to work. She's getting ready for the
Olympics.
And all of a sudden she can't go because her mother's missing. So whoever was doing this, it's like they planned it around. Somebody was watching her and watching the house, and I think for a while. And that they conveniently picked it when she could come down to Tucson and prevent her from not going
to the Olympics.
Which would have been such a career boost. She's done it before, but I think somebody was upset with her, jealous of her, who or what. But I just thought, it's really kind of convenient for someone to know her off times, and the dog terriers yap, my poodles yap. I have poodles too. I heard the girl earlier.
Yeah.
And they yap, and I've had terriers, and of course they yap, and they will wake up the dead. So even with my mother recently died, and she was in the same situation as Nancy. She couldn't walk more than 50 feet without falling over. She was hard of hearing, deafer than a doorknob, and she wanted to live alone, and she lived in a gated community right on the water.
Mm-hmm.
And she had all kinds of locks at our house, and we always made sure that she was locked in. And that's what I was just wondering. I mean, they just got so either complacent with, oh, no problems around here, but then you look at the Tucson crime statistics, it's like number 8 in the nation.
8 in the nation for what?
For crime, for criminal justice things, for
violent
crime. I mean, they have a high, and it's getting worse. And I mean, for a town of over 500, I mean, with 500, 600,000, that's pretty monumental for it to be 8th in the nation for having the worst crime statistics. So people know that there's crime in the area, or do they not? Do they not have a newspaper there that actually keeps, because newspapers, being a journalist, I will say they keep like law enforcement in line. And I live in an area where I know the sheriff he's gotten away with murder. I mean, literally. And we have, I mean, I live in an area where the ex-DA, the ex-coroner, and the ex-sheriff all are in prison, or in prison at one time after their little reign of terror that they went through here. But, so I know they're, you know, it's not, Sheriff Nanos is up there really acting stupid.
Yeah.
And a couple law enforcement guys and we've all been talking about him. I mean, this case just stands out because of his stupidity and him backtracking everything and him not covering everything. And it was like, oh, look, you know, just when we thought that our sheriff was the dumbest duck out there, here we got, you know.
You have zero confidence in Nanos.
No, I mean, I wouldn't have. I mean, at this point, no. He's reminding me too much of our current sheriff, and who people vote for just because he will take care of their traffic tickets, or he'll take care of their kids in court, or, you know, it's just something along those lines. And I mean, we have a judge who has a criminal record here, so I mean, it's really, you know, it's just really wild. But anyway, I deterred off of this subject, but I just really, you know, think that, you know, I mean, you don't really need a motive to rob somebody. Just follow somebody and say, hey, I think this woman might have some money, or, you know, and her house probably wasn't the only one. Well, I know it wasn't the only one where people were, you know,
There goes the truck. See that truck right there?
yeah. You know what? I've been listening to you every day. I mean, I just...
Oh, she hung up. She hung up.
Isn't that media?
I don't know.
They were parked right there and they got yelled at by the neighbor.
Oh, the neighbor yelled at him.
I think it's some sort of media.
It looked like it had a camera on the side though.
No, yeah, he was NBC.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, she hung up. The one individual I just talked to. I don't know what happened. Just kind of died out. Interesting. Live outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Any experts out there want to speak? quiet out here now. I like to speak on 41 minutes and perp, Lynn says. All right, Lynn. You want to speak on 40 minutes, the 40-minute stuff. All right. All right, Lynn. You're up. Welcome aboard. You want to speak about the perp? 40 minutes? 41 minutes? Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Oh, just want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. Hi, Lynn.
Okay. Hi. I'm sorry. I
Your
blow
phone's
up
a
your
little
email
grainy.
all the time. And something changes every day. Not really changes, but I was thinking if this person was a loner, I feel like this person would be very comfortable with even like with somebody elderly or like mobility issues. Because otherwise it would take a lot. I say that because I had physical therapy. It's been a few years ago. I had to learn to walk again.
Hey,
And
can I try calling you one time back? Because your phone is kind of like coming in and out.
Sure.
All right, I'll try it again. We'll try round 2.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go back round 2. Maybe it's the phone connection.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little, I don't know. Your phone's a little funny.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you don't know apologies.
So, yeah, back to what I was saying. Last night we were mentioning about the headlights on the road in front of Nancy's.
Uh-huh.
So maybe there was a getaway driver. I don't know, but I'm thinking somebody could have parked there, walked around. The 41 minutes part may have been if that person was by themselves. It would have taken them a little time to, who knows what they had in the backpack, if they had rope or duct tape. They could have put their hand over her mouth, to keep her from screaming, to make her nose bleed. Because I do think I heard that there was blood on her bed or in her bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I also heard too, and I thought it was on the interview room, that there was a broken vase and blood like inside the doorway, inside her front door also.
So that's been talked about, but no law enforcement confirmation about any vase or blood inside the house. It's just what people are saying. I'm not saying it's not true, but we haven't heard from law enforcement to verify what was the condition of the home or what was inside the home.
Well, I mean, obviously that person knew what they were doing. Whether they, I mean, that's established, I feel like. But if it was that one person, it would have taken them time to prepare her to get her out of the house, possibly. But I feel like one person could do it because, I mean, at the time that all this happened, I mean, I was, not obese, but I mean, I weighed a good 180 pounds. So I'm sure it was hard for them to try to maneuver me around. I just feel like somebody would be comfortable with Nancy. I wonder if she ever had like physical therapy, or I just feel like if somebody, I don't know, maybe medical field or maybe like CNA. They don't have to be, high up or whatever, but
Well, you have a lot of different theories.
yeah. And also too, I'll just let you go back and read it. I won't take your time and repeat all that. But if you go back to, I sent you an email. It says read me, and just kind of read over that. Because I don't want to repeat names or even kind of throw anything out there. But just if you get time, check it out.
I will do that.
And I saw my neighbor earlier today. We always wave hi. She's such a great lady. And I'm like, I have been sitting here listening to JLR for 4 weeks now, and she's like, "Who's JLR?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, let me hook you up, girl. You got to go on there," because we were talking about the case a little bit. But thank you for being out
Nice.
there. I really appreciate it so much, and you know, I'm just like everybody else. I guess I'm a maggoteer. You know,
I
like
know,
called
right?
you a maggot the other day, so I guess we're all your maggoteers
Oh
too.
yeah, you called everyone a maggot. A maggoteer. Maggoteer.
That's better than the GSN. That was
Oh
crazy.
yeah, that was crazy. You watch everything. You know all these little.
I'm telling you, I watch.
That GSN guy
I'm
actually.
watching. I've always got my headphones on, listening.
The GSN guy from Florida, one, he used the VoIP, but actually he's been trying to call me back, and I just blocked him. He keeps trying to call me back.
Yeah, I know the first time that I talked to you, I was like, oh, taking after the lady that said yes, it was a woman. Yeah, I no longer hold that theory, but I do think it was somebody that was very comfortable, and I'm kind of agreeing with everybody on the on how Mr. LD was dressed and all that for his interview. So he's kind of strange.
Somebody's taking pictures now.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you for calling.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. People coming up taking pictures. Picture takers. Not a lot of activity out here today, folks. Significant activity. What do we got? JLR, the caller about the DA's office has it partially correct. However, a report has to be submitted to the DA's office from the sheriff's office first. Once submitted, then the DA will either take the case or tell them it's not strong enough and they need more. The DA's office just doesn't clear anyone without being submitted as a suspect. The best rule of thumb, though, no one is cleared until arrests are made and the other suspects are not involved. Hope that makes sense. I'd rather not say this part in public. If you choose to share this, my family is blah, blah, blah. Law enforcement will just say, keep on doing a great job. Thank you for that information. Anonymous person. Again, I'll read this again. The caller about the DA's office has it partially correct. However, a report has to be submitted to the DA's office from the sheriff's office first. Once submitted, then the DA will either take the case or tell them it's not strong enough and they need more. The DA's office just doesn't clear anyone without being submitted as a suspect. The DA's office just doesn't clear anyone without being submitted as a suspect. The best rule of thumb, though, no one is cleared until arrests are made and the other suspects are not involved. So that's kind of like with the clearing aspect. The sheriff has the ability just to clear someone, and we take it at his word. I believe him, but other people, not so. Kelly, I have a background with investigating claims. Kelly wants to speak. All right, Kelly. We'll bring you in, Kelly. See what you have to say. While we sit around and wait and see if there's anybody that pops by today on the channel. Kelly. Welcome aboard, Kelly. 202 incoming.
Welcome aboard, Kelly.
Hey, I'm echoing.
Hello.
Hi, Kelly.
Hey, JLR. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for reaching out.
Good. Yes. So, I just want to kind of talk about a couple of theories that I've had from the beginning.
Uh-huh.
Now, my first theory has been, and still pretty much is, we're going to stick with Tommaso.
Okay.
And I know you are not kind of there, but I kind of, I'm sticking with him and I'm sticking with the big picture. I would like to know a little bit more about the background of him and Annie.
Okay.
Okay. Now we know that they bought the house about a year ago. And we know that they bought the house for about $650,000.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't know is what their financial situation is, or was, or continues to be. Now, we've heard that he has a part-time job teaching, and we know that she has written a book. But we really don't know, or no one has really delved into, or at least I haven't heard, what their financial situation is. And so is there a financial motive that is, that would have been sort of a motive there? Do we know what the relationship was between the two of them with Nancy and the family? We don't know. Do we know what the will was? We don't know. Nobody has talked about, was there a will? What was going on with the will?
And I'm listening to you. I'm just letting you go because you're asking a lot of questions probably many people want to know and don't know.
Right. Well, exactly. So I'm kind of sitting back, and what I do is, I used to investigate claims back in my career. And so I used to always take a step back. And
Claims? Like what kind of claims?
Well, disability claims. I used to send out investigators.
Okay, so somebody that files disability, you investigate.
Yes, and I used to have investigative teams that would go out and do this, and I would have to take the pieces and kind of put them all together.
Gotcha.
So I would kind of, I kind of look at it more from a broad perspective and have to kind of take a broader view. Well, I kind of look at what, kind of the financial status. The fact that they bought the house about a year ago. Again, we don't know what the relationship was. I also had a concern about why Savannah contacted the
Senator.
Mark Kelly first before anybody else. Why would she do that? Is it because that maybe she had a suspicion of a family member and she didn't know how to handle it? I don't know. You know, maybe she wasn't, you know, maybe she didn't, you know, is there a dynamic in the family that she wasn't sure how to handle it? Now, I personally don't trust Mark Kelly. I also have a concern about finding it kind of odd that, don't you find it kind of odd that we haven't heard from the governor of Arkansas?
Arizona.
I mean, Arizona. Don't you find it kind of odd that we haven't heard from Katie Hobbs through this whole thing?
Or the mayor of Tucson.
Exactly. And isn't it odd that we are all talking about nanos and we're kind of keeping, you know, he's kind of keeping all of this close to the vest and didn't want anybody else involved in it? Who is he protecting?
Who is he protecting?
Oh, I
Correct.
can tell you.
Correct. Like, who is he protecting? So, you know, again, I don't know, you know, so that's kind of why, you know, initially my feeling has been, and I don't want to, I mean, I hope I'm wrong on this. I hope, you know, it's not family, but I just don't understand, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, I don't think it was him. I don't think he's the one in the video. I just think he might be behind it. And I don't know what the dynamics are as far as the relationship between all of them. I think the whole situation around him being the last one seeing her and, you know, all of that kind of situation is just very odd how that all happened. And as far as the person in the video, you know, him being out in the front doorway there, the way that he was poking around and what we all saw there, you know, he was being very nonchalant. He was taking his time. I honestly feel like he was doing that because there was already somebody in the house.
Uh-huh.
I don't think he was worried about going into the house or worrying about getting, you know, I think there was already something happening on the back side of things, or if there was somebody already in the house. I don't know. When he dropped her off, there was in the garage waiting. When that door went up, you know, was there somebody sitting in the car waiting? I don't know. Or did somebody come in the back door? There was, you know, was that already kind of a planned thing? Did he hire somebody? I don't know. I know, look, you've got a very good group of people here in the chat, and I know that they can be very harsh on people. I'm sure they're sitting here looking at everybody, you know, they bash a lot of people, but there's also some really good people in this group. We're all here trying to troubleshoot all of this and come up with some really good information about, you know, to try to get to the same end result here. I will also say, when it comes to the Tommaso thing, I follow Ashley Banfield. I have a lot of respect for her.
Mm-hmm.
She came out initially early on and she talked about him being, you know, she would not have put that out there if she didn't have good resources and think that there was something going on with that. I just don't think she would have
Her
done
video's
that.
still up.
Exactly. And the fact that, you know, how Nanos handled all of that with him, and, you know, we're still wondering about the car and the situation, and, you know, we all know he said that they're not, you know, they're no longer under investigation, but we all know how did that change, and what did he base that on? We all question that decision. So how can he go from one point to the other? What is he basing that on?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And, you know, as far as the loop thing, you know, to me,
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, go ahead, ma'am.
Yep.
No, go ahead,
that's
because
fine.
you're driving through. Thank you. Are you the ones that just dropped the flowers? God bless you. Praying for Nancy. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. Somebody just drove by and just said hello and appreciate the coverage, and she's the one that dropped the flowers that we were just showing.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, anyways,
You're
no.
good.
So
You're raising so many questions that people probably are asking themselves, asking others.
I think the problem with this case, JLR, is that all of us that are, trying to follow this and trying to get to the same result, we don't have a lot of answers, obviously. We have a lot more questions than we do answers. Or if we the things we want answers to, if they have them, they're not releasing them. But I just think that, that's the problem. But I think when you take a step back and you look at a broader view of all of this, if you kind of look at all of those things and you try to follow, kind of look at those things, who would do this to this woman? Who has a motive? Who would want to do this? I mean, I can't imagine family, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. How would you get in that house?
That's the $1 million question. No, we can come up with every theory and speculation of how to get in. I mean, it makes no sense. But what we do know is it doesn't appear there has been a break-in.
Exactly. I think that somebody was let in, or there was some kind of something worked out. I don't know if somebody was in that garage, or there was something kind of, I don't know if somebody was waiting. Remember they went back and they did something with the car after. That's why I don't know if there was somebody, I don't know if there was somebody waiting in the car once she went back into that garage, because they went back, remember, and they took her car. They looked at her car after.
Yep.
I don't know.
Why didn't they do that at the beginning?
Yes. So to me, that perp that was out front there, whether there was one or two, and I think there was more than, I think there's definitely more than one involved. I think he was not worried about the timing. He took his time. I think it's because there was something already happening on the inside. He wasn't worried about her, getting caught on the outside. I think that, that's just my thought. Definitely more than one. But yeah, I just, I'm still kind of leaning on the whole Tommaso thing, but I'm not giving up on the Luke thing either. No, I don't know if one has something to do with the other, but the whole Luke thing is still very curious to me. His interview, a lot of the things that other people brought up, how he handled himself in that interview is very curious. I think he's very suspicious in that way. I don't know if, if Tommaso hired someone to do something like that. I don't know. But to me, something is very curious about all of that. And, but the whole suspicion around how the whole, sheriffs handled it, and the higher ups are all handling it, and how quiet it's all been. You've heard nothing from the mayor. You've heard nothing from the governor. You've heard nothing,
No remembrances or anything set up by city officials, county officials, nothing. It's almost like I get it. And I have a lot of, I'm wondering why they haven't done anything to put her out there.
Anybody who follows true crime, you just don't see that's not how that's handled in, with situations like that, especially how this has been blown up. You come out and you say something. And the fact that they're not saying anything, and I don't trust Mark Kelly as far as I can throw him. And he's just not very trustworthy, and the fact that he was involved in this from the very beginning is very suspect to me.
Well, you notice he claims he was, but no one really backed his claim.
Well, yeah, and and I will say this, and I know a lot of people are saying things about the whole Epstein thing and all of that, and I know there's that lady called this morning and was talking about it, and I followed that case very, very closely, and it is a very, very deep case, and there's a lot of stuff that's very, there's been a lot of deaths and a lot of deep state involved in that, and as you can see, there's a lot of fallout from that, a lot of deaths, a lot of things happening as a result of that, and it is true that Savannah's husband was involved with the Clintons and all of that. That's all true. And that all happened right before this happened. That is all true. Now, whether one has anything to do with the other, I don't know. I don't know. But, to me, that would be more, maybe down the road. I don't know. But I said, Tommaso, from the beginning, I'm still there. Again, I think we need some more answers. But I do think I would love to know more about the whole financial situation with Annie and Tommaso. I would love to know more about the relationship between the family. You know, somebody said that Nancy gave them money to buy that house. So to me, they don't have a lot of money. You know, so if Nancy had to give them money to buy that house, to me, there's a financial situation
A
there.
lot of people think that.
Yes, and I would love to know what kind of a situation, you know, is regarding Nancy's will, or what the expectations were around that. Also, I think that might say a little bit more. Also, so I think there might be some motive there, but I don't know. But those are my thoughts. I think, you know, and Luke was always my second once we got going on this a little bit more, but they could be intertwined. I don't know.
Thank you for your time. And I appreciate your insight, and we shall see. And, you know, once this case gets solved, we're all going to do follow-ups and everything like that, and be like, see, I knew it, or I didn't know it. Oh, my God, this, you know, I can't believe it. This person did this.
Exactly.
We shall see.
And I want to say, you know, I found you on this case. So, you know, I just want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been following you faithfully, and I've been sending you emails for 2 weeks, maybe 3. And that's why I'm like, are you getting my emails? Have I got the right
I
email?
get so many emails. You know, every hour I get probably about 50 that shoot through.
I can imagine. But I want to say, we are also grateful. You have a very astute group. You have a few meanies in there that don't let people just say, I mean, everybody has an opinion, and I think that we're all here trying to help solve you know, we're all working towards the same goal here. We're all trying to bring Nancy home. We're all trying to solve this case and help. And but you have been, you know, outstanding, and we're so grateful that you're there. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Kelly. You be blessed.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. You be blessed. Have a good day.
All right. You
Thank
too.
you. Bye-bye. All right, California Madison says 2013 theory. She called Mark Kelly because he would be involved with stalker threats with Savannah. A dangerous stalker was known to Savannah's security prior to kidnapping. The stalker made this specific threat, then did it. Now that's very interesting because
I know it takes experience,
a lot of people think the videos that Savannah puts out on her Instagram is directed at someone, you know, Savannah knows but does not know. Like someone that maybe been harassing her over the internet or saying things in the past to her, or third party reaching out to her, but she just doesn't know who it is. One of those, like, it's kind of like a troll. Like, a troll, like, might send you a bunch of emails or text you weird stuff and you don't know who's doing it. Could be a possibility. But you just can't figure it out who it could be.
Yeah, when I was in Freeland, the firefighter came out with volunteer to work for Michael Montgomery, and he had one that had flare technology. He was flying it every
Welcome aboard.
He came outside with a shotgun and shot his damn drone down. A $30,000 drone. He was suing him.
Any field trips today?
No, I decided not to go with the neighbor.
No. I did, yeah.
No disrespect. I just don't want to go with a stranger in a car long distance. I respectfully decline. I respectfully decline. I do think the perp is watching out there, though. Watching this stream and all the other streams. The perp is alive. Has anyone considered maybe that the perp is dead? Like the perp did this, and then the perp did something to himself. And the perp is no longer with us. But the perp can't be sleeping well right now. If Nancy's not alive, and the perp knows what the perp did,
We've had murders.
and know that the perp is being hunted down by the entire world, including internet, everyone on JLR Investigates, and the whole wide world, I don't think the perp is having any type of beauty sleep whatsoever.
So media has definitely left. You got more YouTubers now than media.
That was coordinated. That was coordinated.
They wanted them out.
It's all because it's the political system here. They're protecting each other. You think your mom goes missing, right? 30 days in, and you don't even have any comment about the sheriff or the FBI, anything. They're perfect, right? I mean, so if Mark Kelly comes out to visit with, it's all this cabal. They're protecting.
I got information of where Annie's car could be. I'm looking into this.
The governor has not made any sort of public anything. I mean, remember when the brown shooting happened? That made the brown shooting the life.
Anybody missing? I usually cover missing people.
Oh, missing. This was the shooting at Brown University.
Oh yeah, I mean I heard about it, but I don't.
You don't cover. Okay, so you're mainly missing.
I'm mainly missing people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'll occasionally cover other little weird shit, but 90% of my stuff is missing all over the country. You gotta go missing for me to show up. No, I showed up for Karen Reed stuff. You know what? Somebody missing. That was a circus.
Yeah, I didn't really get into that. That was just drama.
It's crazy.
It was. I'm like, I'm not trying to give people the business like
They were so easy to make money. JLR had furious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
I was up there, they called the police on me. Same corrupt police, they said were corrupt, we called them.
That's funny.
All I said to them was razzle dazzle. I rolled down the window and went, razzle dazzle. But it set the people off, boy. They drink the Kool-Aid up there.
Denise says there's a Derek, Tommaso, Luke, and Kayla connection. That's what Denise is saying. Denise has. Let's see what Denise has to say about this connection. All right, Denise, you're up. Let's see what your connection has to, what you have to say about this connection.
Hello.
Hi, Denise.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, is this JLR?
It is JLR, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize the number. Yeah, I have a theory that I've had for a while, and I just watched 2 YouTube videos. Monk's Intrigue, and then he got a lot of his information from Sleuth Intuition YouTube page. Now, first, before I go into all the theory, maybe you can watch those when you get back to your motel tonight. It's very interesting because I know you've been curious about Derek and how it might tie into Tucson, and those 2 YouTube sites really tie it together with like factual details. But first, I just wanted to make a comment on Luke and his mother's interview. How Luke was saying that his car was towed for insurance purposes. I just find it strange that he was able to go out and buy the Range Rover before his insurance company decided his car was totaled, because usually they won't pay out until they say it's totaled. You know?
Maybe he borrowed some money.
He could have.
Maybe he had somebody saved. Somebody loaned it for him.
wondering if it was maybe some money up front. I still believe that he looks a lot like the video surveillance. In my opinion, I was thinking Carlos. I thought Carlos' eyes and lips matched, and I was really set on Carlos for a while because if you know that interview that he did at the porch when you caught them out there.
Yes.
His body language, the way he holds his arms and stuff, were a lot like when the video surveillance when he kept holding that holster in front. His demeanor kind of reminded me of Carlos, but after seeing Luke at that interview, I think Luke's upper lip really matches. But anyway, and then his mom, what kind of was curious to me was when she was saying that they broke down a bunch of doors that were locked in the house. I'm just wondering who has locked doors in the house? Like were bedrooms locked? I mean, it was just kind of, I know it's a big house, but it was just kind of strange that she said they kicked in doors, multiple.
That were locked?
Yeah, that's what she said. If you go back
I
and
guess
rewatch
people have where you lock someone in a room. Ha 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 ha. Now I'm just saying that sarcastically, but who knows? Yeah, interesting catch.
you have a grown son, he may lock his bedroom door, but what's he trying to hide from his mother that he has to keep his bedroom door locked?
I mean, people's doors are locked, but I guess everyone has locked rooms. But if you're not in there, should the rooms be locked?
Right. So that was just something curious if you want to go back and watch that. And then, okay, so with this Derek tie, it's very interesting. You know, he has that band, you know, he calls himself Secret Mutilator, right?
Secret Mutilator.
That's Derek Hillel, that's his name, right? For his, whatever he does. Okay, so Monk's Intrigue did a YouTube video, and I don't know, I think he was just going through everybody's Instagram, and he found a connection from Derek's band, had a gig in Tucson at a place called the Royal Room, which this DJ, he calls himself Mojito, M-I-J-I-T-O. Have you heard about all this?
February 8th?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, like the beginning of February had some event.
Actually, the Royal Room is when Derek performed there with DJ Mojito, with the I, not M-O, M-I-J-I-T-O. On 8/26/2022 at the Royal Room in Tucson, Arizona, and it's kind of like a fetish club where it's a bar, but they also have DJs and bands and stuff like that. Okay, so Derek lives in Southern California, but he performed in 2022 at the Royal Room in Tucson off of 450 North 6th Street, which is the Warehouse Arts District, which is also where Annie had her, she would go in and work with her jewelry making at Splinter Brothers Warehouse, which is also in the Arts District. And then the DJ Mojito also had a gig at the Flycatcher in the Art District, which was the Ritual Witches Ball, and he performed there. And also, if you look at Monk Intrigue YouTube site, pulled up a schedule for early Black Tommaso's band, and Tommaso's band also played at the Flycatcher.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which whereas DJ Mojito played at the Flycatcher, and then DJ Mojito and Derek had a gig at the Royal Room.
So basically, what you're saying is not, because it's a little confusing when you're saying these things, right? But what you're saying is each of these bands somehow are intertwined, and they all played at same venues and things.
Yeah. The Royal Room, DJ Mojito is kind of a club promoter, but he's also a DJ. But he kind of signs these gigs up, and then also they did like they do a scorched fetish ball every year. They have an Instagram page, and if you've looked at Kayla's Facebook and stuff, she's been to the fetish ball, and she was doing piercings and stuff at the fetish ball, and so she's also tied to DJ Mojito. And then they also pointed out on the YouTube video that she does these certain piercings on the cheek, which is almost identical to the one that Luke has in that interview. And
So what are you trying to say? Like, you think that all these somehow met through these bands and are like all connected in some way?
yeah, I think, like, if you watch Sleuth Intuition, he's the one who first pieced it all together. He kind of gets off the tracks a little bit, thinking that they're all connected, and did some kind of, because it's kind of a fetish type cult. And I don't think Annie and Tommaso were into that, but I think they traveled in the same circles as these people, and I think maybe he knew that these kind of people could be coaxed into doing some of the dirty work, you know, and he could kind of just lay back and not be involved. And just, I've always thought there's probably like 4 people involved. And the thing is with Derek, if you think about it, he was the first person to get arrested on the 4th. And if you have seen the actual his reasoning for why he did it, and the phone, you know, what he texted to them was strange, asking, you know, have you got the Bitcoin yet? So I'm thinking maybe it was set up originally because they knew maybe that Savannah would pay the Bitcoin for her mother, and maybe they didn't really want to hurt the mother, but they thought they could get some Bitcoin out of it and split it all, and maybe something went wrong, or they could have wanted to double dip and get the Bitcoin and maybe inherit some money. You know, I've always thought that Derek was a clue to it, because Derek gets arrested on the 4th, they do the raid in Rio Rico on the 10th, then they do the other raid on the 13th. Now, is he talking? Did he make a deal and he's giving names, and that's why those 2 raids happened shortly after that? Or he could be just sticking to his story that he has nothing to do with it and just take the lesser charge, because he knows at this point he's not getting any Bitcoin. So he can't really rat out Tommaso or anybody else involved, because then it ties him to that and he'll get a bigger charge. So he's either talking, or he's either just staying with his story that he did something stupid and, you know, he has nothing to do with the case. But I still think there's some connection. I can't write off the search warrants for the 2 raids, because they had to have probable cause, and even though sheriff is saying they're cleared and all that, I think he would be really stupid, which we know he has done stupid things. It would really be stupid to, you know, have Carlos and Luke coming after the county now for suing them for, you know, whatever they did with no probable cause.
Well, I appreciate your time. I'm having problems with my screen here. That my screen went blank on my phone, so I have to fix this up. But I appreciate your time.
Well, now he's saying that they've moved on from Luke and Carlos, and then he said, you know, all the family members are. He keeps saying this, but they've gone to an awful lot of trouble to take Annie's car and do that stuff in the garage that night. You know, knock down doors at Carlos's, knock down doors at Nancy's, take Luke's car. I think there's more to all those people, that they're trying to piece it all together. I think there's a connection. I mean, it's really strange that Derek. I've been trying to find a connection to Tucson, and
We both
and
have
now,
dead phones today. That's crazy.
Hey, I don't mean to cut you off, but I gotta go. I'm having phone problems. Seriously.
Okay, well, I'll send you those 2 YouTube sites, and if you get bored tonight, maybe check them out.
All right. Thanks for your time.
It'll be a lot better for you than I can.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye.
All right, I gotta step over here in the shade. I dropped my phone and something happened. Here. It's blank.
Yeah, I'm gonna head up to AT&T because mine is not. I have it in the sun right now, so trying to dry it out. Do you think the screen went out with the drop? What do you have, Verizon? Can you get to your settings? Your display might have gotten put down to nothing. The brightness, settings, and then this should be under display, at least on the iPhone. that'll, yeah.
Ah, that's why. That will do it. Dude, my whole screen went like blank, but in reality, it was because I ran out of juice. Huh.
I'm gonna run up to AT&T and get my phone fixed.
Well, that's in a way some people like to call, some people don't. Yeah, look, it works. My phone dropped, and then I was just like, what in the heck's happening?
Is it back?
Yeah, well, it's charging. It only had, like, I don't know, but look at this, a recovery system now.
That might have, that break or that drop might have. Cause you don't ever let it go that low. I've
Yeah,
never
something
seen
happened
it.
with my phone here.
Might have to go to Verizon and get a new one.
Let me see.
See how far the Verizon is. Yeah, is that where you would go to get it?
Yeah, probably. Let's see if it goes on. That was weird. I dropped the phone while I was on, and then it just went blank. And I'm like, she's still talking, and I couldn't see anything.
Well, here's the different Verizon stores.
I think we're back. Dun, dun, dun.
You ever had that happen?
No. Hey, we're back. No, it just had 0% battery. That's why. We're back. We got a screen. We have a screen. We're back. But look at the battery. 0%. Ran out of juice. That's what it was.
Need me to bring anything back?
No, I'm good.
Sure?
Thank you. No, I'm good. All right, we're on a charge.
Bring back one of those Abby sandwiches. Sure. Okay. Yep. All right, text me if you hear anything breaking. Yep.
He was mad too. Yeah. All right. Back on, folks. It's just us without a phone call. That was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. There was a reason. That 5%. That could have been the bike dude. Guy said in the neighborhood called us all maggots. Tell us a story, JLR. Out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. I don't know what happened. Hey, it's actually working. Now it says 2% battery. Hey, it's charging up. We're here to tell a story. We're here to follow the story. We're here to follow the story about what happened to Nancy. What in the heck happened? I still want to go to Swan to look into the gentleman, the Reuter. I can't find a picture of him though, which is odd. Somebody sent me a picture. I don't think it's him though. Of that man that went missing and was found a year later on Swan 77. All right, so I'm also getting information of where Annie's car is. Vehicle. I got my phone on a charger. So once it comes on, we'll look into this. Hello. Cindy from California just sent me an email and said, I hope you're going to CrimeCon in Vegas. May 29th, 30th, 31. CrimeCon. Maybe I will. CrimeCon in Vegas. All right, Cindy, I'm going to bring you in. You want to talk? Phone is back up. You want to talk? Come on in, Cindy. Not available. Maybe somebody just recommending go to CrimeCon. Denise, I got a thing from a Denise that says, I have several pics I put together that I believe points to Luke Daly. This is not BS. KD says, Occam's razor. Piecing everything together, and I think I have an idea on the simplest motive. All right, KD, I'm going to give you a call, KD. KD, you're up. Occam's razor, simplest motive. Come on in the chat.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, KD. How are you?
Good, good. So everybody, 857, everybody true crime, Occam's razor, right? The simplest thing.
Yeah, talk to us.
So when the case was going on and you hop on YouTube, they give you suggested videos. 3 months ago, there was like a hometown expose of Savannah going back to Tucson that was on the Today Show. Which would have been I guess it would have been 2 months ago,
Uh-huh.
but like December or something. So like just piecing everything together, looking at it holistically, you have the dog that has passed. We don't know how the dog passed away. We don't know about that. We have this information coming that Savannah was at home. There was like a parade or something. I didn't watch all the videos. It would be interesting too, but just whatever. Anybody can do that. So if you're thinking about finding out that Savannah is from Tucson, and the guy, the perp with the grass and the things and the flashlight in his mouth, that's a tradesperson thing. That's like a mechanic, construction. Like that is a tactic. My husband works in the trades, and putting the flashlight in the mouth if you don't have a headlamp available is really common. It's just something you pick up.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand people are like, it's cartel and it's like the Epstein, and it could be, but also, I keep thinking back to, there was a woman that called in the other day, and she's like, the bond between a mother and a son is unbreakable.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my goodness. What if this was just one of Nancy's service people? May it be a house cleaner, which her DNA wouldn't be at the crime scene, or a nail tech, or a veterinarian, or her groomer, or somebody who knew her. Let's say she's a single mother. She's been working her entire life, or for 20 years, because Nancy's been there since, what, 1970 or something like that? She's been in
there
the
for a
house,
while.
Right. So she's a single mother. She's been working forever, and she's just making ends meet. As you know, we live in a capitalistic society. Of course, everybody's just trying to get by. And this expose comes out, and her son realizes, oh my gosh, here this woman is whose daughter is very wealthy, and my mother's barely making anything. Or his mother gets ill recently, and she can't work. Something goes off. To me, I think he's like a stupid, smart criminal. Like he was smart enough to scope things out. But I don't think this is expert level, because if there's one thing, you know, and this isn't everybody, but I'd be hard pressed to find like a mother who knows something that her son did and wouldn't try to protect them. It just seems very interesting. And then when you take Brianna's, Brianna, that's her name, the reporter from Tucson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brianna Whitney.
Yes, Brianna Whitney. If you take her, you know, her information that this was a botched burglary, again, that would make sense. Like he's angry that this woman has this money and couldn't pay his mom more, or she can't work anymore, and maybe she asked Nancy to help her out and she won't. It seems just really weird. Like I remember how we were all convinced, first of all, that Brian Laundrie was alive, and that, you know, and that Koberger was more than one person. And a lot of the times, like if you get in a group of people, they will roll on each other. It's just normal. So I don't know. I've just kind of put all these different things together, and I'm like, I think just the simplest thing would make the most sense, and that could be one of the possible simplest things. And maybe the mom knows, but she's not going to say anything. Again, we all are just speculating, but any mothers out there who have sons, ooh, I mean, I don't know, I can't see the chat, but I bet they would be like, yeah, it'd be really hard. But I don't know, and I don't think he planned on actually not having Nancy be alive. I think maybe if anything, she not accidentally, but he didn't take her meds and stuff, so she would have passed. He freaked. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully sooner than later, but that's what I've been thinking. So.
Occam's razor.
Just something very simple. The simplest thing. Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Which is motive. Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And how long are you staying? Do you know how long you're staying yet?
You know, I'm here. I'm here for now. I can't give it, you know, I'd like to go home. I'd like this case to be solved as soon as possible. But, you know, we're all on standby, and we're waiting to see what's going on. And we're waiting to see, you know, who gets popped for this, so we can go track the perp and find out everything about the perp too.
I know.
Find where Nancy is, and hopefully she's brought alive too. This would be a miracle, you know.
It would be me. I mean, again, if we do not know what's going on. So she could be. Chances are, but you know, there's always important to hold out hope. But I'm sure you are ready to get home and see your cat and be comfortable. And also, you know, the second you get on the plane, everything's gonna happen. So you just have to push yourself.
Yeah, sometimes that happened with me with Cavalcante. I had some business to take care of. I get on the plane for Cavalcante, and he gets caught.
I remember I watched all of the coverage of Cavalcante, and I was like, don't leave. And then
Yeah, I had a
boom,
pre-obligation I had to handle, and when I got on the plane, as soon as I landed, he's caught.
I know, that morning. Yeah, early that morning.
So I would have liked to see that follow through, but
I know.
sometimes
Well,
that
I know.
happens.
Maybe just stay that extra week that you don't think you should stay. And I mean, if we're looking at track record, FBI's what, 6 weeks? That's normally their.
We're in that I think we're in that spot, that sweet spot right here. I really do.
So too.
I really think so. I think
it's
something's
happening
about to
within the
happen, and it's just the sweet spot. I mean, I can't see how this can drag on, more than it is. It takes a while, these cases, but there's just a tremendous amount of pressure on everybody to get this resolved. Because keep in mind, all these other people like Luke, Tommaso, Annie, until this is solved, there's going to be people that continue to say they're involved. And there's nothing really any of those players can do about it civilly to stop it, because it's an unsolved case and their names are out there, and it's just a matter of people's opinions.
Right.
And their names are going to continue to be circulated as if they're involved, and everyone analyzing, and over time, if it remains unsolved, people will be creeping around these people's homes, continuing, it just will, they need a resolution here so people can move on with their lives, but no one will be able to move on until they make an arrest.
Absolutely. I mean, we remember, every case, like you always have the speculation.
Happened in
Savannah's-
Moscow, Idaho, with everybody from roommates to,
to the
but even
neighbor.
to the neighbors. Yeah, that neighbor guy. Remember that guy? What's his name? He was the beard guy. He had a beard. He came out.
Like he was like kind of a redhead, like reddish brown hair.
I actually interviewed him in an interview after. I forget his name, but just because he came out, he's right there. Oh yeah, this neighbor guy's involved with.
And then the bigger guy at the food truck too, and then he
All
came
of them.
online to try to clear things up, which never helps. It never ever helps.
Well, it's same like here. Some of these people that have come out to the scene here, and I've interviewed, they're getting put all over the internet.
Yeah.
As if they're involved, and that will always. That's just how it works. Unfortunately, it's sad, but it's just how it works. And Tommaso and Annie, there will be people that will continue to say they're involved until the actual perp gets caught.
And that's another thing. Savannah's very patient and very calculated, but she has some sass. Like, she has got to be tired. If she truly believes that her brother-in-law is not involved, she's gonna be really tired of this. So I'm sure there's probably a push from her too. That's like, okay, like this is ruining my family's lives. Like something needs
But
to
she
happen.
hasn't done that either, which she could have done right from the beginning, in a sense, right?
She
could have sat by side and said, "Look, we're not involved. It's just we appreciate the support, the blessings, and everything like that." I mean, Savannah's watching. She knows what people are saying about her family members.
We all want the energy that Steve Gonsalves. Is it Gonsalves? I never figured out.
Steve-O.
Gonsalves. Yes, we all want every family who has had something happen to them come in with his energy. That's what everybody wants, and But
Shout out to Steve-O.
I know, and his family. Oh,
yes.
I know. So, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Keep up the great work, dude, and just hang in there. When you think you're ready to go home, just like an extra couple days, and then that should be it.
Listen, we're here to document what's going on, hear from the people, keep this case out in the open the best we can, and see what's happening.
Yeah.
That's what we're here.
Yeah. Yep, I know. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
You have a blessed day.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. I didn't catch your, that would be KD. Thank you, KD. I lost the screen. Oh, we got somebody from Europe that wants to speak. Rosanna, I have a few questions and observations from Europe. I don't know if I can call international on my phone, but I'll try. All right, European. European. See what we got.
Verizon Wireless, your call.
Maybe I didn't enter all these numbers properly. Hold on. It's all these like international codes. 0043. Not working. All right, international friend, you call me. The international individual, Rose. I left you my number. You call the number. You call me. I want to hear from an international caller. We called Juan from Mexico. I want more international callers here. I want an international perspective. So I'll give you a Rose, but once I take the call, I can't drop off the call. So if you want to call in the next 2 minutes, check your messages right now. Rose from Europe. Rose from Europe. Come on in. Come on in, come on in. Dan Jones says he wants to speak. All right, Dan Jones, you're up. Dan Jones.
What's up, boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground. Hi, Dan Jones. How are you, sir?
All right, I've been watching you for a long time.
Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Okay, remember back a couple weeks ago, week, 2 weeks, whatever it's been, the guy that walked up to the house, or tried to, and you tried to ask him a question, he gave you a dirty look.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Okay.
That guy has been brought to my attention a lot.
He was with that taller guy that was in the black-headed girl.
Yep.
Okay, she was the driver. The tall guy was actually the one that Tomato let in the house.
Whoa, why do you say that?
I don't think the way he acted when you tried to talk to him, that's just my thought. I mean, the way they acted, I mean, they come back and
He walked up to the house, and then he walked back, and he was hanging out at one of the media booths.
yeah, did he talk to one of them?
I think he
Just
was trying
looking
to.
around,
Yeah. He wasn't trying to talk to me.
and then walked off. And I mean, he had a mustache, he had the goatee, and the body type.
That individual has been brought to my attention by numerous people have been emailing me. You're the first person on the air that would say this. I know exactly what you're talking about. But to me, I don't know. I don't know.
And I feel like the tall guy was in the house already, that somebody let him in. And the girl was in the car driving, because when they were walking down the street, he walked up to the house, and they turned around and looked, and then he walked back out to them, and then they were up at the booth, and the tall guy and the black-headed girl kept walking, and he caught up to them, and then they were gone. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. No. Interesting. I mean, they say sometimes the perp comes back to the scene. I don't know.
Yep.
Thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you.
You have a good day. Thanks for watching, Dan.
Always.
Thank you. Dan brought a individual to the forefront. Oh, we got the international. We got the international. Hello, hello.
Hi, J-Lo. It's Rosanna.
Hi, Rosanna. You're calling from Austria?
Yes, from Vienna, Austria. I'm South African. I live in Vienna, Austria.
Oh, hello.
Thank you for picking up. Hi. So I just wanted to say I was wondering when those subscription payments ended and who was responsible for payment upkeep. I would have been interested to know when those subscription payments ended.
Subscription to what?
And then for the door, for the alarm system in the house or the door.
So,
apparently, or the videos. Sorry.
so I will answer that question. They didn't have subscription.
Exactly, but did they never have it? Or
that's
our side, the report is, it's just they're reporting that it just wasn't paid for some time.
You heard a report that it wasn't paid for some time.
Well, our side, the reporting is that the subscription for the security wasn't paid for some time.
Well,
and so that creates the impression that it was paid, but then someone stopped paying.
Great point. That's a great point. That's something I haven't considered. And how about that, folks? I mean, she didn't have the Nest Cam subscription, we know that, but did she ever have it in the past? And if she did, when did it end? Right? Are you there?
And then I'm here, exactly. I just move very fast because I want other people to come on too and speak to you. So I did notice that the body language between Savannah and her brother is way warmer than between Savannah and her sister. And, siblings have different dynamics, I understand that. But I did notice in one of the videos, Savannah was holding her brother's hand and he was holding hers, I guess, but not Annie. And I also noticed that when they went up to put down the flowers, I don't know about other siblings, but I think if it was my mother who had disappeared, I wouldn't have my sister's husband standing in the middle like Jesus Christ. I would be holding my sister. We'd be holding each other, and he can feel free to be in the back or beside us. It just kind of seemed a little like Savannah and her sister aren't as warm as she and her brother.
Body language is everything, for sure. Body language. Uh-oh, we got an umbrella on the loose. You see the umbrella there? I have to get his umbrella. Hold on, give me one.
So one last point.
Yeah, go ahead.
One last point, Hart, is that the music and the lyrics and the titles of the songs to I will call him Tomato. They're very violent, and one of them is like Crimson Smile, and I speak under correction, but something like Chaos in the Home Front or something like that. And they're very violent. If you read the lyrics, you have to have a penchant for that type of thing to write those kind of lyrics. So it does make me wonder. And that's my little story for Europe.
Hey, I appreciate the call. Thank you for some very provoked thought type questions there. Music, you're saying Tommaso's music, very violent?
Yes, it's got some really, really violent stuff in it. And also them as kids, Savannah and her sister, playing a game that their mom gets kidnapped. I mean, have you ever played that game?
I haven't played the game of kidnapping ever.
I find it weird.
It's definitely not Monopoly.
Anyway.
It's definitely not the game of life. Right?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. You be safe out there in Europe. Thank you. Bye-bye. Interesting. She had some great questions. Here, I'm going to put this wind socket on. Bear with me, folks. Got a little windy here. Everything's blowing around. Okay, so the question is, did Nancy ever have subscription to her service and just didn't pay the bill, or someone said, you don't need to pay it anymore. There's no need to have a subscription service in this $1 million home. Just have cameras, but, nah. Great question. A great question. Then she also raised the question about the body language between Cameron and Savannah and Annie. You're going blowing all around. You're welcome. And then she also raised the question about the music. Now, we've had somebody come on the chat before and say, you know, a lot of violent music doesn't make a killer out there. Anyone's involved with any type of violent music doesn't make a killer. But I have a question. You know, it seems like Savannah Cameron, well, we'll just say Savannah, very religious, you know, God-fearing. Savannah puts out there, you know, incorporates God a lot. And then we have Nancy, at the time, didn't go to her friend's house to attend church, right? Online church services. So Nancy, Savannah into the God and the religion, everything like that. But does Annie and Tommaso go to church? Does Annie and Tommaso go to church? And if they don't, why? Different beliefs? Not, there could be something to something or nothing to nothing. You know, it just seems like Annie and Tommaso is total opposites to Savannah and Nancy. And maybe even Cameron. I don't know Cameron much. Someone said, does it matter? Great question. Does it matter? Does it matter? Relevant? Not relevant? I appreciate that coming from Austria. Anyone else internationally have anything to say? Oh, are we going to find out later on that just 2 months ago, Nancy had subscription service on her Nest cameras and just happened to not pay the bill at the time? At the same time, her dog gone? Makes it a recipe for disaster. Yes? No? Yeah. Wasn't Annie and Tommaso at church on Sunday? Continuous coverage of the Nancy Guthrie case. JLR Investigates out here. We'll continue to be out here for a bit. $12:27, and we are still here, folks. Oh, it looks like Dad's Going Live is on his way back to Tucson. Dad's Going Live. Let's give Dad's Going Live a call. Hey, Dad's Going Live. If you got an extra phone, Let's hear what's going on. Looks like he's on his way out. I'm just gonna bring him onto the air. Hey, Dad's going live. Giving you a call.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, you're live on JLR Investigates.
Hey, nice.
I heard you're on your way out here, it seems.
I am.
Wow.
I'm almost to Phoenix.
Oh, you're going to be here soon.
Yeah, about 2 hours out.
Oh, it's always good to see you. I can't wait for you to come back. What's the plan?
I'm not too sure. So this time I brought my drone. I got one that's got a pretty good range. And during the day, I want to go check out some areas, go down some dirt roads and stuff. I got that little off-road scooter thing that I'm going to try to go down some dirt roads, check out some areas, and then show some overnight coverage.
Maybe I'll follow you. You going to do it this weekend?
I think so. Probably start tomorrow. I went back to California, and I mean, dude, this has just been like in the back of my mind, and it just didn't feel right being at home.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously I like being around my family and stuff, but this case, dude, it's been like I wake up during the middle of the night and I start thinking about it. So I just want to come back out here and do some more coverage.
So it's like going home and processing and saying, wow, this is not over and I got to finish this kind of deal.
Exactly.
See what's happening.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, I hope I don't get into that stage,
That's
you know?
exactly it. So I'm here for another 2 weeks.
Another 2 weeks? Hi, Brian. 2 weeks? I can't wait for you to come out.
Absolutely. I'll see you when I get out there.
All right. Be safe. Safe travels.
Hey, you too, man.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
All right, Dad's going live. Go check him out. He's like the night guy. He's the night guy. We went up to the mountains together the other day. Nice. He's back. He's out here for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. He's back. Anybody else want to talk? It's been reported that Annie and Tommaso's practice is Wiccan. And Annie teaches oracle writing to private students. Wiccan. Wiccan. Paula says, I've been reaching out for you for 2 weeks, Paula. All right, Paula, I'm going to bring you in. Paula's coming in the chat. Let's hear what Paula has to say. Paula up. You're up, Paula. Welcome aboard. 202.
Hello, JLR. How are you?
Hi, Paula. How are you?
I'm okay. And yourself?
I'm great. Thanks for
That's
asking.
Great. That's very good. I bet your weather there is better than mine.
Well,
I'm
what-
in the East Coast.
What's going on in your East Coast right now? Snow?
Yeah, we just had 3 feet in Rhode Island.
Holy smokes, 3 feet.
Yeah. Yep, so I think I'm running your way. Well, I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I've been sitting here thinking about something.
Sure.
I saw a picture that when Annie bought the house, it was her and her mother sitting down holding like a check, not, a picture of a check that the mother had given $295,000 for the down payment.
You saw the pic?
Yes.
Can
And
you
I've
send
been
that
trying
can you
look-
email that to me?
I'm going to try to find it again and send it over to you. And the other thing that I was thinking was, I don't think any of us are stupid, but do you recall that day when that gentleman got arrested in front of the house? Well,
Yeah.
supposedly arrested. Usually, when you
Come
get
on in here.
arrested, you get handcuffed, correct?
Yeah.
Or detained. They put handcuffs on you.
We-
That didn't happen.
We
at
got
all.
we got a local here.
Yeah, man.
Stay with me. You want to stay on the phone? Yes, Dan,
gun
come
was
on in. Come
that
on in.
gun,
Come
man,
sit
that
down.
that gun that she has right there, man. I mean, that gun that guy has, I believe it's a transgender, man. It's a woman, man, that's converting into being a guy, dude. And that's why she had layers of clothes on. It was not for DNA. She shot her in the front. Somebody went around the back. It was probably more or less a medical transport van that came in here that pulled in. So the guy that they paid for the medical transport, he probably didn't even know what he was doing. He's probably parked at CVS waiting to take people to dialysis. They walk up and offer him $100 grand. He's gonna come over here with his work truck real fast, pull around the back. Well, they already knocked the guy in the back, knocked out the cameras and all that stuff, so they couldn't see where the van pulled in the back. The guy went around the front, put the foliage up to try to block the cameras from her seeing, because she got scared, and when she heard him out back, she got scared and went to the front. And when she went out to the front, that's when he popped her with the tranquilizer gun. She's on blood thinners, and she bled all over the front right there, man.
That's an interesting theory.
That's a fact, man.
What's
I'm
your name?
positive that's what took place.
What's
I'm
your name?
Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Yeah.
From Tucson?
Here you go, man.
I mean, I was born in Tucson, man, but I've been all over the United States and stuff, man. You know what I mean, in my life.
That's just ice.
But my family all lives in Tucson, yeah. and
From
stuff.
Tucson. Tucson.
How you doing?
How you
today?
doing?
So
this
good.
is from Sandra V. She's sending me a cash app to get us. It was
Hey, man, I
supposed to
gotta
be
run,
breakfast.
man.
Yeah, brother. Thank
All right.
you.
I just wanted to stop by, man, and say thank you for showing up, because, I mean, you know, and I know Savannah, people like get mad about Savannah going back and
Sandra V.
forth. Like, she's gone and
Be
she's
right
not
back.
here and stuff like that, you know, at different points. But, I mean, she's rich, man. So, like, for us to take a flight, it's one thing, but for her to take a flight, it's nothing. It's only hours away. She can have a private jet take her here within lickety-split. She wakes up and she's back in Tucson. And so I know she loves her mom, man. And Tucson does love her and stuff, you know. I believe that.
Thanks for coming up. Your theory's interesting.
It's interesting, right, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to review it
I've
again.
been watching your guys' stuff from the beginning, and just different people, and Nancy Grace, and different things, and talking with different people when I'm driving Uber and Lyft that live in the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying, that don't want to talk on camera, don't want to stop by here to talk to you guys. I talked to an interesting sheriff, you know, about it and stuff on the way home the other night from the Maverick here in Tucson, which is a country western bar. It's up on the east side. That's where a lot of sheriffs go and hang out and stuff on different nights. And like, he wasn't on the record and stuff, you know what I'm saying, with things. But, I mean, that was what he was basically telling me is what they're thinking took place. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting theory.
Something in those lines.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Not, man. That was it, man. I just wanted
Nobody's
to come
gi-
by and thank you, man.
Nobody's giving you problems with parking?
Yeah,
God bless you.
I just don't want no trouble with it, man, because I work around here and stuff. I don't want the problem.
Nah, you won't have no problems. Be
Nah.
safe, sir.
Thank you, man.
Thank
have a
you.
good day.
Thank you, you too. Local came out, said hi. Sandra V, I'm sorry, you're still here. I had to cut you off for a second because the local wanted to really say hi, and he said, I can't park here. So I said, come on in and share your theory real quick, because he drove past before in the last call. So talk to
As
me.
I was saying about that gentleman that got, well, everybody says arrested.
Mhm.
When you're arrested or detained, they put you in handcuffs, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, at least in my city, in my state, they do. I'm assuming it's everywhere. He was never put in handcuffs. Okay, and when do you ever see a police officer drive off with your vehicle? If you are under the influence, they have it towed. I mean, I've seen it in my state where the police officer will pull it over, park it, take away the keys from the driver, and until the driver walk home. That I've seen. So right there, I found it pretty fishy between the police officers. Okay. And the other thing is, especially if he's sitting out front of the house, who the hell sits out front of a house with Nancy's picture on her phone and looking at the house? To me,
Oh, you're
that's
talking about that
suspicious.
guy.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if I was a police officer, I would have arrested him,
Mhm.
taken him down to the station. My view, which I didn't see with my eyes, but I did see the cop pulling off with his car. I personally think they drove down the street and here's your car and go ahead on your merry old way.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
Well, he got arrested.
Well, he wasn't in handcuffs, so I don't understand how he got arrested.
Appreciate your time. Anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, the other thing is, I don't know if you were ever aware that Savannah was married before, and that's just the thought. I sent
Me
his
too.
picture over to you, so. And that's it. And good luck to you out there. And once I find that article about the
Yeah, the
amount
check.
of the down payment, yeah,
I want to know more about the check. Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, I'll send that over to you.
Thank you in Rhode
Okay.
Island. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. A lot of activity just all in that one segment there. Numerous people popping up. A local. Yeah, I'd like to know a little bit about that. Sandra V got lunch today for Tucson and me, so I appreciate that. Shout out to Sandra V. Sandra V. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'd like a sandwich, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I think it's Sandra V. Sandra V. But if you're watching, appreciate that. Water, ice cold water. Thank you. Yes, Sandra V. It's like a Baggins. I appreciate that. Thank you. Baggins. Not really that hungry, but preside. You want half of this sandwich, brother?
Oh, mate, I'm not going to say no to that.
All right, here, open up and share it with my friend here. Just rip it up open, split it.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, let's get a little hungry at it.
Thank you, Sandra V.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra V. My friend with Fox News, my England friend.
That's it. Hello,
One of the
bud.
best paparazzi photojournalists out there.
Hello, chat. There you go. I'll take this one.
Go ahead. All right, enjoy. Thank you, Sandra V. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, look at that.
It's good, right?
Looks good, yeah.
Not bad. Give half the sandwich away. We're all family.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir. So I'm gonna scarf this down 1 second. It's like a, I don't know. It's like a, I don't know if you guys care or not, but it's like one of these. They got like cranberries. It's kind of like a turkey Thanksgiving cranberry sandwich from Baggins, Baggins. So very, very grateful for that. Thank you, Baggins. Pretty good. Got a lot of meat packed in. Well, what in the heck happened here? So many different theories. The check. Did Nancy pay for Annie Tommaso's new home? Another individual called in and said they got their home before selling the last home. So how are you going to get the down payment?
Yeah, no, Liz is nice too. Liz is
For the new home?
yeah. I just think if you go on here,
Or the payment for the new home before selling the other home?
it's gonna go viral. It's gonna be big, you know. Yeah.
Brian Enton with the scoop. Looks like News Nation is about to go live outside the house. We'll see what they have to say.
Well, and also we don't know.
I just heard Brian Enton say they got something that's going to go viral. They might have something, some sort of new scoop. Something about to go viral. New information may be coming forward. All right, we're good to go. Quiet out here. Quiet. Car in the repair shop. This is tolerable weather. So we got Dad's going live. I wonder if Adventures with Jim. Does Jim plan to come back? All right, Josh wants to talk. Josh. 202 number coming in. Josh wants to talk. He's reached out to me numerous times, he says. Welcome aboard, Josh. Hello. Hello.
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Josh. How are you?
Good. Say, I've been trying to get a hold of you.
Nice. What you got?
Well, I got several things and a theory. First off, I'm an electronics engineer.
Oh, okay.
So I understand electronics, how they work, cameras, pacemakers. A pacemaker, you have to be within Bluetooth range. So I don't think a helicopter's going to do it, for one.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to get close enough, or they're going to stay connected long enough.
Oh, okay.
You know how like your phone to your car or whatever, it takes a little bit to connect, and I don't think flying over the helicopter is going to give them enough time to connect.
Just not enough time.
No, I think it has to hover a little bit longer. Maybe a drone flying slowly closer to the ground would work, but I don't think a helicopter is going to work.
Why don't they do a drone?
I don't know. Why don't they do a lot of things?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. What else?
Why wait 2 weeks to pick up the mat in front of the door and then vacuum up what was there?
Dude, the mat's still there, man.
Well, when those 3 investigators were there, I thought I noticed them pick it up and use a shop vac type thing underneath it, put it back down.
Unbelievable, right?
So, and then the other thing is with the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't stored in the cloud, well, how it does is it goes up in the cloud as data, and from that data, they could piece it back together and do a video. But that data would also have to contain the date and time of the video.
Mm-hmm.
So for them to be guessing when that second video was taken without the backpack is untrue. I don't think they're giving us all the information.
There's no
I think
timestamps. Don't the nests have timestamps?
Well, cameras, you have an option of showing the timestamp or not, but that timestamp is always recorded in the data.
Yeah. And
Whether
I think that has huge evidentiary value to share with the public the exact time.
It does, unless they're trying to cover something up
You think
or
there's a-
keep information out of the public for evidentiary reasons. I don't know.
But that does a disservice to everybody because, you know, you could say, hey, supposedly there was a second time the perp's there, the one without the backpack on, standing there looking at the thing. What time and day? Because that's important because all the neighbors can then go check their cameras around the time and day.
Exactly. And the other thing is, it's too much of there's too many coincidences. At the same time this guy was in front of her house with the backpack, the other guy in the neighborhood with the backpack that was going over the fence, it was so weird. They cleared that guy, but it was still weird that there was two people with backpacks walking around in the dark at the same time in the same neighborhood. Doesn't make sense. Them swatting Carlos and Luke, they don't use that kind of resources unless they have very good information. They don't just go on a whim.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, because there's some liability here.
There's some connection to Carlos and Luke, I think. They had to have evidence showing that. Now, I don't call myself a psychic, but I have had, I kind of get these dreams, and I have to piece things together to make sense. Well, I called FBI with that information. Would have been before the video or anything came out. It was that first Saturday after.
Yeah.
And when did you get on the ground?
The Friday.
Friday. Okay, so you had just been on the ground. I had watched a little bit of it. I hadn't paid much attention, but I did get some stuff that came through it. It comes through kind of in clues. Like, they showed me a picture of a friend's wife who was named Nancy, and then I got an Arnold Guthrie song I had to put together. But anyway, the tips I gave them were there was a turn right sign. Nancy was somewhere not in water, but near or could hear water. There was something about a necklace, and that Annie knows it was a necklace, and I don't know if it was jewelry necklace or a life alert necklace they should be tracking.
Yeah.
And they should be able to track those. She left the house in something blue. I don't know if that was a blanket, a tarp. I've seen some blue garbage cans around the neighborhood. But she left in something blue. And the other thing was, I don't think she was at her house. I think when she left, because I didn't know what the right turn sign meant until I was watching your video on Monday. I had never seen Annie in Tomaso's house. There's a right turn sign right across the street in front of their house.
In front of their home.
Yep.
I never noticed that at the review.
And it hit me like a brick when I saw it. I was like, oh, there it is. And then the other side, I got some RR, and I thought it meant railroad tracks. Where did they go with RR?
This is fascinating.
Carlos. Where's Carlos live?
Rio Rico, RR.
Right. And I gave them these tips. I got these visions on Saturday.
Who exactly you give the tips to?
FBI.
Like the tip line or call?
Tip line.
Tip line. They respond?
They responded enough to tell me to get in contact with my local FBI agent if I had any more information.
Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of like a follow-up.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I've been in contact with them, but I haven't had any more. I've been watching pretty close. I was the one that led you to the helicopter flight that night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I got a feeling when I heard the
Yeah.
scanner say life flight.
Yeah.
And it hit me, and just this thing hit me, and it told me that I need to get you to go to that hospital.
Yeah, you were.
The reason I picked that hospital was the closest hospital at the trauma center in Alabama. And from there on, you know, I believe Nancy was found. She was taken to the hospital that day. They're holding it back. That's one theory. The other thing is you met that guy at the hospital that took you up to Carlos's.
Yeah, up the mountain.
I don't think that was an accident. I think that was meant to lead you there. But that guy gave me the most ungodly, creepy.
Oh, the guy in my car?
Guy in your car. I was actually scared for you.
Nah, he was good. He's a nice guy. But I get it, man. A lot of people were worried about me going around the mountain in some stranger's car.
And I got a weird feeling when you're up on that mountain. If Carlos was involved and he was the one to take her out and get rid of her, what a perfect place to roll her down that mountain.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the theory. I played in a band also. And when you get in a band, everybody wants to be friends with the band. Now, who hangs out at bars? They should be checking the bars where his band played.
Well,
you get like a following. You get like these people that want to be your friend all the time. And who hangs out at
That's
bars?
interesting. No, that's interesting that you say that. Now, I was going to say that to the last caller when they were bringing up, you know, the band of Tommaso, right? Now, considering if Tommaso and Annie are a victim in this case, and some people think they're involved, whatever you want to think, but if they don't have an idea who the perp is, has anyone considered, you know, where Tommaso and his band has played, and some sort of someone in that crowd, or someone got fixated on Tommaso, or some you know, some event on that sphere?
Yep, and I know I didn't really follow into it much, but a lot of times the band will get these groups that, you know, kind of come, they get into pot and they get in drinking together, and, you know, and if it say, so who hangs out at these bars? Well, it's not people 50 years old like me and Tommaso. It's the younger crowd. And so you got Kayla, who's maybe not really close to the family, but she may know Tommaso enough to, you know, hang out at the bar where he plays and be friendly.
Yeah.
And that would introduce him to maybe Luke, maybe Carlos is friends with him through that connection.
Mm-hmm.
They should be checking these bars and say, hey, do you recognize these people? And if they put them all together as maybe, you know, acquaintances or whatever, you know, just, it doesn't make sense they would swat Carlos and Luke without much evidence and clear them right away. They had to have something. You don't just swat somebody and hold them for 7 hours on a whim.
They call it probable cause.
Well, yeah, but how many people drive through that area?
You know, probable cause can get people arrested just by an accusation.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
You know, have you been there?
Been there.
What happened?
I was accused of some stuff by my ex over.
Oh, man.
And it was actually brought up to a felony level, but it was a he said, she said. You know, it's just a mess. I don't want to really get into that.
No, I got you. But yeah, you know what probable cause, sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's not.
Very weak.
You know, to do this on this grand scale, to put you in the limelight of the most high-profile mystery true crime case probably in the last 20 years, and to do that to somebody is, whoa, you gotta have, I mean, you can't just go by the pressure's on them to find somebody, but I mean, just to scoop somebody up and then have their names plastered all over the internet as being part of this case, synonymous with this case forever until it's solved. Gotta have something, right? You would think it would be just, hey, it looks like the suspect.
I think because of the RR sign, that's where she actually lost her life.
RR.
I think something happened at Annie and Tommaso, maybe, and money's involved. The other thing I told them is money is involved.
Mm-hmm.
I said this is FBI tip, there's a rift between siblings somewhere, in this and an argument over money. So I don't know if Carlos was in money problems and maybe got a little argument with Nancy and accidentally something happened to her. And when he took her home, she was not with us anymore.
So you're saying you're eyeing Carlos?
I am.
Interesting.
Well, I'm eyeing Tommaso as maybe something happened.
Mm-hmm.
And when he went to the home and he brought Nancy in and shut that garage door, Nancy was already gone. And then he called whoever he had available to help him get rid of this. And I think everything else was staged. I think the blood was dropped on purpose to make it look like something happened in the home. I think Tommaso went in through the garage, let Nancy in, shut the garage door, waited for help to come. I think when they sent somebody around to disable the camera, I think the blood was dropped and the lamp was broken. And I think they took her from there. Once the camera was disabled, they could leave any exit they wanted.
Doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. They're not seen.
Yeah, if Tommaso parked his car outside, opened the garage door, brought her in, they would never have to open that garage door again. They could leave through the back door and around to his car.
Interesting theories. Hey, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks. I've been following you just about every day. I sit here with you, man.
Josh, where are you from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. How's the weather?
It's not too bad. It's like 20-something.
Oh, that's bad for me. That's a heat wave for you. I mean, I know last month it was pretty. I was covering things in Minnesota. It was like 10 below.
Right. Great. Yeah.
Thanks for your time, Josh.
I'm not from the cities area. I'm from up north, and we have a different mentality than the cities. You won't see anybody up here.
Gotcha.
Who identifies as a cat and wants to protest ice. So.
You take care of yourself, Josh. Thanks for watching. Yeah. We'll see what happens, man. You're eyeing Carlos.
I'm eyeing Carlos, Luke, Tommaso, Kayla. I think there's something connecting all of them. And I think it could be related to the bars where he plays in his band.
The bars and the band. Thanks for your talk. Thanks for the chat. Bye-bye. The bars and the band. Bars and the band. What do y'all think? My take is no stone left unturned. I was shocked that they didn't speak to the trash people. Just speak to everybody. Misty Haynes in the house. Misty Haynes. Someone just had a great question. Does Annie and Tommaso have a ring camera? I'll add. Does Luke have a ring camera? Could show leaving or coming in late night hours. Well, Misty Haynes, the neighbor across the street from Luke that we spoke to, he was an elderly man, and we happened to just catch him in passing, said authorities have not asked him anything about surveillance at his house. They didn't even come to his house. You would think that they would ask Luke's neighbors if they got any ring cam to determine where Luke Daly was around that time. But does Annie and Tommaso have any ring camera? Any ring camera to show that timeline that they presented to law enforcement? I would think that law enforcement might have some sort of proof that Nancy returned home. See, as always. So if the sheriff says January 11th photo is speculation and there's no timestamp, that means we don't know that main perp video is even kidnapper or even the right night. Could be just a smash and grabber. I'll say that again. So if the sheriff says the January 11th photo is speculation and there's no timestamp, that means we don't know that main perp video is even the kidnapper or even the right night. We're hearing January 11th, January 16th, maybe even all the way to the beginning of January with this. Somebody's here. Some people in the chat say Carlos has nothing to do with this.
Had what we believe to be probable cause to take action against both. What I will say is, we had what we believed to be probable cause to take action against both those individuals and the residence they occupied. That probable cause that we felt was strong was given to the U.S. Attorney, the county attorney, and a magistrate, a judge, and they agreed that, yes, here's a warrant, go perform your duties. That court order, that warrant, in both cases was served, and we got what we got from it, and we're moving on. What I will say is,
we're moving on. Wisco Robin. Do they have footage anywhere along the route between of Tommaso taking Nancy home? Well, if they do, they should just release it, don't you think? Wisco Robin, just to show the world. Stop with the Tommaso stuff that he's involved. Look at him. He's taking Nancy home here. But would that just fuel the fire even more? But yeah, do they have any footage anywhere along the route of Tommaso taking Nancy home? Besides just the garage door. Opening. Do they actually have proof?
There's one up there. Yeah. Yeah. That's the only one I've seen. Yeah. It's a nice neighborhood. Yeah. Bye.
What you breaking?
What do you say?
What you breaking? You got a good.
Look at my Twitter. I just tweeted something.
I saw you broke the jammer possibly, or
Yeah, look, I just put something else.
All right, Brian Enton got something out. Let's see what Brian got. 2 minutes ago. Ooh, look at this. Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dude, the flashings went everywhere.
Man,
Dude, our tent got destroyed. We just had a wind gust.
Holy shit.
Look.
Holy crap.
Dude, hold on a second. I'll help you. Dude, I got all this stuff in my eye.
That was crazy.
That was crazy. That was nuts.
Let's put some rocks on it. Let's see. Maybe.
Yeah, it's good right here. Dude, all this stuff flew in my eye.
I got some pegs here if we can kind of
Maybe some
peg it in.
Maybe, yeah, some heavy rocks too.
Brian Enton says here.
It was trying to take out JLR.
Brian Enton says here are some of the ring cameras. These are some of the neighbors' ring cameras that stopped working around the time Nancy was abducted. Also in the same time frame, their dog woke them up to go outside, which they say is very unusual. Dun, dun, dun. This one might be hard to read. Huh. Neighbors' cameras.
I think maybe a rock would be best.
A couple of in the back there. Maybe just wedge it between the two.
This big rock. Oh, that.
Yeah, either side. Stop it.
I don't know. Do we looking at a SWAT reports? Look at chat. Mosaic Jen says. Here, I'll call 857 Tucson. SWAT reports. We're looking into it now, Mosaic Jen. Hello, any SWAT activity going on? All right, thank you, sir. All right, we got our SWAT expert on it.
So my wife's a big fan, or my wife. This is my sister.
Oh,
She's been watching you for a month.
that was
kind of weird.
That was kind of weird. Nice. Hello, what's your guys' names?
I'm Rob. This is Beth.
Rob and Beth.
And my sister came in from Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And she's just hanging out, and she's like, "Can I go see Nancy Guthrie's house?" And I think she wants to see you.
Here for Nancy. Thank you. We're trying to get answers here. There's new developments in the situation right now.
I know, like.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to park.
So we'll move if they move, but just help us. It's been a crazy case.
Well, I mean, they're still out there. The FBI's looking. Who knows who did this? Who do you think did this? What do you guys think? I think it's internal. Within the family.
And I don't think like they did it.
They didn't do it, but they hired people.
Or
That's
somebody that Savannah knew, like she dated in college.
Mm-hmm.
They have like a, because she had that special.
Yep.
And then it happened quickly after that.
I know.
Jealousy.
And then they kind of showed all the places she likes to go and everything. It's weird that. So go down and turn around, we'll come back. And then we'll see you in a moment.
All right. Got some outsiders paying respect to Nancy. Came out and said hi. He said, my wife watches you. Or he said, oh, it was my sister. He didn't know if it was his wife or sister. That was interesting. I got all this dust that fell in my eye. Ugh. We're live out here at the scene here, seeing what's happening. Wi-Fi jammers is the talk of the day. Hello.
These houses are kind of ugly.
How's it going? Say hi.
We're good. Hi. Oh, you got some. I'm just a fan. I better go. I gotta go.
Take care of yourself. God bless.
Okay,
She was not happy behind them. She's like, hurry up. Look, look. It's going to be some road rage here. There's going to be some road rage here between them. There he goes. There's the honk. There's the honk. Look. Look. He's trying to go around. There was some little road rage going on. Honk, honk. Hurry up. We got some Wi-Fi jammers going on, huh?
Well, yeah, it's crazy.
We got Wi-Fi, sophisticated Wi-Fi jammers.
Yeah, talking to FBI source though, they're saying it could be a good thing because then
Burglary rings?
yeah, well, if he left it on, then they can track that shit and where he went. You know, like
Yeah.
and like the timestamps and everything. They said it's just as good as having the actual ring footage itself because then you can timestamp exactly where he's at. He leaves himself a paper trail exactly where he was going. And they can.
So they can paper trail the guy using the Wi-Fi jam.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi jammer, because then every disruption, then they can just use it as a paper trail. This is when he went this way. This is when.
Ah.
So, some good news maybe out of it.
Good news. Good to know. Heard it from News Nation. Track the Wi-Fi jammer. News Nation's on it. So every time that perp used the Wi-Fi jammer, they could just paper trail the Wi-Fi jammer from the times they were used. Do it. Do it. So if the perp came into the neighborhood and started using Wi-Fi jammers right from the get, they can figure out people's cameras when the signal went off and determine which way the perp came in if they tried to use it. Or if it detected coming into the neighborhood. I like that. People are talking about Law Enforcement Command Center in Phoenix. A Law Enforcement Command Center has been put in Phoenix. Grand Canal Trail and 28th Street. So kind of monitoring this. Maybe something's going on in Phoenix, but I don't know. I don't know. A Law Enforcement Command Center in Phoenix. Somebody got some squeaky brakes coming. His brakes stopped squeaking. I mean, I see no law enforcement, or I see no media talking about any type of SWAT in Phoenix related to Guthrie. But there appears to be some law enforcement activity possibly in Phoenix right now. I'm not seeing any connection to this whatsoever. But I'm looking. Oh, someone went into the neighbor's house. All right, so we're just going to monitor what's going on. Somebody just arrived next door.
Hey, my friend.
Yeah, Chris Roach Investigates is on. What's going on?
So I just wanted to follow up for some of your guests. I know this has been like a large speculation around a lot of people and a lot of phone calls. So I want to kind of put it to rest for everyone. Sorry, I sound like crap. I've got like a little cold going on. So, but anyways, all right, you guys listen up here. So this will hopefully let some of the conspiracy theories die down about the whole, Annie and Tommaso's home. So I just put out a tweet on X. You guys want to go check it out? I got the full documents. So if you go look, originally, so Annie and Tommaso bought a home over at 1410 West Niagara Street back in January 16th of 2010. They purchased that home for very little or nothing. They had a mortgage of $128,815. They sold that property. I've got a copy of the information. It sold for $379 in 2025. Then they took those proceeds, which was $250,815, and they put that on their next property. You can tell that they have some money, but it does show that there was a loan for $355. Was recorded on 610, sold for $379. So I'm not really sure why the mortgage I've got the loan information right there, which it says the loan is for 355, dated March 21st of 25. I'm not really sure because they did net 285,000 from the last
Yeah.
sale of their home. So it kind of makes sense that they've got some reserves, they got assets. So this whole conspiracy thing that, Nancy gave them $600,000 for this home. So to begin with, they bought the property for $379. It just appreciated over the last year due to inflation. You know this, JLR, you live in Florida, I live in Florida. Homes here tripled in the last year or two that people got in. Certain areas, the closer you went to Tampa, the prices shot up because people were just had 5 or 10 contracts on each property. So I just want to kind of put that to bed to rest. No one can figure out why Tommaso and Annie can afford all this property, right? They've got the money based upon the information that I provided. So just wanted to throw that out there. In the conspiracy theories on that whole, they killed her because they didn't have any money. They actually had money. So I just wanted to throw that out there for the listeners. I provided documentation to support everything that I was talking about. So just wanted to come on and kind of
Appreciate that.
Put that to rest for everybody.
You hearing any activity in Phoenix that people are starting to spread?
Not really digging into that. I'm kind of working another couple angles right now, but just trying to provide facts for people. I just listen, to everybody's comments, and I try to figure out some of the things people are really, I think I was listening to one lady. She was talking about, that I think Nancy gave her like this $300,000 gift. That's totally not true. So there's the documentation that supports it. I'm listening to a lot of your callers, and like I said, if you guys have a lot of questions and you want me to follow up, feel free to send me a message or send JLR a message, and he can pass it on to me, and we can hopefully get a resolution and get some proven facts for you guys. Some solid information where we back it up and it's not just pure speculation. Send me some information. I'll dig into it. I'll look at the resources. I've got a lot of tools to dig into different things. So just wanted to kind of throw it out there for your listeners. Follow me over on X. We follow both of each other, and I really, really do appreciate everyone coming on his show. Keep up the great work, man. I think they are hot on somebody's trail. I really do. I think they kind of got an idea where this is headed. I think they're just sitting back and trying to cross the I's or dot the I's and cross the T's at this point. It may take some time, so just be patient with law enforcement. These things don't. This is not like Netflix shows where everything's resolved in 5 minutes, like CSI, right? So just be patient and, buddy, man, just keep up the great work. I appreciate you so much for having me on your show a lot of times.
Thank you, Chris Roach Investigates. You be safe.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye.
Wi-Fi jammers is the topic of the discussion today. Seems like that's the big news today. Possibly. Maybe around the neighborhood. Someone using it. Elizabeth says, I want to talk. I have info. All right. Well, when you say you have some info, what do you have? Elizabeth says she has info and she wants to talk. We'll see what type of info you have. Come on in, Elizabeth. 202 number.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, JLR.
Hello, you said you have some info. What's going on? How are you?
I'm good. I'm a sister of someone who's been trying to get in touch with you. She sent you an email, and her name is in the subject line, and she needs you to check the email right away.
Okay. Do you have personal info?
Do I have her info?
No, I'm saying I got the email saying info. Want to talk?
Yeah, no, she sent you emails as well. She sent you several emails, and she said that she hasn't heard anything from you. So she was just wondering if I could reach out and if I could if you could give me a call so that I could ask you to check the email for her.
What's it coming under? What email?
Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay. The subject, her name is in the subject line. It's under Betty Feinsuch.
Betty.
Yeah. It's in the subject line, and I think she put
Okay, I got it.
like icons. Yeah. So there's several things she wanted you to
Yeah,
see.
look. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Okay, I'll take a look.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, I'll have to go through this, Betty. Feinsuch. There's a lot of stuff to dissect. $132. We're still waiting to see. Brianna Whitney.
Now let's talk about the gloves in the case, because Sheriff Nanos has asked about this. So we know that the DNA on this black glove, this pair of black gloves on the side of the road, ruled out for the restaurant worker. But there has been conversation about there being multiple gloves found in this investigation. Are they related? Are they not? Sheriff Nanos is asked about it, and here's what he says.
There's stories out there that, it's from the search teams and the deputies were just throwing their gloves everywhere. Well, that is so far from the truth. That's just bunk. We know that our search and rescue team last night, they were out last night. Go tell me you find gloves laying around. That's not how they work. They're very well trained. They're very well experienced. And to be honest with you, every glove we've issued in this department to all of our search and rescues and our department members for decades, they're blue. They're not black. Just those are silly things that people make statements of, and then they just grow.
Here's the problem with that soundbite that Sheriff Nanos just said. He said this wouldn't be from any deputies, anything like that. The problem is that on February 16th, PCSD put out an update, and they point to a statement being released by the FBI in conjunction with them. And in that PCSD email, it says, quote, investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. This is why this is so confusing. Now, that was something that the FBI put out that PCSD agreed with, but in the end, there were official on-the-record statements being made that the searchers in this investigation and the investigators found gloves discarded during that time.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is where people are really confused about what gloves belong to who and where they were found.
Listen, let me explain to you guys. This
All right.
is simple.
Gloves.
This message is deep. Watch this to the end.
That's
Oh, got neighbors walking down the street, walking their dog again. Not much activity going on out here right now, folks. We're just kind of like sitting around waiting, talking. So getting kind of a little warm out here. It feels warmer than it is. Tucson weather.
It's 66 degrees and sunny in Tucson.
66 and sunny. But by 7 p.m. it's going down in the 50s. Going back up. Yes. Wi-Fi jammers. Yes, the little dogs. Anybody want to talk? I'm going to shoot my email again in the chat. I'll pin it. Give me a second. My email again in the chat. I'll pin it.
Love those dogs.
Oh, thanks.
Cute.
Hey, JLR, it's been nearly always someone close. I wrote a true crime song called Hiding in Plain Sight under Kish DK on all platforms. We'll love to create a song for the JLR Army. Kish DK, Kish DK, Kish DK. Shoot me an email, Kish DK, we'll talk. Kish DK, shoot me an email, please. It's always someone close to the family. Ella. Ella wants to speak about certain photos. I'm an executive publishing professional. I would like to speak to you with these photos. All right, Ella. I'm going to get you in the chat. Ella.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Yep, you sent me a message. You're not available. Michael White wants to speak. Oh, wait. Ella's on the phone. Hi, Ella.
Hi, JLR.
How are you?
Doing well. How about you?
Fantastic. So you want to talk about a particular photo I'm going to put onto the screen here.
Yes, please.
So what is going on with this photo here?
This photo.
Hold on. Let me put it down here. Stand by. Hold on. Well, it's hard to see. See, it's hard to do this when I'm online, when I'm on a YouTube app. But we have the perp here. We got a square box. What's going on with this?
So, the original photo was posted by Cash Patel on 2/10/26. It's the photo. It's the. First of all, I'm a publishing executive. I've worked my entire life with visual imagery.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this photo. You showed it 2 weeks ago on your phone, and I swore I saw another person in the photo when you flashed it on your phone. I went back to the Cash Patel photo. It's the one of the perp standing there without the backpack. If you look at his right arm towards the bottom, you'll see the profile of another man sitting there in the bushes. It's the official photo from Cash Patel that he posted.
So you're saying there's somebody else in the bushes?
Yes, there is a. If you look at the right arm of where the square is, you can see the profile of another man in that image.
And who is this man? What's the man wearing?
So there's the main man who's standing there without the backpack. Then if you look down where his right arm is, down in the bushes on the right side of the photo, you can see another person in the bushes sitting in the bushes. Do you see it?
I can't tell, to be honest. Honestly, I cannot tell by this. I mean, it's, again, I can't tell.
It's a lightened photo. You can actually see the face of another person, the physical face of another person.
I mean, to me, and I see what you're talking about here, but I just can't tell. Honestly, I can't tell.
Yeah, it's the profile of another person in that photo.
All right, well, did you send the information to the FBI?
I did.
You did?
I did. Yeah, and it's from Cash Patel's photo on 2/10/26.
Yeah.
When he requested people to send these images back, forward, or, any information. But it's the photo of the perp that everyone's been talking about. I lightened it up. I looked at it. You had it on your phone. You showed it 2 weeks ago. And I swore I saw another person's face. I went back to look at the photos from the FBI, and I saw the perp's face, the accomplice to the perp. There's another person in that photo on the right-hand side.
All right, well, maybe they'll come out and say there's an accomplice, but as of right now, they're not saying anything about that another person in those in those videos.
Right. It's not a video. It's the actual still photo.
Yeah, the still photo. But you would think that law enforcement would put out, look, here's look in the right corner, look in the corner. There's an additional person.
Yeah, it's there. There's that person's profile. You can see his face. You can see his eyes, his nose, the sideburns, his ears.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I can't tell, to be honest.
Yeah, that's.
Maybe you could get some sort of technology and try to enhance it even more.
Yeah, I've been working in Photoshop and trying to lighten it up even more from the original.
But what is the person doing? Is he's in the bushes?
Yeah, he's just sitting in the bushes, and I compared it to the other photo where he was walking up in the video, and there's nobody there. But it's this physical photo.
Which we don't know the date of that photo.
I'm sorry?
We don't know the date of that photo.
That's true. There is no date stamp on it, but it says, if you look at the image, it says from Cash Patel. I mean, it's his physical image. And
yeah, so some people suspect that one was a couple weeks back, not the same day.
Right. I mean, I'm only calling you to let you know that I've been working. I've seen billions of images. I work for Time Life. I work for Pearson Education. I work all over the world.
Oh, do you?
And I do.
Nice.
Yeah. And when I saw that image and I saw that man's face, I almost passed out. I thought,
Well, and blow it up and keep sending it to law enforcement. Maybe you uncovered something that will crack the case.
okay, very good. Well, I'm grateful that you called, and thank you for all the work you're doing for Nancy. I think
Yeah. Well, I don't have my glasses either, so I have it. I'll take a look at it, and maybe put it out there on Twitter if I see a face. You're saying the face? I can't see anything on it.
Yeah, you need your glasses because
Yeah.
it's very blurry.
Very blurry.
It's very blurry, and if you've got your glasses on, you'll see. You got to really look very clearly at the first photo. I sent you 3, but the one I blew one up, but you can't blow it up too much because it pixelized. It gets too pixelated.
Yeah.
But you can clearly see. I saw it on your phone 2 weeks ago when you were showing us when they were talking about it, and I said to myself, "There's another person in that photo." I couldn't believe it, and then I physically went and looked at that image from Cash Patel and pulled it and started working on trying to enhance it and getting it to the point where I could send it to you or and I sent it back to the FBI and said, "There's a person here in this photo."
All right. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna take a look at that later, folks. We just got a new arrival here. We got a security guy here.
Sorry, I'm late.
What's going on here? Turn around a minute. That's interesting. We got security out here out in front of Nancy's
I
home.
heard that someone was trying to take you in the car somewhere.
Yeah, a neighbor.
That ain't happening.
That is not happening, huh?
Nah.
What brings you out here, Alex? Come and have a seat.
Love to.
What's going on? How are you today?
Good.
What's going on? How you feel? You're
doing
big.
awesome.
Look at this. All right.
Hey, as long as this chair is big guy friendly, I'm good.
All right. So what's the scoop? What have you learned? You were out here the other morning, throughout the night?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was 2:30. It was like 2:30. Mark dropped me off, and I was just, I don't know, searching. But I want to throw some good stuff out there. There's new stuff out there. If that's okay.
Go ahead.
So a few things. I could put like a little glimmer of hope. Somebody was telling me this theory. I'm not, tell me if it's already been said or not. But let's just say, if whatever happened, she was taken and she was left for dead, right? Yet she was recovered while she was still alive, right? They, in the past, they won't tell you that they recovered her alive. So how sometimes the family, they're saying like, why is the family acting weird? That's a fake cry. I didn't see a fake cry, but what if that's what they have to do? So it's a glimmer of hope. Only reason I say that is because imagine, but if she is already safe, we just don't know about it. But just throwing that out there. And then, is it too much?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know if it was too.
Say whatever you want to say.
Another thing.
Platform's yours.
Awesome, you're awesome. So another thing is the suspect video. It's 2:12 a.m. And the reason I say that is because.
What time?
2:12 a.m.
2:12. Okay.
So I don't know, because I was listening earlier and I heard that how they were talking. The guy was talking about removing the timestamp and all that stuff. The reason I say that is because Harvey Levin said it. I don't know if he slipped and shouldn't have said it, but he did say it. And we all know he's like, people are like, you can't base everything on Harvey, but we all know he has good connections with it.
Seems he does.
And then another thing, the last thing that I remember, I mean, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but the last thing that Harvey said was that, well, looks like it's a dead end, like it might end up being, I don't know, not a closed case, but like they're not actually looking for anybody. And if you think about it, pretty much kind of like how Savannah is, the FBI probably wrote everything that Harvey said too. So maybe they wanted everything to kind of like just simmer down because they're watching and they already have their eyes on everything.
Exterminators. So I see that you and Kiki going back and forth on Twitter a little bit, right? Kiki, the girl out here?
I think she blocked me.
She doesn't like you very much, does she?
For what? I remember she was like, "You're like I was degrading her." Man, I swear to you, I just jumped out the truck, and then like
she's playing victim, you know, she's
Right.
playing everyone's like harassing her, but like she like retweeted me and said, "You creeps are coming at me," but all I did was ask her a question.
Right.
Why are you here? I have nothing to say. Okay. But you know, she's making statements now. But I saw her interacting with you, and Kiki's the individual that was out here with the, you know, the photo shoot people. She said she's also going to start taking legal action against people for defaming her. That's what she said on Twitter. I'm going to start suing people.
She got her 5 minutes already. She got her 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
She got her 5 minutes of fame. So, any planned searches?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for today. I don't want to like throw everything out there. And I'll talk to you on the side. But like my plan, I don't want to do anything about that.
Where'd you get the security? You got that specifically for this job?
No, I've had it.
You had it? You've done security?
No.
You could be a bouncer. Dude, you could be a bouncer.
Yeah, you're right.
You could be a bouncer.
I love
But
bouncing.
bouncing with alcohol, you're in recovery. Not a good thing.
I could throw something out there. I don't think anybody's thrown out there. I've done it before. Hey, here's another thing. Remember I told you 9 times out of 10 I'm right? Because sometimes I might be wrong in the Guthrie thing. But look, Kayla is related to a Guthrie. Whether it was connected to Savannah or Nancy, I was never able to confirm that.
Yeah, there is a Guthrie in her family lineage down the line. 100%.
Exactly.
I saw it too.
Oh, okay.
But no one's saying, well,
I'm not saying
no
that
one
she knew
knows.
her.
No one
Right.
knows.
Okay.
But there is a Kayla Day Guthrie connection.
Right.
Now, Guthrie, is that a popular last name? I don't think it is.
But someone
it
said
could be
that
it could be around here.
it was in the obituary and her name was in there.
Yeah.
So
How popular is Guthrie?
I don't think it's too popular.
I
Okay,
got
so
all this dust in my eye.
so here's the nugget, and I'll post it later on.
Mm-hmm.
On March 3rd, did you already hear about this? About a search warrant being served on March 3rd?
Where?
For the people who did the electrical work on the house, that company.
Tell me about that because people have been sending me that.
Okay, so that then March 3rd, it says something about the FBI serving a search warrant, and I don't remember the address off the top of my head, but
March 3rd.
March 3rd, and I have the audio. I just didn't have a chance to post it before I left, but so that way you guys could let me know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Make sure the phone's not hot. It's getting a little hot out here. It's a little toasty out here the last couple minutes. March 3rd, the electric person.
What else?
That was based off that electrical work at the beginning of January.
That was completed like in the early January, maybe January 6th.
With the one where they had a year permit.
Correct.
Hello.
Trying to think what else. That was it.
That looks like FBI right there.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it?
Arizona plate, maybe not. Anything new today? No statements from the sheriffs? Nothing?
Nothing. No statements.
What's up, brother?
No statements.
And if you were a bouncer at a bar or something, I know that establishment would mean business.
He's a pretty big dude, isn't he?
Absolutely.
And everybody knows I'm just a big teddy bear. Like, hey, if you mess with like my kids or something,
That's different.
you'll turn me into a grizzly bear, but really I'm just a teddy bear. I just love tattoos. You know,
With that, sir.
retired musician. You know how it is. I
I-
just love
I-
tattoos, you know?
I know how to play the drums. My
That's
father
what's
was he's a retired musician as well.
That's tight, man. Yeah, I always tell people I'm the rapper that almost went pro.
I'm sure you're pro.
You know, but you know, I like to always have some kind of relative or like something happened. They got an injury. They were in college and they got injured. He almost went pro. I'm not the rapper that almost went pro.
Any new places to search?
A lot of people have been saying like Tonka Verde with it. Like, there's a lot of different places, but
Lundy Man. 1321. 1 year sober. Wisdom
Congrats.
House. Lundy Man.
Man, once you get past that first year, some people feel it right away, but I love it after that first year. Next thing you know, it's 5 years, really. It's that first.
Well, speaking of
9
that,
days.
I want to know if there has been any alcohol centered around this case. Like if you went over to Annie Tomaso's, has any alcohol been involved? And is that part of the mix? And did anybody drink?
Good question.
If they went over for dinner, did they have?
Is it a common thing for them to drink? Yeah.
Well, I mean, did they have red wine and some argument came or something? You know, somebody had some alcohol over there at Annie Tomaso's. Did any of them have alcohol in their system excessively, and something went out of control, maybe because of alcohol?
I'm like you, where anything is plausible. So like, of
Or
course,
did
I'm like,
they lure Nancy out and provide her with some substances.
Interesting.
Somebody.
Because if it was just a killer, they could have given her some substances, or you know what I mean, if that was the case. But it seemed to be like she had to take her. Why didn't she take her?
Drugs, alcohols, sleeping medications.
We don't know if there was an outdoor key hidden under a
Spiked
rock
drinks.
or anything. Yeah.
You know, I want to think that Annie and Tommaso are 100% innocent, and I still do
I'm with
because
ya.
of the sheriff. I believe Sheriff Nanos. Nanos says they're cleared. To me, they're cleared.
I'm
But
gonna
there
have
is
to
still a cloud of suspicion
Right.
because the math isn't necessarily math.
The tomatoes don't stop.
Some
I see
people
'em.
say rotten tomatoes.
They don't stop. I just can't see the motive. I know people say like the inheritance, but you know how long it's going to take you to get the inheritance? You're still a missing person, really. Right? Even though it might be in homicide's hands, but what do I know?
I'm going to spin the camera on and take some calls.
Yeah, definitely. I love that. Love to see you guys. Security. I do have another shirt on under
Misty
this.
Haynes said she would hire you to be a personal bodyguard.
Are you in Tucson? I will do that any day.
We're going to bring Alex with me on
I
our
don't wanna
next
come.
journey. Wherever I go, I'm bringing Alex.
Yeah. I love all
We'll
you
fly
guys.
out to Virginia. We'll go look for the football coach, Travis
Nice.
Turner.
Nice. Good to see you, man.
Good to
I'll
see
come
you,
back.
my friend. Be safe.
Yep.
Thank you for all you do.
Of course. Can I leave my bag?
Yeah,
Give me a
yeah,
little
yeah.
second.
Put it under there. Absolutely. Absolutely. We got some activity going on. There are people arriving here. See what's going on. We're kind of in the dog hot days right now. Summer. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
So you got the flowers.
Yeah.
Flowers. Yeah, we might do a nighttime stream. Well, we'll do a nighttime stream whenever needed be. But what did Nancy eat when they were over there at Annie and Tommaso's? What was the food? What was the meal of choice? What was the meal of choice? What did they eat? What did the meals consist of? Meatballs? Spaghetti? Steak? Parmesan chicken? Why was law enforcement taking pictures inside Annie Tommaso's garage at night? Avery. Please read my email titled Annie and Her Financials. Avery, you got to resend it because I can't find it here. I don't know if you sent it. I don't know when you sent it. Cassandra, a new theory that has not been heard. All right, Cassandra. Welcome aboard.
Hey there.
Hi, Cassandra. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. What's going on?
Oh, I've been following and like even at my desk, and I'm like, please.
Your desk? Are you at
answer
work?
For her. Oh yeah, I'm at work like all day watching this, like in between calls. But I was thinking about something. He just mentioned like a key under a rock. Do you remember when he bent over to get those bushes, which was so bizarre, those shrubs to like cover the camera?
Uh-huh.
What if there was a key under there and he was covering the camera because he was unlocking the door and didn't want them to know that he found the key?
Great theory. I thought about that.
Like, it was just so bizarre. I mean, I would never think to grab weeds to cover it. You could just use your hands.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he grabbed the key under there. He knew there was a key
But
under there.
but he went away and looked to the left for a bush, and then he looked for the right. Didn't necessarily think. I thought about this, and I get what you're saying, but it doesn't appear like.
So dark.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you know, he knew exactly what he was like a key. If a key was somewhere, a key would take more than just the grab of a thing. You would have to fiddle through something to get the key.
Right.
But I get it. Because it's like, how did the perp get in?
Yeah, and I'm just curious. I don't know, so I'm going to ask you. If they got the footage off, how did they get the footage off the camera if there was no subscription?
I believe there's something that saves deep down in their systems that can save it to a point, regardless if you have a subscription or not.
But they didn't see her go out the front door.
I don't know what we've seen. They're only showing us what they're showing us. I don't know what else they have, if they even have anything else.
I was wondering that because there was blood droplets, like she was almost carried out, God forbid. But why would they not see her go out if they saw her go in? It couldn't have been a long transaction. It should have at least saved that in the time frame. I don't know. I hope you're there when they crack this.
Well, we'll share what happens in real time, and we'll see. Thanks for watching from work.
Yeah, I'm from Florida too. I live in Southwest Florida in Cape Coral, so very
Nice.
cool.
It's nice down there. Hot
Yeah,
weather.
it is.
It's like 85 there now, right?
Yeah, we've had a bunch of fires, so I'm hoping for some more rain because it's been so dry.
Thank you so much for the call, Cassandra. You be safe.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Key. Did a perp have a key? Reach for a key. How'd the perp get in the house? How did the perp get in the house? Savannah, and both the sheriff and Savannah says she was kidnapped from her bed. Means Nancy didn't open the door or go to the door. The perp was inside that home. How? $1 million question. Unlocked door, just walk in. It was left open. Back door, side door, chimney. Is there a chimney? Yeah, look, there's a chimney. Have we considered that perp went through down the chimney? Look, I'm being dead serious here. Look, there is a chimney. Can you fit down the chimney? There's literally a chimney. Hey, wait, no one said chimney. Look at that chimney. Can you go down the chimney? No? Santa does it. It's a pretty big chimney. I don't know, man. What do you think? No break-in. How's the perp getting into this home here. No one is going down the chimney. Not even for Christmas. Key. Key. A lot of people think Key. A lot of people think the Key. Live outside Nancy Guthrie's home. The Key.
Hey, Laura, maybe someone else, but do you think a lot of these residents leave their back door, front doors unlocked?
I think so, yeah.
'cause
Numerous
I know,
of them had said it.
You know, people maybe back in the day just they feel safe doing that, and this is pretty secluded. So I wouldn't put
Especially
it
if you lived here for the last 30 years, you just get used to your habits. Yeah. I mean, neighbors told me they keep their doors unlocked. They said they're not doing it anymore, but they have. Doors unlocked. No sign of a break-in. Nanos will not share this information with the world about that. He will not. He will not share. Why? Sonia. Sonia wants to talk. Yeah, I'll take a little.
Please leave your message for 563.
Spray.
Or like physical lotion.
I got it. Good. Helps, right?
Does help.
What's your plans? You gonna be out here for weeks?
Until Monday, I have to go back to LA.
Gotcha.
Do the Oscars.
Oh, you do the Oscars? Nice. Oscars. That's cool. Oscars.
But if this continues to go, maybe I'll be back.
Nice. The Oscars. Harlan Hudson, we talked to him before. He wants to talk for a while. Hold on. Sonia wants to speak. Hello.
JLR.
Hi, Sonia. Sonia?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hang on just a second. I was updating my phone, so it did that to me. Hey, did you ever think of the guy at the door? Was knocking at the door first. Did realize she wouldn't come in, so then he went and got the weed or whatever you want to call it.
So you're saying knock on first. Knock the door.
Knock at the door first. You see how his hand moved a little bit before?
Yeah, but he was rolling up to the house. Right?
Right.
So you're saying he knocked on the door first, then went roll backwards, and then
And then she didn't answer, so then he went and got the camera. Thought maybe, and then they took her out he took her out the back door and up the hill, back gate. That's my thing, because the back door was open.
Interesting. Anything else you want to add?
That's what my theory was for a little bit.
I
I'll be thinking, I'll let you know.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's enough.
I mean, we saw the video of him going up to the house. Let me know what you think, folks. Alexa, Ms. says there has been attention to the side glass door. Maybe because of the dog door insert, it wasn't secure. Doggy door? There has been a lot of attention over here, and I'll show it to you, of this part of the house when the feds came back. We noticed the feds were over here. Alexa, right? Over here. Did he go through the doggy door? If he went through the doggy door, can a person go through the doggy door? There's been extreme attention behind this wall here. You see that sliding glass door? There was a lot of attention when the feds came back and they were focused behind that wall there. See that sliding glass door? We know about the command center, Kelly Burkhead. 1725. No indication that it's connected to anything centered around this case. Phoenix is a big city, one of the biggest cities in the country. There's a lot going on. There's a command center going on, but not one media journalist has said anything about it connected to this case whatsoever. We are aware. I know some people are saying command center, command center, command center. We are fully aware. We've been talking about that now for about an hour. Hello. But Phoenix has lots of crime. It's a big city. You know, things go on. But we are aware. I am monitoring it. You know, if there's anything going on with that, we will definitely, you know, go into that. Well, I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about Brian going there. I don't know where that came from. Matter of fact, I'll go ask the News Nation crew. Hold on, I'll go ask the News Nation crew about that. All right. So I just spoke to Brian Enton, and I just spoke to the News Nation over there. They're over there under the tent. And, they're aware of that Phoenix thing, but they haven't heard anything about it. They haven't heard anything about the Phoenix thing and don't know what it's about or whatever like that. But they also told me if it's anything to do with this, then they'll let me know. But, Phoenix is the city, so. So yeah, I heard there's something going on, but they also, speculated that, they could have an event going on there or something like that. So I just went over there and talked to him. Because I know a lot of people were asking about Phoenix. Yeah, he's under the tent. He's over there. He's under the tent. No, because people are asking about the Phoenix thing. We're aware, we know, but I haven't seen nothing of nothing. Some people on the internet, there's a thing going on with Phoenix. SWAT in Phoenix. And there's something going on in Sweden with a command center type of thing, but Charlotte C60 says, I have a next picture of Perp pulling Nancy hair at the front door. What? Send it to me. I'll take a look. We'll see what this video is about. Yeah, there could be fake videos. I don't think there's any video of anything that with the perp doing anything to Nancy that I've seen. Nothing. People are saying it's AI. It's AI. Now, we don't share AI videos, so if there's any video, whatever like that is of Nancy, it would have already been out there. I know what you're talking about because I've seen something. It's just people on like TikTok sharing AI stuff and grainy things. I've seen some weird things, but I'll take a look at it if you send it to me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Kia Soul. Rachel, Criminal Justice Data Analytics. Kia Soul. She wants to talk about the Kia Soul. I think we talked to you before. Maybe. Incoming call, Rachel.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Accomplice in the house. Jeannie says, please call and I can explain. Jeannie. Jeannie says, accomplice in the house. Accomplice in the house. We're just taking some calls while we're here. Come on in.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this JLR?
It is. Is this Jean?
Oh, yes, it is.
All right. You
Hang
said
on.
you said accomplice in the house.
Right, right. I'm pretty certain of this.
How
And
certain?
it's been in front of all of our faces since they released the video. And here's the thing. At 1:47, a doorbell camera was unhooked.
Uh-huh.
Okay? That was the back door, okay? And that's when they made entry into the house. And then at 2:12, and it's been reported by tons of news outlets, that the porch video of the guy was at 2:12, okay? So that's a long time for 1:47.
Mm-hmm.
So they've already subdued her in the house, and the guy tells them to go around the front so they can get her out the front door, okay, to undo the camera, which they already pretty much probably knew about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you watch the video very carefully, when he first approaches the door, his right hand is sort of hooked, and he goes to knock on the door. But before he actually knocks, he sees the camera, and he moves his hand quickly to the right about 8 inches, and he tries to cover the camera with his stupid fist, and that doesn't work, of course. And then he very calmly, turns around and does the thing with the weeds. Now, there's a lot of debate over whether or not he was trying to cover the camera with the weeds, or whether he was trying to pry the camera off the door thing with the stems of the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
But long story short, if he was trying to knock on the door to get his accomplice to open the front door, because they already had her subdued inside, and that was at 2:12, then there was obviously an accomplice. He wasn't knocking at 2:12 to get Nancy to come to the door. That's preposterous.
So you're saying the timing indicates there's accomplice off the timing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, for whatever reason, they did not want to, they being the sheriff and whoever else is talking, well, I don't think the FBI is talking to anyone, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to let the public know the timing of the video.
Mm-hmm.
But it's come out, it's leaked out, that the porch guy video is at 2:12. Well, 2:12 is a long time away from 1:47 when the first doorbell camera was disconnected. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
Okay, I thought you would. And another thing, and I don't know how people have missed this, it's been driving me bananas that people are making up all these weird theories about that still photo,
Mm-hmm.
of not the video, but the still
Yeah,
photo.
the still one
of
with
the
him
guy
standing without the backpack.
Yeah, exactly, without the gun and all that jazz. Well, that was definitely a different day. You know why? His shoes are different. There are black, like little stripes on the top of his shoes on the still photo, and there are no black stripes on the shoes in the video.
Well, nobody really talked about that. And I've heard people say that. Different shoes.
You have heard? Well,
no, I mean, what I'm saying is, we haven't talked about that in the chat. at all.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone say it, and I thought I would mention it because people are thinking, well, maybe it was the same night and it was after this, and it did it. Like, no. He has different shoes on. They have little black
Some
marks
people say
on
it's
the
not.
top of them.
Some people say it's not the same guy.
Oh, it looks like the same guy.
You
He's
think
disabled and everything. I think it's the same guy. I think he was just doing some reconnaissance, a couple of weeks before. Yeah, but
Isn't it interesting they have two photos of, or two events of the same guy, but don't have anything of any accomplice on any day?
Because he was probably the smarter of the two. He was probably the smarter of the two, and he went in through the back, and he knew that and who knows what they really do have and what they don't have, because I think they're being very cagey with what they're deciding to reveal to the public. They've got to keep some things under wraps and, tight, close to their vest.
But the law enforcement in this entire case still puts it out they're looking for this person. A person. Correct?
Well, yeah, they are looking for that person. Because they want to know who the accomplice is. Saying that they're looking for the person on the porch doesn't negate the fact that
True.
they think there's an accomplice.
True. I mean, yeah. I would think that somebody else would do this, but what proof really have we seen? Though you're doing the timeline, which shows, with an accomplice. I get it, but we need.
But the timeline is huge. If it leaked out to us that porch video is at 2:12. Okay. If it's at 2:12 and the other camera went dark at 1:47, someone gained entry at 1:47. Well, it wasn't the guy on the porch because he wouldn't be knocking for himself.
Why, he didn't go back out through the side and went back out to the front.
Yeah, I mean, he probably went out the way they came in, which was the back door.
No, I'm saying with the times, the person could have done something originally and just was navigating through and just happened to make his way back through the front where he was seen on camera.
I don't understand. Say that again?
I'm saying when you're saying the timeline here, before 2 a.m., the disabling of the camera, correct? I mean, it could have been him. And then he went and did something else and went around the side of the house, went around a different, area, and then navigated and came back through the front.
Oh, you mean when at 2:12?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what was he doing for 30 minutes? That's a long time.
Fishing in the house, going around the outside, trying to get his way in the house, finding ways to creep in, trying to check the windows, check the sliding glass door.
But you're forgetting the knocking part.
Which what?
He went to knock on the front door at 2:12 because he was, and someone had already gotten into that house at 1:47. I mean, because all over the news they're saying that there was a 41-minute timeline when either one or multiple people were in the house with Nancy.
Well, the same perp could have done everything. What I'm saying is that the same perp could have done everything. Everything from 40 minutes from the beginning stages to disabling the camera to.
But why would he not? Why would he go to knock on the door at 2:12?
Did you? Did you all see a knock? I don't know if I necessarily saw a knock.
Okay, you need to watch this video again slowly. It's really important, but it's real obvious once you know what you're looking for. He walks straight up, and his hand is in a little crook, like he arcs it or something to go to knock on the door.
Well, some people in the chat are saying no knock.
He actually doesn't get to the point that he has his hand and he's going to knock on the door, and then he quickly sees the camera and he moves 8 inches to the right.
Listen, we got some activity at the house. No, I get what you're saying. And, we'll see what comes out of that, but we got somebody at the house right now.
Yeah, I see that.
We got somebody at the house, so I'm going to monitor the situation. But I appreciate it very much.
And
it provokes thought. It definitely provokes thought. I get it. And it provokes thought. But the whole chain of events could have been solely one person. And he just did something at first and that we didn't see and went move it around and tried to do whatever at the front at the very last stages before he dipped out and left. I mean, it may not make sense. He maybe was going up there. Maybe he was trying to knock off the, trying to do something up front. But he's already was there prior doing things.
If you look at the video, and you will see he's to knock, eyes the right, and quickly moves his hand to the right.
I'll review it again. I'll look. I've seen it a million times, just like probably you. We've all seen it.
I know, right?
We've all seen
We're
it.
all scrutinizing it to death. Okay, we'll do that, and yeah, I want to hear your thoughts after you look at it again.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I wish they would come out and say whether it's two people, more than one person. But so far, my take is the evidence only shows one person. Even though we believe that most other people, the evidence to me shows one person. Though so far.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're showing us all the evidence. I mean, of course, I'm speculating here, and it's driving all of us crazy. But yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. They're giving us little slim bits here and there.
No, I appreciate it. We'll find out what happens. Stay with us, and when everything happens, and we'll see.
All right. Thanks, JLR.
Thanks for the call. Thanks you for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye now, Janine. I mean, is it two people? One person did something earlier, and then that second guy came and did something later? I mean, there was 40 minutes, but 40 minutes could have been the same person, separate person. But everyone keep sharing how will they feel about it. I mean, go over here and pool guy's back. I'm gonna put the wind socket on. Stay with me. Maintenance man said that the pool guy got DNA taken. The same pool company guy, whoever their pool guy was at the time. Hey, Charlie. Have they confirmed no forced entry? They haven't confirmed or denied anything about forced entry, Charlie. And nice to see you, Charlie. It's been a while, Charlie. Authorities have not confirmed or denied forced entry. We don't even know what transpired inside the house, other than she was kidnapped from her bed. According to Nanos and according to Savannah, she was kidnapped from her bed. Hello. A lot of action here. Pool guy here. Dun, dun, dun. Hello. The ambience pool guy's back. It's Ambience Pool Service and Supplies. How's it going?
Going so good so far. This pool company, I've seen their truck a couple times, so they obviously must service other people's pools out here.
Jackie Q. I'm always I'm butchering your name all the time. Is so are with Jackie Q or G. Jackie Q. I'm always butchering your name from Australia. Jack. Call you Jack. Send me a email if you want to call in. Send me an email right now. Just put your name in the title and send me an email if you want to come on and talk. I'll give you my number. I have problems calling international, but if you want to call and talk. Not seeing much on this in Australia anymore. If you want to talk. We haven't heard from anyone from Australia. Shoot over an email. With your number, I could try to call it. Dude, the pool guys out here without law enforcement. The pool guys. So they're just going to keep the... Pool guy's back. Guess who's back? Pool guy's back. Got a theory on how to. But I do think one of the key centers around this case could be this location right here, the sliding glass door that the FBI has been focusing at when they've been here. Law enforcement, right around there, there's a sliding glass door there. And possible the perp gain entry that way. A lot of cars parked out here. Everyone's just parking out on the streets now. Everybody's just coming out parking on the streets again. Pool guy. Wait. Their gate's open. The gate is open. Let me see if I can get that angle. You can kind of see it. Let me see. Cactus is in the way. He opened the gate. Wasn't that interesting? I'll wait for the pool guy to come back out. An Indian's pool guy. I asked another pool guy around here, how long does it take to clean pools? And he says literally it's just 10 minutes. Go in there once a week. They said the going rate around here to clean pools is $200. And it takes about 10 minutes. You just go in there and you get your pool, turn the filter on, and you get your little net, and you get all the leaves out, and you put some chemicals in there, mix it in. Then you put some chlorine tablets. Some of this, like, I don't know what type of stuff, and then that's it. And then they bounce. There's the pool guy. He's out. Pool guy leaving. He's out. 10-minute job. There you go. Pool guy leaving. $200. That's what he was charging. I don't know about this guy, but pretty much like the going rate in the area. Nothing on the Phoenix thing that I've heard. I'm looking all in one. Something on the Phoenix thing? What do you got? Alright, check it out a second. Related or not? Related?
Sorry,
It ain't related. Yeah. Not related, folks. Phoenix, according to Michael Ruiz. I gotta fix this. Not related. Man, I can't get this on. Try it one more time. On the wind socket. There we go. Ba-ba, got it. Not related, folks. No, Phoenix. Phoenix law enforcement not related to Nancy Guthrie. Dun, 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 dun. Coming from Michael Ruiz, Fox News. Dun, 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 dun.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
All right.
Are you all journalists?
We're all out here covering the case.
Okay.
How are you?
Good.
Nice day out. Misty Haynes, reminding everyone, and you have a really strong point, Misty Haynes, we need to stay open to all theories and not simply defend our own because nobody truly knows what happened that night, other than the perp or the perps, Misty Haynes says. Like, you could arguably say everything is on the table here until proven otherwise. Everything on the table. Let's talk suspects, Ryan says. All right, Ryan. Want to talk? .202 incoming, Ryan.
Hello?
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, how are you?
JLR Investigates. Yes, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I was actually watching your stream. So I have some theories.
Got some theories.
I have some theories. I used to think it was totally Annie.
Uh-huh.
Just from the way she was acting when Savannah and her brother and Annie were on camera.
Mm-hmm.
now I feel like Tommaso may have had it hired done. Maybe possibly Dominic. I don't know if he's still a suspect or not.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, because I kind of like went completely away from him, concentrated on Luke, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking maybe Tommaso maybe hired Dominic.
I don't think that guy did it.
Tommaso was, I don't know. At this point, it's a crapshoot, I know, but I mean,
So you think the bandmate?
Yeah.
The bandmate came out. You know that, right? The bandmate came out, spoke, and said his whole life has been torn upside down, and him and his wife were hiding in this house because people were suspecting that he's involved.
Oh.
You didn't read that?
No, which one?
Go when you're done. Go Google New York Times and just put that guy's name in, and he's all over it.
Okay.
I don't think it's him.
Man, I wish I knew. It's kind of driving me crazy.
Take a look.
Sure thing, I will. Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What is the title of the email you sent? Can you resend? Just forward it to Avery in the title of it, because I don't see it, Avery. There's so many things coming in, and I like to see your email, Avery, but I don't see it. I don't know what the name. There's so many people. You're gonna have to put like in the title of the chat, Avery. Just put Avery, Avery, Avery. Re-forward it and put Avery, Avery, Avery. That's the only way it's gonna catch my attention. If you put Avery, 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 resend. Because I do not see it. And there's a lot of people, and I want to acknowledge your email because you sent it here. So if you could kindly put Avery, Avery, Avery in the title, then I'll see your email. Because I have not received it. Thank you. But Misty Haynes is reminding the viewers we need to stay open to all theories and not simply defend our own, because nobody truly knows what happened that night other than the perp or the perps. Misty says it could be plural, it could be one perp, two perps. It is approaching 3 o'clock, everyone. JLR investigates. 3 o'clock hour. About 3 more hours of sunlight. Where is the FBI? Dun, dun, dun. All right, Stardust. I want to hear about your theory linking Nancy Guthrie case to a South American group, SAT. Stardust. Get you in here, Stardust. You're up, Stardust.
Hello, JLR.
Hello, Stardust. Did you send me an email saying that about the South American theft group?
I did. Do you know anything about that?
About what?
About the SATG
I'm
group?
familiar with that group. We've covered it numerous times in the last year at different locations throughout the country. A lot of athletes, basketball players, NFL players have been targeted. A lot of Asian people have been targeted, wealthy people. These people are sophisticated groups that go into neighborhoods and do with Wi-Fi jammers and group pack and target wealthy people and break in their house, steal items. And they are from people from South America that are in the country illegally on visas and expires and programs that they were allowed to come in. It's a group almost every month. Many of them are getting arrested all across the country in groups of 5, 10. So yeah.
You're on it.
Yeah, I'm quite. We've covered this extensively. You think this could be part of it?
I do. It feels like all the puzzle pieces work. And then I think about that G cup, and I'm like, wait a minute, was that a calling card?
Man, I don't think it was. Definitely the cup is gone.
Okay.
But the South American theft group or South American gang, whatever you want to call them, burglary rings.
Yeah.
You know, they never. I've for the last 2 weeks, just my own time, I've been, scouring around to see if they ever kidnap people. They don't. I've never heard of a case where they kidnapped a person.
I know, that's where I think they messed up. I think they were young and dumb, and they were just looking for the money and ended up going to the wrong place.
But here's the thing about these groups. They come in multiple vehicles, and they park at different areas in the front and back of subdivisions, and they make their move, and they get out, and they're doing sophisticated things to elude law enforcement.
Right.
Hey, it's you, brother. How are you?
Good. You okay?
I'm okay. It's a little hot up here.
Sunscreen on?
I'm good.
You are so cute. We have been watching you
Thank
since.
you. You take care, Steve. Now the neighbor stopped by.
Yeah, see that. I'll let you go. I was just talking about the jewelry and everything that they go after, jewelry and cash, and they put it in backpacks, and then they take it back across the border and sell it real fast.
Yeah.
Easy sale.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue about these people, and they are electricians, pool guys, housekeepers.
Yep.
They just sprinkled all in America thanks to leaving the border open. But anyway, that didn't help.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, JR. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye. Before we cut off there, before we buffered, the neighbor rolled up. Steve gave me the pound. Said if I need anything, I need some sunscreen. I'm like, nope, I'm all good. Thank you, neighbors. Nancy Guthrie's neighbors. Thank you, neighbors. Yeah, well, I mean, if we got somebody using Wi-Fi jammers and stuff like that, I think it's an important clue here about the level of sophistication on who did this and why and how. You're gonna use Wi-Fi jammers to sneak into the house, to disable equipment, so you go undetected. Wi-Fi jammers. Michael Frederick, 001, says, what if Annie and Tommaso hired someone to stage this to extort money from Savannah? Kidnap stage for ransom. Perhaps this was known by Ellie and they're waiting them out. Possibly. Possibly. That's a good theory too. You know, the plan. But sheriff says we're not involved. But who knows? Maybe there's some plan to get something, a ransom, to extort money from Savannah. Some way, somehow, and the plan didn't hatch properly. And everything fell apart. And they had to scramble around, the perp, scramble around and do something with Nancy because they know that the ransom stuff's not gonna work. Like at first, it was a kidnapping, legit kidnapping, and there was going to be some ransom stuff, but they realized this is not going to work the way we thought. Or Nancy died in the process. She got hurt being put out there, and she died in the process. And now you got a body, and you got to figure out what we're going to do. Or it just didn't, the plan didn't hatch properly. The suspect had been previously at her house. He removed doorbell and then drove in his vehicle. Otherwise, his car would have been caught on camera. Kishti K. Kishti K, you got to reach out to me. I want to hear your songs. Kishti K. Kishti K. Got your number, Kisty. All right. JC wants to talk about the Pima County Sheriff's Department. This should be interesting. KC wants to talk about the Pima County Sheriff's Department. All right. Let's see what you got to say.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, JLR.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing great. Forgive me for 1 second.
JC.
Yes. Yes. I have lots of little dogs, and I just want this to be quiet. I know you're busy, and
You have some things to say about the Pima County Sheriff's Department?
well, respectfully, I just have this thought, and I keep going over and over and over with this, and I've got some notes. It started with it was a Brian with Brian Netton and Aaron Cross's. It was an interview, and it hit me really hard when he was speaking about when the sheriff was up for election and deputies masked up to protest. So I guess he's really into this, how he reprimands, and there's no morale in the department with re-election. I'm not quite sure when, it's coming up. But I had this crazy thought when I heard how they masked up. First of all, I live in Arizona. I'm not sure going up to Flagstaff. I know you were up at Mount Lemon, but those type of masks, not everybody just has those.
Yeah.
Okay, and I was thinking, could this possibly be with all these dead ends? I mean, I know there's cases that go a lot longer, but it just seems like dead ends. And then it seemed, Sheriff Nanos, it just seemed like he was dragging his feet. He's at the gym. He's, at a football game. And with all this reprimanding and the low morale with the deputies and everything, could this be an inside job? I mean, respectfully so. I've never broken the law. I respect the law. I've called the FBI twice, not in regards to this, but I started thinking, could this be possibly someone within the department? Because they would know that, of course, with it being Savannah Guthrie's mother, this is going to get national attention. Because they don't want Sheriff Nanos back. I know it sounds crazy, and I feel like a Looney Tune even, but I just keep, look at the star on the perp's jacket.
Mm-hmm.
What's on Nanos's collar? Stars.
Interesting. I didn't know that his collar has stars. But
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. His uniform, the collar on his beige shirt. I know he's worn different colored shirts with some of the press conference talks, but I'm just shook up that you finally called me.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you
good.
so much. You're so I just appreciate you and all your hard work, but I mean, come on, man, all these dead ends, and it just seems like he's not the easiest kid to play with in the sandbox, you know what I mean? And as far as the sheriff goes, and I'm sure there's a lot that we don't know about, and of course, you know, they have to hold it close to the vest. I understand that, but
We have received many people that feel that if people with comments and theories thinking that the perp is former law enforcement or law enforcement, just the way they handle themselves.
yeah,
Here.
I mean, and it's not that I want to put that out there, and I'm not accusing anybody directly. It's just, I think, I mean, if you think about it, that type of car that drove away, not just anybody drives. It looked to be I don't know what year it was, but I mean, it looked like a decent vehicle.
But I want to go back to find out if there's actually two perps. I mean, this is really sticking with me because, like, to me, I am like adamant on believing that there's multiple perps involved, not just one. But I don't see proof, and I'm waiting for some sort of proof or something. I think it's very important because people have come up with excellent theories. From timelines, that would say, from videos saying that they saw a hand, an arm, another vehicle, flashes, the disabling of cameras prior, the two different looks. But I wish there was more, because that, that would be, it would be very, very helpful in this case, whether it was two perps or one perp or more than one perp.
I just don't. I don't know. Like I said, could this be an inside? Could this be revenge? Because they know that he wasn't going to be able to handle this. He was not going to be able to figure this out. Thank God for the FBI. Yes, and I'm not downing the deputies.
Mm-hmm.
I know everybody there is working their tails off. I'm not trying to put them down as a whole, but I've seen some interviews with, in regards to how he is, and just for instance, even why they didn't have the plane up the next morning. Why? Because that pilot was reprimanded and put back in patrol.
Well, I want to say, just going back to your thing here, inside job, law, Pima County Sheriff involved, or the Sheriff's Department.
No,
but,
well, not that
or
he's
revenge
involved,
on them, to get
like
revenge on them.
On him.
Yeah,
on
to get
him.
revenge on him because of, they just don't like the sheriff and they know that he won't be able to solve this, and just to embarrass him. And
well, and re-election. Do you think he's going to get reelected? I mean, that's where the politics, like, of all of this come in. But also knowing that,
I mean, this is career ending if he doesn't solve this. This is career ending.
Exactly. But, and here's the thing, I don't think that it's a stalker with Savannah. That's just my thoughts. But they knew that it would get national attention.
But if there's an inside job, again, when you have more than one person, you have a conspiracy. Loose lips sink ships. Somebody's going to talk. Like, somebody's going to mess up. They're gonna.
We can only hope so.
Like, they're gonna mess up. Somebody within that group's gonna do something unrelated and just spill the beans or tell somebody else. It's hard to keep secrets. Yeah. It's hard to keep secrets, and that's where it takes me back to. And I really appreciate everyone's take on, whether they feel like it's two perps or one perp. But if it's one perp, it's definitely possible that it I don't know, and it's hard to explain. It's just, if there's one perp here. If there's two or more people, I just can't see like a whole group of people trying to get even at law enforcement. But if it's one person, maybe. But if it's one person, it's one person.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hello. No. You go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, but do you really think it's only one officer or one deputy that has an issue with him? No.
No, there was a 90% no confidence report. So there's a lot of people that do not like the sheriff within his own department. There's the person, the individual that ran against him, said he runs his department like a mafia. There has been people get demoted. People have lost jobs going back to COVID over over him.
Right.
Or
And
over his department. I don't know if he was around at COVID. Was he around at COVID?
Honestly, like I said, I'm in Arizona, and I wanted to stay. Like I said, I don't need any.
We've been hearing there has been a lot of problems with this department for over a decade.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you get some rogue cop, maybe? Or rogue person, or somebody affiliated with, that working with an officer or a deputy that don't like him?
Well, JLR, there's bad seeds in every profession.
There is. You're right. You're right.
And I mean, I hate to think that way. I don't live my life that way. I'm a woman of faith. And to even come up with this, it wasn't until I heard the interview with Brian Enton and Aaron Cross, which is the president.
Well, I mean, I think that interview was very important to come out with Cross.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it just shows the inner workings of the department and what's really going on.
Absolutely.
And how other people within that department feel.
Yes. My father that passed away, he was...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I am too. But my family background is big time union, and we're initially from Michigan, and so I know how unions work. My father was a union rep. Business agent for a major union in Michigan, not only internationally also. And so hearing the president, with the most respect to both Mr. Enton and Mr. Cross, it makes me feel bad. I feel bad for people that have to work in that type of negative environment.
Mm-hmm. I want to think that this has nothing to do with anyone within the sheriff's department to do that. But everything is on the table until we get some sort of idea, like if they release something that can indicate a direction here.
And I agree.
We're stomped.
150%.
We're
right.
stomped.
I know exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We're stomped.
It's like we are, but it wasn't until later that someone had pointed out that star, and I thought, was that like a little clue or something?
We had a caller that said the Star is affiliated with a security company before. The Star.
I missed that part.
But then there's also telling me people there was no star, and that was Photoshop. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hearing both sides here.
Yeah.
But and I get, and this is why I appreciate every caller with their thinking,
Right.
Well,
I mean, there was a lot done, and yes, I mean, they're coming up with this 40 minutes, but there was a lot. So 40 minutes is a long time, but for the camera systems to be wiped out and this be done, and God forbid what happened inside the house. Only 40 minutes, I don't know.
But with 40 minutes too, that's the timeline says that, but the timeline could be 100% wrong.
Right.
These last syncing and everything could have been messed up and jacked up, and it really was only less than 40 minutes. Could have been significantly less, just because it stopped syncing to the Apple. We've had people come on, nurses that say that 24 hours later it could have been much earlier, and it's just processing at a different time, things like that.
I have a pacemaker myself. So, and the only way, in fact, maybe 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I was due to get mine interrogated, and I was speaking to the tech that does that, and because they were doing the sniff search with and so I was asking them. I said, because I know myself, I have a home device that I can do from home, and that sends the data over to the doctor's office, my specialist, but it resembles like a mouse for a computer, and I hold that over my pacemaker
Yeah.
that'll send the data over. So I said, do you really think that, because I was asking him, I don't, first of all, it's not going to send any data of, like, if she's having any spikes or tachycardia or bradycardia, because it's not on her device for it to read. But will it pick up the pacemaker itself? Like, I guess there's like an address or something that I heard someone mention. I don't. He basically said no. I mean that the connection placed directly over that pacemaker in order to send that data in.
Yeah.
So I know I'm missing something here.
No, you're not missing anything. You're doing great. And I'm actually. It's just I don't know, man. I
know.
I wish we would get more information. I really wish someone would come forward.
You would think, and which doesn't make any sense. Well, unless it was only one person, and but I don't really think that it was just one person.
I mean, the common logic is it's more than one person.
Yes.
But I've only seen evidence of one person. It's crazy.
Unless there was someone that I've heard so many different, all the wonderful people that have called in and all the ideas that, they are tidbits and that I think we're all taking in. I don't think one person could do this. I think too, maybe it possibly could have been someone that.
But you got 40 minutes too. You got a lot of time. If the 40 minutes is actually 40 minutes, you got a lot of time. One person could do things in 40 minutes, right?
Exactly.
I mean, one person could do a lot in 40 minutes. You'd be surprised. In that moment, 40 minutes could feel like a lifetime.
Right.
Right?
Right. And we don't know what was the inside, of the home.
Still don't know that either.
Right.
Still,
so, like I said, I'm sorry.
No, we don't know we don't know the condition of this home. We don't know about blood inside the home. Some people have said, oh, blood in the hallway, vase knocked down, but no law enforcement ever said that. So I don't know where people are getting that information at.
Right. Well, but don't you find that odd? That how many burglaries or break-ins there was like, I think I heard today 10 prior to this happening. I mean, it almost seems like I have never my brain isn't wired.
I'm saying this just in a random burglary, you got to be absolutely nuts and psychopathic just to go into this home here in the middle of the night without knowing this home from a kid. You got to be crazy to do that.
Right.
Burglar, why? You got to be insane.
Right.
But you're insane anyway if you break into someone else's home anyway. I mean, that's pretty brazen anyway to go into someone else's sanctuary because the person on the other end could have a gun and you're done.
That's right. Or a Rottweiler.
Or anything. I mean, but to go into a middle of a neighborhood here in pitch black and do a house where you... Because even if they knew she lived alone, at that moment, there's no guarantee she's there alone.
Right, but JLR, if you're going to break it, maybe I'm just too old school, but have you ever seen someone, yes, granted, it's pitch dark there, okay, but who's going to wear tan pants?
Well, that too, yeah.
And light-colored things and not give a shit excuse my language, that if they're seen. I don't know, I don't know.
Well, I appreciate your call.
And I appreciate you taking the time to listen. And
Yeah.
God bless you. Keep up the good work. And God bless the Guthrie family. And, of course, we all want to see her come home.
We want to see her come home. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you so much,
Bye-bye.
JLR.
Bye-bye. Thank you, JC. Bye-bye. Yeah, I get stumped. I just get stumped. My mind just sits here and is like, what? Every single scenario whatsoever. Was there 1 or 2 perps? Because if there's 2 perps, we got 2 crazy people up on the streets, or three people or more. Y'all are great. Keep the comments coming. It's pretty quiet out here now, right now, folks. Not much activity out here. Go over here in the shade a little bit. I want to move my chair. I don't like this. I want to go right here. I said there's cops at the end of the street. I'm looking. Jane Hodge, see if there's any cops at the end of the street, but I don't see any cops at the end of the street. Kia. All these like cars like echo. What's that sound when you go through? What is that?
Maybe it's electric.
Electric? Nothing is stopping anyone from having keys made. It's a great point, Ed. How did this guy get in the house? Bobby says, I'm a nurse and I own a DNA lab. Bobby says, I am a nurse and I own a DNA lab. All right, Bobby. I'm going to get you in the chat. Bobby, a nurse, owns a DNA lab? Is that what you said? We'll see. Come on in, Bobby. JLR Investigates 202 number.
How are you?
Hello, Bobby.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good.
So, you own a DNA lab?
I do.
I've owned it for about 2 years, and I've been following this case really closely. And I think we're being fed a lot of bullshit about the timing on the DNA sample that they have, because there's a lot of math involved with how DNA is run, and a lot of it's honestly all computers. But I have a feeling that whoever's running the sample, that it's been pushed to the top, and I do think they're trying to do IgG with it. But even if it's a 3-person sample, not a 2-person sample, the way that the sample is run, it still would not take them more than roughly about 7 to 10 days if they prioritize the case. And then they have to go in, and it's really technical the way they do it when it goes from a 2 to a 3-person sample, but they have to go in and look at the DNA markers, which basically look like a lot of lines on a sheet of paper, and they have to exclude Nancy's sample, and then they have to go in and they have to separate the next 2 samples and look at them and see if, if it's 1 person or 2, or if they could have a sample that's mixed with somebody that's worked in the home. There's so many ways that could go, but it's still been a large amount of time. I think we're just not being given accurate information. They either have a dirty sample that they can't work, or it's a sample that is, because even if it was only 10%, if it was 90% Nancy and 10% the person that attacked her, they still would be able to go in and weight that sample correctly and pull out the markers by now. There's no reason that they couldn't have had something by now. Now, where a lot of the time comes in is trying to find a distant relative, which makes me think that the person may not be American. They might be from across the border, because there may not be as many people in the database that they're comparing it to for IgG, because that's when they look for distant cousins, distant relatives, things like that. And if you think about people that are, they have there's only 2 or 3 labs they pull from, that they get those samples from. I mean, it's...
What are the labs?
I don't usually go this far into it, but hang on, I can tell you because I have it in my notes. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you exactly who it's through. I usually don't go this far into DNA sampling. I just do a lot of paternity testing and a lot of prenatal paternity.
Do you do things with law enforcement on your lab?
No, I can, but I don't. No, usually what I do, mostly what I do is determining paternity in pregnant women. My lab specializes in taking a blood sample from somebody that's at least 8 weeks pregnant, and I can separate out fetal cells from first cells, and then our lab can determine who the father is if we have a sample from the father.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, that's usually what the bulk of what I sell and what I do, and what I promote. But
you want to share your business? You want to share your business?
No, only because I try to keep. I have a confidentiality clause with a lot of my people that I work with, and I'm actually very pro dad in a lot of my cases. So I don't want to get a lot of hate out there, but
Gotcha.
yeah, but no, I appreciate it though. But yeah, so Parabon Nanolabs is actually the primary people that do the IgG testing, and they, like I said, they can prioritize this case. I mean, I even have timelines on what it takes whenever you're dealing with a 2 and a 3-person sample, and I don't buy what they're saying. I mean, and I know they have to hold some stuff back. I know that's, for obvious reasons. I actually think it's really important that they do, because I guarantee you that this perpetrator is watching your show. I guarantee it.
You do?
Oh, I'm positive. I don't know if you saw what I put in my email, but I'm currently working on my 2nd master's degree, and I'm studying forensic psychology.
Nice,
And
nice.
I can tell you that this guy is real proud of himself. I genuinely believe there's 2 people involved, because there's no way. My mother passed away a few years ago, and I can tell you she was not very mobile toward the end, and she was up taking her own trash out. But I can guarantee you, if she had to move because somebody was holding her at gunpoint, it would have taken more than 1 person to get her into the vehicle, get her away, get her. I mean, because when somebody's at that age, they can trip real easily, they can fall. Their equilibrium's off. I mean, there's so many factors involved with somebody in their 80s, and I guarantee you there's more than 1 person involved. And she was feisty from what I've read. She probably did pull some DNA off of them. She probably did fight back.
So you do think they got DNA, some DNA?
Oh yeah, I'm positive they've got it. It's just whether or not,
it's whether or not the sample is contaminated with other things in the house. He did a horrible job on this crime scene. Horrible. Like, this crime scene is so incredibly botched that even if they do get the person, it's going to be a field day for a lawyer. A lawyer is going to, whoever defends this guy is going to have a field day. He is going to have a blast because literally he, pardon my French, he effed this crime scene up from day one. And he should have had it completely roped off. There never should have been a single person stepping foot anywhere that there was a blood sample. And the other thing I was going to say is that she definitely was breathing when she left the house. If you look at the blood samples and you look at the fact, if you look at the splattering of blood, and you can see that there are little like drops, like round circles in the middle of the blood, that is because the blood either came from her nose or it came from her mouth, and that is oxygen that's in those samples of blood. So that's oxygen and carbon dioxide. That's the way that it oxidizes whenever it's mixed with contaminated blood. So she was breathing when she left the house. I'm positive of that because of the way that the blood hit the ground and the way that it landed. And if you look, you can see in the samples of blood, there's little circles where the blood hit the ground, and that's the way it oxidizes with the blood sample. Whenever if they are breathing and the blood is mixing with oxygen and gases, that's the way it hits the ground. And I don't think she coughed that blood out. I think it's a nosebleed because she was on blood thinners.
Yeah, many people suspect it's a nosebleed because of the blood thinners. Let's go back to the DNA a minute.
He probably hit her with a gun.
So they get the DNA. It goes to a private lab in Florida. Is that a normal protocol or what? Like bypass FBI? If the FBI got their own lab? What?
I don't think that's normal. No, I think he did that because he hates the FBI. Because to me, the FBI has got amazing abilities to prioritize samples and to work samples that no private lab has. I mean, the bottom line is that they have technology that no other. They have technology that any of us are capable of having, but they have a lab that is fully capable of working a sample and prioritizing a sample based on the severity of the case. When you're dealing with a private lab, you're dealing with sending a private check to that lab to run that sample. He literally circumvented the FBI and he added time to the case by sending it to Florida.
How much
and
time?
Not only that, but he made it more difficult for the legal team when it comes down to if this is federally prosecuted, they're going to call it a contaminated sample.
Because it broke the chain of custody, right?
Yep,
it went
that's right.
We talked about that because and I'm assuming that might be a Fed case, but because they're going to say, hey, yo, when it was obtained, it didn't go to us first, and then the defense is going to say, well, somebody down there in Florida messed it up.
Yeah, and what's really funny about it is because whenever you're dealing with, and I don't want to waste your time.
No, you're doing great. I appreciate this with the DNA expert. So
yeah, I can go through the whole process of what they do to break down the samples. I can tell you exactly how they do it. Down
Go
to
for
the science. Okay, so basically, when you get a sample, let's say it's 90% Nancy, 10%, like I said earlier, 10% the perpetrator. Okay. A normal lab is going to do, they're going to do enhancement moves. They're going to try to basically do what's called a probabilistic and subsampling territory. So what they need to do is they need to balance it and figure out how much of that is Nancy, how much of that is the perp. So they have different options. And usually, if I'm correct, and I'm pretty sure I am, just from my knowledge, the FBI goes through every single step that I'm about to tell you. And I know my lab, the people that they use, they would go through every step I'm about to tell you. But anyway, option one is going to be cell subsampling. And that's like a mini mixture type method. And what they have to do is they need to draw out that 10% the 10% of the suspect's DNA. So if they do that, if they do it successfully, what they're going to do is I'm trying to explain this where I don't sound super scientific, but if they're going to take the sample and they're going to break it into these 5 cell subsamples. Okay. So you've got your 10% and they're going to break it into subsamples, 5 subsamples. The goal is that there'll be a 1-4 ratio out of those 5 cell subsamples for Nancy, 1 the perp. That's the goal. Otherwise, you've got a 150 ratio with that 90-10 mix I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal is to break it down into these tiny little subsamples, hoping that they're going to get a 1-4 ratio instead of the 150 ratio that they're dealing with when they first start, looking at the DNA. So that's the first step. That step doesn't take very long. That step is literally maybe, an afternoon of work. And then you've got your next generation sequencing. And your normal STR testing, what it's going to look at is the length of the DNA strands. Have you ever seen DNA on a piece of paper whenever they print out a picture and you'll see like all the different, it looks like worms, like
Yes.
long lines?
Yes.
Okay. So the normal STR testing looks at the length of the DNA. Okay. And what they're looking for, they look at the entire sequence base and they want to figure out what is her and what is not her. And once they separate that out, that's when they can start to narrow it down. So if you've got two people that have DNA that's measuring roughly the same, that's when you have this process that's called NGS that can come in and look at tiny variations in those fragments. So if you've got I'll give you a real life example. If you've got two long stem red roses with thorns, both of them measure the same length and even same number of petals on both roses, but one rose has got 50 thorns and the other rose has got 30 thorns. That's basically the way that they tell them apart when it comes to DNA. So they're looking for the tiny little variants because everything about those two roses looks identical. But until they go and they count every little thorn on each rose, then that's how they can differentiate between both of the samples. So when you're dealing with, trying to identify variations in samples versus working with, one perpetrator, two perpetrator, they basically have to pull the suspects' profiles out one by one. So now you're looking at, you've got three roses side by side. They need to pull out, if you've got 36 roses and 30 of them are Nancy's roses and 3 of them are perpetrator 1 and 3 of them are perpetrator 2. They have to go in and get all those roses laid out, and that's why they break it down into those tiny subsamples. And the goal is, if we take those 36 roses and break it down into 6 sets of 6 roses, the hope is we're going to get a sample that is 4 of Nancy's roses, 1 of the perp, and 1 of perp 2. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It's a little complicated, but it's fascinating listening to you talk about this process because I'm definitely going to clip this and review it for later.
Because I'm trying to explain it to where it's you can kind of compare it with something in real life, because it's really difficult explaining DNA. I'm mind blown by DNA every day, and I work with it. So that's why I just, rose theory is really the best thing for me to explain it with. But technique number 3 is going to be the probabilistic. And this is where the problem comes in by them sending it to Florida instead of working with the FBI directly. Whenever you get down to separating these samples out and you've got you've taken your samples, you've got them laid out, and you believe that you've got perp 1, perp 2, and Nancy. Now, every single person in that lab, if they compare those samples to every person working in their lab to make sure they don't have a convoluted, dirty sample.
Gotcha.
So if you can imagine, all the people working in Florida on that sample have to be excluded. And now that it's come back to the FBI, all the people in the FBI working with it have to be excluded. And when you're an attorney, the first thing that you do, your first job as a lawyer, and this is why I took some law classes the past few years, because I was trying to see how lawyers think. And it helped me so much because now I get it. When you're a lawyer, all you need to put is the littlest bit of probable doubt into a person's head and you can't convict.
Gotcha.
That's all you have to do. And so basically by him destroying the sample, in my opinion, he's completely destroyed the validity of the sample, even though we probably can still find out who the perps are through this IgG process. If they still have to go through all these processes, and by the time you have dirtied up a sample that much, you have a lawyer come in and sails into court, this guy's gonna get off. And I'll be shocked if he doesn't. I'll be shocked. If you're basing it on DNA alone, they'll have to have a lot of other evidence.
Let me go back to the house with the DNA. When they say they collected mixed DNA from the house, what would that be?
To be honest with you, it could be blood. It could be blood and sweat. It could be blood and semen. It could be blood, and it could be anything. It could be spit. It could be anything. Now, he did have a light in his mouth, one of the guys, but I don't think that's your guy that was in the house. I think that there was already somebody in the house when he came up to the door with the flashlight in his mouth.
Okay, but how do they find it in the house? How would they find spit?
10 to 1, they probably found it somewhere near where the blood samples were, or they found it near her bed.
And they just determine, but can you see it with your eye, or is they use some device, or what?
So if it's blood, it's going to be pretty visible. But they can also use any sort of black light, purple light that they use. They have special lights they use with law enforcement, and that can definitely pick up any sort of body fluids, any sort of wet spots, damp spots, anything like that. And I noticed she had a dog that passed away in December. So anything going back to December, it probably would not be a contaminated animal sample. I highly doubt that. They're probably pretty accurate. They probably looked around the bed, and they probably, obviously we haven't seen inside the house. I'm speculating.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, there obviously was sliding glass doors in the house. There was obviously access points. She probably forgot to lock a door, and they probably were in the house or got into the house when she was asleep, or they were already there when she came home.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you think about it that way, if they took her out the front door for whatever reason, because they were either on the side of the house or the garages or whatever else, I don't know where her bedroom was in the house because I haven't seen a
Left side of the house.
Okay, so if you look at it that way, if you look at, if there's a pathway that they could follow with the blood coming out of her nose, they probably looked all in that area and within about 5 feet on either side of it for samples. And I'm sure that they fingerprinted all the doors and everything, but honestly, I think that's going to be a dead end. I think where their best bet, if they haven't completely destroyed it, is going to be these DNA samples.
The DNA samples, so they
and I kind of have a different theory going in my head than everybody else, and I put it in my email about what I think could be happening here, and I really was nervous about throwing this theory out there because when I look at the two of them, when I looked at the curb walk the other day, I see two people, one or both, that very well could be using, and I say that as a nurse. And I'm not saying that they are guilty of what's happened to this woman, but if they both are using, one or both of them is using, and they score locally in Phoenix, and they have a drug dealer or they have somebody that, is tied up with scoring drugs and selling to them. And keep in mind, they used to live with her before they bought their house. So if he's a teacher and they both live in the area, obviously, whether they knew Savannah was related to their mom or not, if the people that they're scoring from, let's hypothetically say they are using, if the people they're scoring from know that, hey, they used to live with their mom and she's got tons of jewelry, or if, he or his wife or Annie said to them, well, I can get the money from my mom, or I can do this, if they're not involved in what happened to her, and maybe it could be that they tipped them off by making comments or by their dealer's knowledge of where they used to live and of what the fact that the woman was older and would have something easy to grab like jewelry or whatnot. Or they could know that she's related to Savannah, and it could have been a ploy for that. But when looking at both of them as a nurse of 28 years, I truly feel like they both scream to me that they're addicts. And I really feel like they are, one or both of them is using. And I can't tell you where I get that feeling from, but I genuinely feel like they are both using.
Interesting. So it could be that angle then.
I genuinely feel like this could be a total screw up on someone's part. They went in looking for a quick grab for cash, and it could tie back to them, and they would pass a polygraph. People watch TV and stuff and look at polygraphs and all that stuff, but honestly, if somebody out there wants to get someone taken out, I mean, they're not ever going to put them in a position to not pass a polygraph or not be able to be questioned. That would be really stupid. That goes through so many different hands whenever somebody professional is hired to do something like that they make sure the person's not going to be able to be, not going to be able to flip on someone very easily. That would be really dumb. So, I'm not buying the whole, I don't buy anymore that this was some sort of professional hit. I genuinely believe this was something involving trying to get a quick hit of money, trying to get a quick grab, and when they couldn't find the money or she wouldn't give them access to her safe, then maybe they took her because she had DNA under her nails or something else, and I think maybe she died accidentally, and then they got rid of her body.
Now, with the going back to the DNA, you said that this type of case, like if it went to IGG, which you feel it did, right? It went to IGG. It's
Yeah.
It takes the forefront of everyone.
I personally feel like the FBI had the ability to prioritize this case going into IGG, but if the person's from across the border, they're going to have them, if they're from Mexico or from South America, and my feeling is they are, because they have not hit on anything yet, and if it's prioritizing, then even with IGG, they should be able to pull a distant cousin or something else pretty quickly if it's an American citizen, or somebody using samples with one of the labs they pull from, one of the samples based where people are registered and whatnot. If the person is from across the border, it's going to be a lot harder.
Which could take how long time? Like,
if they can even pull anybody, it could take a couple of months.
couple of months.
And that's if it's being prioritized. But, you know, I'll be honest. I think you've got one guy that was the mastermind of this. I think you've got another one that was a lackey and was there to help. Probably the guy with the flashlight in his mouth because he wasn't the brightest. And I genuinely believe that when he put the flowers over the camera, I think he was blocking the camera because they were taking her out at the same time.
So block the
I think
camera so you can see.
I think he was blocking the flowers. The flowers were being used to block the lens so that the guy that was bringing Nancy out could go past the camera without it taking a picture of her or them as they were removing her. And then I think that they smashed it and took it because the guy didn't feel like that was good enough. And I think they went back and they smashed it and removed the camera.
And then take her where? Dun, dun, dun. Where?
I think they put her in a car, and I think that she probably died because of the other thing I was going to tell you about the 41 minutes. I think that's bullshit, and I'll tell you why. Pacemakers, they update, and I know some other nurses have told you this already. They update at a certain time every night. That is either going to be a situation where it was trying to update and it could no longer detect and it was no longer able to connect because she was gone, or she had an episode, and because the episode was a heightened level of activity in the heart, and the heart is trying to regulate itself by sending those signals out, once that finishes, people think that, oh, it starts immediately notifying the doctor in the middle of the episode. That's not true. It will be when it's done regulating the heart rate. It's then going to take a snapshot of everything that is recorded, and it's going to try to transmit it. If it can't transmit it, then it's literally going to keep trying to. And when it couldn't connect to the system to update, then there you are. They knew that she wasn't there, but I don't think they were in the house 41 minutes.
What do you think? It was like half that, or if that?
I think it was just far less. I just think that happens to be when it tried to upload into the system and tried to update her doctor. And it was either an episode or it was a routine upload. And honestly, the time of day, it could be either. And they know what it was. We don't know because they didn't tell us, but they know if this was a prompted upload due to an episode, because she had a heightened episode that they had to shock the heart and put it back into rhythm, or if it was a routine upload. The sheriff knows that. He knows.
So you think what's going to solve this is going to be the DNA?
I think unless they find her in water, I think ultimately, if they find her in water where it destroys everything, I live in Houston, and that we've had a lot of issues lately with the Bayou Killer, like with everything going on. Yeah, when you put a body in water, it destroys pretty much all evidence surrounding the body. So if they can't get DNA out of the house, DNA off her body is going to be the next reliable source. And like I said, they said she was feisty. She probably fought back. If you wake someone out of a dead sleep, their first instinct, if you wake up and someone's in your face, your first instinct is going to be to scratch, fight, kick. You're not just going to lay there and freeze. Now you may freeze after they show you they have a gun or something, but a normal human being is going to immediately start to spaz out and freak out. And I mean, if I wake up out of a dead sleep and someone's in my face, I mean, I'm coming up, arms flailing. So there's a high probability that there would be DNA underneath her fingernails. And if they put her in water, if she's in water, then it will destroy the DNA. And that's why I feel like that's what's happened. I don't think these guys were dumb, but I also don't think that they were professional hitmen. I genuinely believe they were trying to score, and they, they fucked up.
Yeah, but
Pardon my French.
the sheriff and Savannah saying she got kidnapped from her bed. So if they were going in there to try to score, do you think she woke up and saw them, or like?
I think, well, old ladies. I mean, my mom used to get up 50 times a night to go to the bathroom.
Mhm.
And, my mom didn't have hearing aids, but I know, some people with hearing aids and stuff, I know from what I used to see working years ago when I worked in the hospital, people that had hearing aids, now they're really tiny, but back then, people would take their hearing aids out and they would put them next to their bed at night. If they got up to go to the bathroom, they wouldn't put their hearing aids in.
Yeah.
So, I could definitely see, and I don't know how bad her hearing was. People can still hear that have hearing aids. So, I mean, they just can't hear, certain levels of sound. The decibels have to be, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm not a professional audiologist, but, I feel like if she got up to go to the bathroom and was going back to bed, they easily could have started over there. Or if they couldn't get into her safe, they easily could have woken her up to try to get her. They take people all the time to get their ATM PIN numbers, to pull money out of the bank, to try to get or to get into their safe. I mean, anyone breaking into someone's house with a human being there is willing to do something really bad.
Yeah.
Most people breaking into homes, they do it when someone's not home. People that are willing to break in at night are willing to take a life. That's my opinion. So,
unless they felt like, but again, unless they felt like I'm looking around here, and at nighttime, these homes are completely dark and black. Unless they thought like certain homes, and I do think there's certain homes around here where there's no occupants in these homes.
And they may have thought she wasn't home, or the house was vacant, because she is old. She probably kept her lights turned off. She probably didn't have a lot of lights on. I could definitely agree with that. I would be terrified to live in that neighborhood. I mean, I've watched your videos since I've been watching. I had never heard of your channel before until this started, and I've been watching you nonstop. And I've seen your videos at night. I would be terrified to live there.
Scary.
That's very scary. But then again, I live in Texas, and I carry a gun, so this would have been a non-issue in my house. But this would have been a non-issue. So.
Hey man, listen. I appreciate your expertise because you operate a DNA lab, Bobby. That was a pretty good conversation we had. Anything else you want to add?
No, I just wanted to thank you for letting me throw that out there. I really felt awkward talking about the fact that I think they're using, because I know that can go any direction, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong about that. I'm not trying to say that they're aware of what happened to her. I'm not trying to say that. I think this could be a guilt by association. I think something could have been said, accidentally, and maybe, people that deal drugs are not exactly the most honest people, and when a person is trying to score, or they're desperate for money, they'll do a lot of things to get what they need.
Yeah,
and
they'll kill their own family members.
And even if they didn't know anything, if they said something to the wrong person, those people are not going to be loyal to them. They're gonna look where the money is and go after the money. So,
I don't know. A lot of people in our chat feel like that way. That side of the family there, them, are just like some sort of dark, sinister, Wiccan, some evil spirit type things going on. That we don't know
some
about.
Of it online. I know and I find it really interesting that he went to Italy for 2 weeks for the Olympics the day after she went missing.
I don't know if that's true though.
Oh no, that he was overseas. I forget where I found that. I have a verified source on that. No, he definitely left the country the day after.
Why?
He went to the Olympics. I'll have to find my source and I'll email it to you. It'll take me a little bit, but I'll find it.
Bizarre.
Yeah, he left. It was a planned trip out of the country.
So they allowed. I mean, you're free to go. Technically, no one can stop you.
Yeah, he wasn't a suspect. So I mean, he wasn't labeled as a suspect. So I mean, he could do whatever he wants to do. I mean, I think it's really, and you haven't seen him until now after the Olympics are over. So that, I mean, honestly, it fits. And
Did the
I was
Olympics
hoping
even
it
go
was.
on? Because I didn't even see it.
Oh yeah, I missed
I
them
missed it.
completely. I was watching your channel, but when I heard that I was like, that's got to be wrong. That's got to be wrong. It's got to be BS. And then I'll try to find my source and I'll send it to you. But I'm pretty sure it was accurate. He did leave, and I just think the whole thing is the whole thing's really sad. And I'm not trying to accuse anybody. I just know that I'm not trying to accuse the family of anything because I don't know them and none of us do, and we're all speculating. But at the end of the day, if people know who you are, who you're related to, and they see an opportunity, human nature, not my human nature, I would absolutely hate myself if I ever did something bad to a person for drugs or anything else. But there are people out there that their human nature is take care of myself, survival of the fittest, and they will take what they want. And it's, I something tells me though this was not an intentional kill. Something tells me she died as a result of her age and condition, which still makes them just as culpable because they're just as guilty because if she died due to stress or whatever else, they're still guilty.
They would be in Texas.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So, but anyway,
Bobby, thank you for your time. If I have any other DNA questions, you're going to be my DNA expert.
I see if I can help you, I will.
Thank you very much. You be safe
All
and be
right.
blessed, and we'll see what happens here.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you, Bobby. Be safe.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Enjoyed that conversation. Bobby, we were on for like a half hour on that one. It's a good one. It's a good conversation. DNA. Thank you for spending the time, Bobby. DNA. Dun, dun, dun. DNA all the way. So who is this? Drug stuff? Trying to score because needs some money for drugs? Debt from drugs? Wow. I don't know. Who wants to top that conversation? Anyone want to step to the plate? Any experts want to top that one? Remember we had Dr. Q? I was like, I don't think anyone's going to top Dr. Q. Toronto. A lawyer wants to talk. Oh, we got a lawyer that wants to talk. All right, lawyer. Toronto, Ontario. A Toronto lawyer by the name of Neil wants to talk. Are we going to get a lawyer? Getting some professionals in here. A lawyer wants to talk. All right. Toronto up. Neil, 202. Got a lawyer.
Hi, JLR. How you doing?
Hi, Neil. Attorney Neil.
Yes, we use the term attorney, but it's much more frequently used in the United States than here. Here we just do lawyer. It's pretty simple.
Lawyer Neil. What type of lawyer are you?
My joke for that is always I try to be the best type of lawyer I can be. I'm actually a corporate restructuring Chapter 11 type work, and 25 years worth of that. I had to retire due to health reasons and done broadcasting news analysis out of a station in Montreal that I used to work at as a journalist prior to and during my law school years. The news analysis has become a hobby as well as a couple other things that I'm doing. Quite enjoying it, and I am enjoying your stream. I have been watching it for a couple of reasons, one of which was before I got sick, the last place I traveled to was the exact area, right up near at North Campbell and East Skyline.
Yeah.
Right up near there, there's a couple of resorts, and I've walked around the area quite a bit. And I also have have tried my hand. I've written a novel in December, and in the novel somebody disappears. So this kind of struck me as a very interesting issue. But I don't have huge theories. But I did want to deal with a couple of facts. One of the facts that struck me instantly is on I'm on blood thinners, as is Nancy Guthrie apparently, and one of the things you're told when you have blood thinners is don't fall, don't get injured, because internal bleeding is a major concern. There are people who have fallen, hit their heads, and hours later have died from internal bleeding in the head, in the brain, into the brain. So the thing that struck me instantly, and this is, I guess, arguably a theory, but it's a possibility, that she had a tussle with the assailants, and that resulted in injury that didn't seem apparent when she was removed from the house, but within hours she may have passed away from the internal injuries, whether bleeding in the brain or even in the torso. You can easily die from that.
Torso? Why torso?
Because it seems to be more likely because that's where someone may grab you.
Okay.
You may get there may be a blow that's somewhere in the torso. It could have happened in the leg, but usually where there's internal bleeding, you would need arteries generally close to the heart if the clotting mechanism that we normally have is not working due to the blood thinner.
Gotcha. There's another thing though. That I just want to say, touch up with your own personal experience. Savannah was also a lawyer that went into broadcasting, similar to like you.
Actually, I didn't know.
Oh, you didn't know
Yeah,
that?
I didn't know she was a lawyer. I didn't know that. I think that occupational hazard. I always claim this to be the case. That as a lawyer, you believe that you can do anything. It may be delusional, but you can believe it.
Gotcha. What else would you like to add?
The other day, or a few days earlier, when you had the security apparently being upgraded at the house, my first thought was insurance. I've dealt with insurance companies a lot over the years, during the years of my practice. If you have a material adverse change in risk, the risk of insuring the house has gone up, not necessarily due to Nancy's disappearance, because a lot of that is unknown, but as to why or what happened. But it's a high traffic area. What used to be and generally is a lower traffic area, and there may be some increased crime as a result. There may be a concern about vandalism. So the insurance company would say, we're canceling the existing policy in 30 days unless you upgrade security for greater alarm system or whatever else, motion detectors, whatever else they may require. And so I wouldn't be too much necessarily into what are they doing with the property. Are they going to move family in? I kind of doubt that family would move in, only because it is still high profile, and secondly, we don't know how this is going to unfold over the next couple of months. If it was somebody in my family, I'm not going to be perceived to be the one to say dibs on the house.
It's interesting you say that, because that was the security system pretty much went about within that 30-day window. Within 30 days, they start adding a security system in there. A newer security system with, obviously they got cameras, they got now security. So you think that's for insurance? That could be for insurance purposes.
Yes, because you need, you're definitely going to need to maintain insurance on the property. And if an insurer says, we don't think you're insurable anymore, not just, by the way, I should have added it also, what was an unknown piece of property to the general public is now pretty notorious. People can search on the internet and in a tenth of a second have the address of the house. That also increased the risk of any kind of vandalism or damage to the property.
Well, let me. Can I ask you something here? Listen, what like with her being taken out of the house, is that part of a policy as in general? Somebody can make a claim, like because her family's house is in a trust, so I don't know who the beneficiaries are or whatnot, who's on that trust, but if you own a home and there's somebody gets taken out of your home, can someone make a claim and collect money in any way?
Well, you have generally as part of policies, and certainly up here in Canada, you have liability insurance if anybody gets harmed on the property. But right now, it's if there is any kind of claim, it would be a contingent claim, but that's usually not for parties who are living in the house.
Yeah.
And indeed, it would relate more to, let's say you hadn't properly maintained a balcony and the balcony breaks. You may have a claim for somebody who has fallen and gotten certainly seriously injured. So that's possible. But in this case, I don't see a liability claim unless you're really twisting the concept of somebody being injured. And we certainly don't know. There's so much we don't know. And that's the thing a couple of things have struck me about the lack of information. And one of the things that I am concerned or wonder about is the concept of accountability.
Mm-hmm.
You have a sheriff who is answerable to the public, has not held a press conference since February the 5th.
Over a month.
Over a month. That was the date of the last press conference. And you have to justify what is going on, the expenses that are being incurred, and they may well be properly incurred, but you also have, there's always an issue of, is there a potential dangerous person who is on the loose?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to communicate to the public to which you are accountable as to whether there's any need to be on alert, or we don't think that there is a threat. And without talking to the media and selectively speaking to one or two members of the media here and there, to me doesn't answer the accountability issue. I do not know if there is recall legislation locally that can allow a recall, but this is the type of thing that it's often used in recall situations.
Wow.
So that is one aspect that I thought of. But the other is, because of the lack of information, if you ask me if I had a theory, I would tell you no. Because it's my orientation. I've had clients come in and tell me a story, and until I dig further, I don't have theories. I need to gather the facts as best as I can, as soon as I can. Then, when I think I have close to the full story, then I can perhaps develop theories and a plan as to how to proceed. But in this case, there's so many known unknowns and so many unknown unknowns. To borrow the phrase from Donald Rumsfeld. Yes. And, for example, a known unknown is the blood that existed on the outside the front door on the welcome mat. What about blood? I've heard some people suggest there's probably blood inside that door, in whatever vestibule or entranceway there is interior. We don't know if there is. Secondly, what other blood was found? Was there blood found from the bedroom where she was apparently taken from to the front door? And what does the trail indicate? Obviously, because of the blood thinner, you do bleed more easily. It takes a longer time for the blood to clot. Often when I deal with any kind of cut, I've got to hold it to prevent the bleeding from going on, so I can get an internal clotting to occur. So she may have left a considerable trail of blood within the house, and we don't know about it. As for an unknown, and I'm making this up, this is not any kind of fact, but what would happen, we don't know this, what would happen if they found a pair of prescription glasses inside the house, say on the floor, underneath the table where they normally eat, underneath the bed where Nancy sleeps? If they had found a pair of glasses and they determined it did not belong to Nancy and did not belong to any members of the family, but they don't know to whom it belongs, that's an unknown. Those kinds of things. What things did they find? We just don't know about. And I can understand the sheriff not wanting to release information so as to compromise his investigation. That makes perfect sense. And that is how a diligent investigator would proceed. But I certainly don't understand why there can't be a continued communication, at least to say we have no news, nothing new to report yet.
It's just odd that it's just in this magnitude of a case that you now have been like radio silent to the public in a press conference in over a month.
It is remarkable because if she disappeared overnight on the 31st to the 1st, and you held a couple of press conferences, it is not as though by February the 5th the case became cold. It just is a dead stop, and I do see. I sometimes follow things where you can see the press conferences every 2-3 hours, and while that will get disruptive, tiresome, and useless, it does serve some sort of purpose. But you don't have to go that often. Make it every 2 days. But this seems to become accepted. And if it is a little tug of war between the sheriff's office and the FBI, and the FBI can only declare it to take it over if it is a federal case and there's evidence it has a federal, I guess, a crime like murder has occurred, or that it has crossed state lines or international lines down to Mexico. If in the absence of that they are powerless, then I understand why it's a standstill. And I think it's unfortunate for the people of the city of Tucson that you don't have a responsive sheriff to the concerns of the people. I mean, I would think that the people around have contemplated, the neighbors have contemplated what would happen if, say, the sheriff had issued, when there were generally, there was a passive-aggressive way to clear everybody off the street when you put up the cones first, and then you can't have, you can't park, and you can't, keep the tents on the street. It was, the next step was no loitering. That would be the directive. And if I was one of the neighbors, I would have been a bit concerned if everybody leaves. We haven't heard that there's no further threat to the neighborhood, that there's nobody on the loose. We have not heard that from the sheriff. I'd be concerned if everybody was gone. So I kind of like the presence if I'm a neighbor of people on the street. Now, maybe, to be fair to some of the people who've been coming around, if they feel it's disrupting their lives too much, they get frustrated with the higher traffic that results from the situation. But there's a security issue to keep in mind.
Neil, I appreciate your insight. Any final words? Anything you want to add quickly?
Just want to say, you've amazed me at your stamina, at your work ethic, and I have spent time, when I was a journalist, I've spent time out, long, boring hours outside of various places waiting for someone to come out and give a statement along with a bunch of other journalists. I know what it's like, so I'm rather amazed at your ability to do this day after day. If I had more than 2 thumbs,
Thank you,
I would
Neil.
give you more than 2 thumbs up, but I do give you both.
Thank you. We're just in real time. This is an active case, and we're just sharing. If people want to see the scene in real time and who comes and stops by and what law enforcement's up to, and we're on standby. We're on arrest watch. We're on Nancy Fine watch, and we're here.
Well, continue on. You've been doing a great job, and I'm one of your subs that had not been aware of you prior to this case.
Thank you, Neil.
I think you arrived. Did you arrive on February 5th or 6th?
I came on the 6th. On the 6th.
And I think since then I've been watching. So
I would have came sooner, but we cover this from day one, pretty much when it all came out on a Monday, the Monday morning, not Sunday when it happened. It really hit overnight. The media really touched on this, starting on the late night Sunday in.
Okay.
Somebody's coming up. Somebody's going up. Somebody's going up on the house.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Neil. Whoa. Whoa. What is she doing? Dude. What is she doing? Is she affiliated with you? Whoa. Somebody's just going up there and taking pictures. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. They're just going on the property and taking pictures. Look. This is crazy. What the heck is this? Neil, I didn't mean to cut you off, but... Dude, she's going up on the porch. What the heck? This is... This is crazy. A woman just comes up and just, oh my goodness, she's going, this is, whoa. Whoa.
Someone call security?
This woman went up on the porch. Hey, what's going on? Are you the family? What got you to go up on the porch? Who is this person? was just wondering why you went on the porch. You family? Who are you? The heck happened there? Dude, that's crazy. Why did she go on the porch? Well, if you see any TikTok videos or anything like that, you'll know who that was. You see that? She went up right up on the porch.
They didn't say anything to you?
Nah, I was asking her for comments. You part of the family? Who are you?
Block Ring cameras as well as jam Wi-Fi.
That's crazy. Hey, John, you missed it. Somebody just went up on the porch. Some woman arrived and just walked right up to the porch and started doing something, taking pictures, standing there, right by the porch.
Who went up on the porch?
Some woman. I don't.
You can't do that.
I filmed it.
Why did she go up on the porch? See, I'm off
Look.
the walk. It's right here. Who is it? Is that the lady? Was she here earlier?
That's crazy, John.
Can I see that?
Yeah. Spin the camera.
Did she park?
She got dropped off and she just went up on the porch.
You can't do that. Wow.
And then I was following her out.
Yep. Huh. Who is that?
Who is that?
Wow.
Who is that woman?
It's also odd. There was a red car parked down there. No, there isn't. See that? He was here earlier. He was on the opposite side. And I went down, and it looked like Luke Daly.
Luke Daly's around
It looked like him, I said. I don't know if it was, but he was just sitting there. And he had someone in the passenger, no, not passenger, but the second row behind him. Wow, did this woman say anything?
No, I was asking her for a comment.
Someone dropped her off.
Someone dropped her off and she just went
walked
right up to the porch. Look.
Wow, you can't do that. That's trespassing. Huh. Did News Nation, did they also film her? Wow.
I'm gonna put her on YouTube, or I'm gonna put her on
Put
Twitter.
her everywhere.
That's mysterious,
Wow.
like a mysterious.
And she wouldn't answer any questions.
No.
So I have video I want to show you. We haven't seen anyone do that.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Man. That's crazy. I'm gonna put her on Twitter right now. If you want to see the
Good.
video, go on
Yeah.
Twitter. I'm putting it up there right now. Yeah, I got her license plate. It's
Good.
Texas, but it could have been a rental.
Yeah.
Dude, that was weird, man.
So I want to show you, so you know this is the Nest Cam in the way he drops his head like that, right? We've all seen that. Hold
Yeah.
on, do that and then I'll...
Yeah. What should I say? Mysterious woman just arrived to Nancy Guthrie's home and went to her front door.
But she didn't knock or anything.
No.
She just walked up there. Huh. That is very odd. You know, there are odd people arriving.
I'll have to say, a mysterious woman just arrived to Nancy Guthrie's home and went to her front door. Very strange. How about that?
Yes.
Very strange.
Very clear signs about no trespassing. So, but you don't, in the video you have of her, JLR, you don't, she's not, is she videoing herself or?
She took pictures.
She did?
Yeah, she had a camera.
Huh.
So she's probably going to do that and post it on TikTok or wherever
Right.
she's from.
Wherever she's from.
Wow. All right. So what do you got?
So you know this, right? We've
Yeah,
all seen
yeah.
The drooping of the head.
drooping of the head. You want to show the
Yep.
drooping of the head?
I can show it. I mean, I think everyone's kind of seen it, but what
We
I
all know
want to
it.
show
The drooping
you,
of the head going in.
yeah,
It's pretty hard to see at an angle, but the
it
drooping
is.
of the head.
Okay. So, but this is back in the fall in Cranston, Rhode Island. There was one of those South American. They were from Venezuela, and they were a theft ring. So they were based in New York, and what they do is they base them in New York, but then they cause havoc. They go north. So they go into Connecticut, they go into Rhode Island, they go to Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and they just go on these crime sprees, and they rip all these things off. So this is a guy, so they caught them. I was in court with them. They are 4 members of that Venezuelan gang. It's something like, Antigua, something like that. You know what I mean? It's
Tren de Aragua.
Them,
Tren de
yes.
Aragua.
So look at this guy in the...
Whoa!
How about that?
Where's that?
That was in Cranston, Rhode Island. So when I
How do we
saw-
play that again? Is this on repeat?
Yeah. When I saw the Nest camera, I'm like, wait a minute, I know.
Look at that. Look at that.
Same
Whoa,
mannerisms.
a mysterious man
Yep.
in Rhode Island like that.
Now,
Similar, ducking.
When they caught them, there were 4 of them.
They were a burglary ring?
It was, they called them an organized theft ring. But when they caught them, and I'll pull up all the info, they had zip ties, they had walkie-talkies, and they also had a Wi-Fi jammer.
Wi-Fi jammer.
Yep. Now they came them up from the Bronx, so they come in and they normally try to hit one store, one home after another.
Yeah.
They did also, and I have video of this I can send you, but look at that though. When you see the mannerism, doesn't that immediately
It looks
jump
like
out at you?
the ducking, but
Yeah, and
Wi-Fi
the thing is, with the
jammers,
mask,
groups.
Why would you have to do that? Wi-Fi, they had masks, but they at 3 o'clock in the morning, they backed their car into a gun store, and they ran inside, and in 60 seconds, they stole 30 handguns. They didn't touch
60 seconds.
60 seconds, 30 handguns. They didn't go after this gun store on Post Road in Warwick. They had, I know the owner George, he had AR, he had like high power rifle. They only went after the glass for the handguns. And then they tracked them. They also hit a gun store in New Hampshire, Massachusetts. So they are from South America, and they do these like splurge theft. Splurges is probably the best way.
Well, we on our channel we've covered these groups.
Okay.
Covered.
Okay.
Well, first there was numerous athletes, numerous NBA basketball
Yes,
players,
yeah.
some
Well, then
NFL football
Travis
players.
Kelce, they
yes,
see them on
Kelsey,
the news, yep, and then they
I
go
think
into
Patrick
Mahomes.
Mahomes was another one,
Yes,
or
yeah.
there was some Chiefs. Then there was an NBA player. Up
Kelsey had a ring they found in Rhode Island.
So you know, there was others, right? And they're saying it's part of this South American theft ring, right? You think that could be it? I mean, with the newest reports of these like Wi-Fi jammers.
I think that could be. It's worth running down that road, because I'll tell you what leads me to wonder about this is how come no one's been able to identify the person in the mask? You wouldn't identify him if he was from another country. So then, like, none of his friends or anyone that knows him. But I just wonder now, the FBI did a big raid in Los Angeles yesterday on a notorious street gang. I don't know if you saw that. So that's
no.
where Matt Finn of Fox is. So now I've been led to believe they're trying to shake the tree of some of these foreign gangs, believing that a get out of jail free card is attached to who was the gang that did the Guthrie situation. So, but JLR, what stands out to me and people need to realize is, number one, they're very professional. Again, and I'll pull up all the information when I see tomorrow, I'll have it. But again, zip ties, masks, changing clothes, gloves, everything like that, hitting houses, dropped off into a high like zip code. They came up with, that was a Virginia BMW. But the thing about it was is it possible that they were going to hit here and tried at several homes, but when something happened with Nancy, then that threw everything off and they had to deal with her? Now, one thing about these gang members, and I'll have it tomorrow, when they were in court, they have very distinct, how do you pronounce that group again?
Trende Aragua.
They have very distinct markings and tattoos. So is it possible she saw them without the mask, or one of them, and then that led to, okay, this lady's gonna go?
I mean, if you want to go the Trende Aragua route, there has been people that have done some very egregious things in this country, from Rachel Moran, to Laken Riley, to Jocelyn Nungaray. I mean,
Boy, you do know them all.
I covered all of them.
Wow.
You have many Lisbeth Medina. There was another one. I'm just saying, like, in the mindset of these people, they'll kill them.
Yes. Well, in a
but
heartbeat.
we don't know if that's it. I'm just
No,
saying, as if. But if we want to go that route, it's vicious. It's vicious. They have total disregard for human life.
Well, not only that, but if they get caught, then the entire gang could get caught. So they have more motivation. Meaning, okay, you and I are members of a gang. It's one thing if we're just on our own, we get caught. But if then, the gangs punish the families viciously. I know of an MS-13.
We got to
gang.
put a windsock on. People are saying, windsock.
Well, no, what they're hearing is the drone. They're hearing drone.
You got to put the windsock on. Stay with me, John. Windsock up. We're going to do a windsock. Windsock moment. Come on in, windsock. I mean, I don't know, John. There's
But that, to me, would make more sense of who would. It's what people need to, I think, understand. Hey, I'd like your windsock. I gotta get one of those.
It work?
Yeah. That makes more sense to me than a lot of the other theories that are out there, because it is
at this point, as new information becomes out, and we're learning more and seeing here and process of elimination.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think, to me, that makes the most sense. If they can do that, I think, and also Wi-Fi jammers are illegal in our country, so that would be the foreign angle to that. Meaning that's where they got it from. I'm gonna.
Stormy Bell says they've already been reporting on the SATG and said this was with Nancy doesn't fit their MO, and I agree, it doesn't fit their MO. They don't kidnap.
No, I don't think that was the intent. Meaning,
so you think it just like something went haywire here? If this is part of that,
Right.
because remember, Brianna Whitney, who is a reporter here, came out with that bombshell report a couple weeks ago. Burglary gone bad.
Yep.
Burglary.
Yeah, and that was I'd love you guys to have the drone going.
Oh, well, yeah, I put mine up to take a look at something that we were trying to figure out earlier.
Okay.
So,
Are you guys going to report on that woman that approached the door?
probably not.
No.
Just a trespasser, as far as we know.
Are you guys here tomorrow?
Yeah, we're here through next week.
Oh, great.
Nice.
Good.
News Nation's here
All
for
right.
next
News
week.
Nation stays.
News Nation stays.
Wow, that's big. It's
All
always
right.
good. Power
Breaking
numbers.
news. News Nation's through next week. That means you here for next week?
Oh yeah.
I'm here for next week.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and go where, as you said.
We're going right here.
Unless you said we're going to Iran.
Nah,
No,
that
I'm not
story's.
going.
Well, I don't like.
I'm not going to
I
Iran.
don't like wars.
I'm telling
I
you.
just don't
Not
like
only
wars.
that,
I don't
language
like
barriers.
wars.
You think they're restrictive here. You tried going to a foreign country. Forget about it.
Forget
They
about
all
it.
think you're a spy. That was fed to her, I believe, by FBI Phoenix. They're convinced that this was a burglary gone wrong. But when I say that, I also do believe that, now you and I know, and that's why I think it's so helpful to be here. People don't realize when the sun goes down, obviously not only does the temperature drop, but it is pitch black. Like there's no real like dusk here, where then, in a normal setting, okay, the street lights are coming on, and then there's a period of time where the street lights are on, and then it is like pitch black here. Like I have seen when the sun goes down right around 6:30. By 6:45, it's like it's midnight. It's like total darkness. So I believe that someone, what I may have said this before, but I think someone was in the home when she got there. When she arrived home, they came here, saw a dark house. We don't know, by the way. I have noticed at night, I don't see timers going on. So a lot of people have timers on. I don't know if
We don't even know those lights were on.
no.
Right there. There's big lamps at the
Right.
side. Let's
But
spin it
inside
around.
the-
Look,
yeah.
we'll just spin it around.
Inside the house, I don't think if she had timers, I don't think the family or the police would have messed with them. But when you hear at night, I don't see any timers on in the house. Now I have timers at my home. I had older relatives that, they would set it for as soon as it was 5 or 6 o'clock. Boom, a light would go on. Most people around here, I do notice. So meaning, what does that mean? It means that the house would have been in total darkness. So if you arrived here 7:30, 8:30, the house is in total darkness, the street is in total darkness. I think you'd have time to get in, and then suddenly she comes home 9:30, quarter of 10. Now we've seen on the drone, I believe the home is 3,200 square feet.
Oh, that's a big home.
It is.
3,200 square feet.
And you got to think she's not then gonna like walk around or not. I mean, you raise 3 children in there, so I'm willing to bet there's 4 bedrooms. It's possible Annie and Savannah shared a room. I'm not sure.
3,114
Okay, I was close.
square feet. That's a
So
big
but
home.
that's a good sized home, meaning that that someone could hide. And so I wonder, does she hear someone rummaging around? Do they hear her? But I believe I don't believe the person that we see approaching the nest cam with the mask. I don't view him as he's going into the house and she's in there sleeping. I don't believe that.
You don't?
No, because it's just, as you and I have talked about, it's just way too high risk. So, some sunscreen.
Sunscreen.
You have to.
I thought you said you.
Oh.
No, me. JLR, get yourself some sunscreen and
Yeah.
alloy for your face. I know, right?
Well, that's why I'm wearing a
put some on.
sweatshirt. I didn't wear block yesterday.
I
and
put some
it
on.
burned. The song is very, very strong.
I got some on me.
So
Thank you, Belinda.
It is a strong song.
It's a strong song.
But I think I'll tell you what I am on this day 34 as we sit here, and I am actually thrilled News Nation is going to be here because if News Nation is here, I think this also motivates Fox to stay.
Well, not only that, but News Nation probably would get. They're more of a network that would get information from the sheriff's office.
no doubt.
Get it out of them and pry around. And you want that, right?
Yes, and I think if you're Fox and you're Michael, they can go to their boss and say, well, News Nation is staying.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a situation where you're going to get
Well, they
scooped
might even
out.
say, well, John DePietro
Well,
and JLR are staying. We
that's
gotta
a
stay.
given. That's a
You
given.
know what I mean? Like everyone is like,
That's a
everyone's
given.
like, okay, if you're gonna stay, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah.
If you're gonna stay, Dad's
Yeah,
going
it's a
live,
pact.
coming here tomorrow.
Is he?
Or
Oh,
he's
great.
here now somewhere.
Jacob
maybe.
is a great guy.
You know,
I
you
want
got
people
people
to
coming
know
here.
that.
More
He is
people
such
coming.
a
I
good
just saw
guy.
that journalist that was taking the photos that I just
Yep,
showed.
yes.
She's a photographer with somebody, but she's back. She was here 2 weeks ago. She looks like she came back.
You know who was? I didn't realize at the time because I have not been watching their coverage, but she was here yesterday. That's who was with Pinky. She's the NBC News based in Los Angeles. She's the lead reporter on the story.
Yeah, let me see her face. This is the one that did the scripted
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
yesterday.
That's Kate. I think
Yeah,
is it
she's the
Kate?
one that was
Yeah.
here yesterday. I say it's scripted. They say otherwise, but
Well,
literally
but
we're
they-
here. It's quiet,
Yeah.
and the next thing you know, there's a
Oh, yeah,
convoy of
they
5
pulled
cars.
up.
They all pull
Yeah,
up.
Pinky.
She gets out.
No, Liz.
They all get out.
Liz
They start.
Crows.
Yeah, they start miking them up.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You're gonna say this," and she's like, "Okay." And the other
Well-
girl's like, "Okay, you talk. This action."
Do you know that they actually were Pinky's house filming her making the signs?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then they come here and follow her and say, "Okay, we'll go." You
What
do
I
your-"
can't get over, nothing against what's her name, Liz, but
scripted.
If I'm working for NBC, right? Something happens to Liz, and I get the call, and NBC says, "Listen, we need you, John DePietro, JDP, to be the point person on the story." I'll tell you one thing I'm not doing. I'm not going and filming Pinky making signs. I mean, Savannah's own network is going to show that lady.
Oh, it's a feel-good story, and it's
It
people.
is?
Well, making signs and sharing.
Them
It's a feel-
cluttering the flowers with those friggin' signs. That doesn't make me feel
I
good.
have no problem with anybody making signs.
Well-
I mean, look at that. That's beautiful work, don't you think, or no?
No, I don't.
You don't.
It's too
You
over
think
the
it's
top.
too over the top?
And just there's too much of the handwriting and like.
What do you think, folks? Over the top, or
I thought it again.
the same person laying all the signs, right?
Yes.
Not like
Yeah.
a
Well, there's
single
a
person.
few that are nice, but I think her and Al, fresh off the fetish festival, coming here, dropping off the sign. Now again, Pinky's very nice, but
She was very emotional.
She was, yeah. Now she's also, as I've shown, do you know? So she started the trend. So apparently, there are now women all over the country that are following her lead with this is the latest trend with the eyeshadow.
Oh, the eyeshadow.
Yeah, have you seen that?
No, I
You
haven't.
show the
Pinky.
Yeah, there's women coast to coast that are now wearing eyeshadow like that.
Interesting. Interesting. No, she was very emotional. I mean,
think
she was
this
like
demonstrates that mental health is a crisis in this country. Do people realize you have such a good humor? You know what else? Various people have reached out to me, and I also want to thank. You were very generous. People should know you took everybody out to dinner. That was big. Tracy is a big fan of yours. But one thing I've noticed is you're far more patient than I am. Number one, you stream longer. You go all day. I can't do it all day. But you are far more patient with people with their different thoughts and concepts and theories.
Well,
that's just not
it,
in me.
you know,
There's everybody has
listen,
strengths and weaknesses.
Sometimes
That
I get
patience
animated
is
with
not-
certain callers and stuff like that because it fires my head up about
Yeah.
scenarios, right?
I
Like
heard
I want
someone
to
saying they
believe
think
everyone's scenario, and
Luke
I want
Daly's mom is the one on the mat.
Well, I mean, that's Luke Daly's mom's a pretty one out there.
Is the
I'll
one in
admit,
the
like
match. No,
Luke
wait a
Daly's
minute.
mom is the one that did it. I didn't really like
I
that
don't know
one,
about
but
that.
respect people's opinions.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what digs at me the most here is show proof that there's more than one perp.
True.
Show the proof that
True.
there's more than one perp because
Yeah.
the logic shows that there is.
Yes.
I
agreed.
believe that there is,
I
but
believe
we
there
haven't
is.
seen the proof.
True.
What is the proof that
They're
there's more
holding
than one
back
perp?
a lot. They're holding back a lot.
What is the proof?
Police are. There's still a lot. Just to sum up on day 34, we don't know how they got in.
Nope. We don't
The
know
sheriff.
we don't know
They
condition
seem
of
to
the
know.
house.
We don't know the condition of the house. We don't know if they have a working theory on how they get in. We don't have a working theory if they took anything out of the house. So, like, I find it hard to believe that she was the only. That all they took was Nancy.
Well, the sheriff told Savannah, obviously, that she was taken from her bed.
Yes, but I talk about. I think that means they wrapped her in her bedding.
That's cruel, man.
But why would they?
That's vicious.
Why would they know that she was taken from the bed? So, but I wonder.
Probably the sheets ruffled.
Exactly, the blankets.
Maybe some
Yeah.
footprints or
Well, you're not
something,
gonna
something
just
knocked down, maybe.
bring her out.
Or
We also
something.
got to think. I
Maybe-
hate to say it, but maybe she's
Maybe the
screaming.
access to get in the house was over there by the sliding
Sure.
glass door, and they
Yes.
said the perp went in there,
Came
so she
in
had to
that
be
way.
taken.
Yep.
Maybe her eyeglasses, her hearing aids on the mantle, the Apple Watch maybe on the
We
mantle.
don't know if there's any blood in the house, but I
don't
find
know.
it. But I find it hard to believe because Michael at Fox will always say there's no evidence there's blood in the house. But my point is, are we to believe that she just started bleeding when they brought her out of the house because there was the blood on the front steps? That leads me to believe that there could be a trail inside. There's another woman that actually knows her and said she also is on blood thinners, and she thinks this woman that I talked to said she gets nosebleeds when she gets anxiety. So is it possible she developed a nosebleed because she was in such terror? Again, this is all unknown. We also, I could go down.
Dude, it's pure terror.
It is.
It's
yeah. That's
dude,
the
for
thing. I
even
think
if you're
also,
a man, a woman,
anyone,
a child, it is
Yeah.
pure terror
Yes.
to be in your bed.
Ugh.
It'd be in your bed.
Just in your
and
house
In
and
your
hear a
house.
noise.
But imagine you're just
Yes.
laying in your bed, you're
Yeah.
sleeping. You're in La La
Yeah.
Land, and just
The man
you get
with the
spooked,
mask.
and there's somebody with a mask
Yeah.
standing over you
I would
and
even
telling
argue,
you what to do.
JLR, if
Scary.
if they were speaking English. But I would even argue if you were just in your home alone and heard a noise, that would be frightening enough.
Yes.
But she didn't call 911, and they left her phone behind. So that's also interesting.
Well, I'll tell you.
Where was her phone? We don't know.
I'll tell you an example. My old home in Florida one time.
Yep.
Bedroom, sliding glass door faced the back of my home. One time, in the early morning, I got startled and there was flashlights in my backyard.
Whoa.
Like in the backyard. right by my thing, and even that alone, even though no one tried to get in, it was
Yep.
just flashlights.
Still
Maybe somebody was
frightens you.
going through there. Maybe
Yes.
I don't know the situation.
Yep.
My heart went
Yeah.
like immediately like this, and I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police, but I was like close. But I was just like, who the heck?
Now imagine you're 84, right? You definitely have physical limitations, and you're alone in the house. You know, that would be very, and that's something else that I don't think enough people point out is if you're the Guthries, to me it's very clear, at the very least, she was a victim of a very violent crime. And that's very difficult for families like you. I've interviewed people who have had, you know, a daughter shot and killed, you know, a family member, a sister who was then taken against her will and left in a shallow grave. Death is tough enough when it's unexpected, but when then you think about a loved one, the last thing people want is suffering, right? Like people think about how many times in an obit, a death notice, do they put they died peacefully at home surrounded by their family. Like everyone wants to think that. When my mom passed away, she actually passed away in her sleep. We have this thing about at least they died peacefully, there was no more suffering. This wasn't that. This was a very traumatic, very violent interaction, and resulting in, as much as everyone wants to be hopeful, but it's hard to imagine. You know, I went back and looked at the sheriff's press conference on the Monday. On the Monday, February 2nd, the sheriff was saying she needs daily medication. Like this is a race against the clock. That was the Monday. So here we are, day 34.
He doesn't talk about medication anymore.
No.
Nothing.
No. Zero. He doesn't do a lot of talking. He is settled on NBC News, and he is settled on.
He gave a couple. He gave Brianna Whitney. He gave to
they're
Monica
local
Garcia,
stations.
who's a
He
local
does the local
KBOA
stations.
station.
He does.
They
Local.
got access to him yesterday.
Okay, but NBC seems to only be the national affiliate. You know, we don't ask, you and I don't ask Fox News and News Nation who are their sources, but I get the sense that FBI Phoenix is confirming or denying a lot of things, you know.
I find it bizarre that Nancy Guthrie's tribe is MIA. Tribe meaning she's lived there for 50 years.
Yep.
Worked at the university, active in the community. Where are those people close to her? Why are they so quiet? Not demanding more info. Strange. And that's coming from Natalie Loves Florida. Now, I asked the same question, Natalie, 2 weeks ago. So where's Nancy's friends? I put it on X. And the response I got by some people is her friends are elderly. They're probably scared too. That's why they're not speaking out. But where is the church people? Where is their community people?
Right.
Why aren't they holding any
to date
remembrances or anything for her?
To date, that's a good question, and it's a fair question. To date, the only interview that I have seen was her immediate circle did an interview with the New York Times, and they recanted that on Friday, January 30th, that they came to the house and played a game of Mahjong, and then they planned to see her Sunday. She was supposed to arrive for 11 o'clock to watch the church service. She didn't arrive. The friend texted, called, and then they were the ones that contacted Annie. Now, what we don't know, though, is it's very possible that they have reached out to Savannah, who, we don't know this, but may have asked them not to say anything, or reached out to Annie and not said anything. I agree. I mean, they could be here in the front talking about her.
I mean, with most missing persons cases or kidnappings, the friends of the victim
do come out and speak. True.
Speak.
Very true.
Interviews.
I don't know.
But, you know, she's 84 years old. They could all be elderly.
Yeah.
Like same age. Or, you know, maybe she didn't have many friends maybe at this time. Maybe she did over the years and some of them passed away.
I'll have to go back and read it. The New York Times story that had the women that were here on Friday.
Yes.
And played Mahjong were younger than her. And she taught them Mahjong, which is a board game, and they said she was still very competitive. So they were leaving on Friday. They came during the day. They played. I think they, you know, had some wine, whatever. And then, you know, what are you up to? And she said, well, tomorrow night I'm having dinner at my daughter Annie's house, and then Sunday I'll see you for. They would get together and watch the church service. So that was like a full, you know. Her days were full. That we don't know what she did Saturday during the day, but Friday they were here. I think Friday was the last time I think anyone outside of the family saw her, if I have that correctly. Again, it was the New York Times that somehow got access to them. But you're correct that they have not done any other interviews. I've also known people have been asking how come the brother Cameron wasn't here when Savannah and Annie and Tommaso came and laid the flowers. What people need to understand is we don't know what grief he's going through. We don't know. He could be back with his family in New Hampshire. I think people need
Burlington, Vermont, or New
Burlington, Vermont, New England. One of the two. You're probably right. But I also think people, we don't know the dynamics of many times when someone dies unexpectedly, and I hate to use that word, but in this circumstance, but people need to ask themselves, many times within the family, the relationship of the siblings and the parent is always different. So just as an example, I have a family member who lived out of state, and when my father passed away unexpectedly, he was then racked with guilt of, I should have gone and visited more, and now I regret not going in the summertime, and then I regret. So we don't know, is he going through, I wish I had come out more. She mentioned she wanted, I mean, I'm going to really, she said something like she'd feel more safe if there was a security system, and I said, next time I'm out, I'll install it. We don't know that. Or it could have just been too tough for him, or he may have needed to go back to comfort his family. Well, my point is, I don't think people should cast suspicion on a family member that is not just dealing with grief, but dealing with very public grief. This is very difficult.
Well, prior to this, I never even heard of Cameron.
No, we didn't.
So he's
know
probably
him.
not a,
Plus, he had to do the video. He
Yeah.
seemed very awkward. I think it's also tough, JLR, in a dynamic of Savannah's. Not only is Savannah Guthrie the youngest, but she's also she's the star of the family. Like everyone in this area, the Catalina Hills, people would drive by and say that's where Savannah Guthrie's lived, grew up.
Some, but not all.
Not all.
Some neighbors didn't even know that she was
True.
Savannah's mom.
But I just mean, in the crux of things, there's a place that she would always go when she came back. She was known when she went to ASU. She finished first in her Georgetown law class. She was an attorney. She has a brilliant legal mind. She was on the local TV station. I mean, for a lot of people, it's like, oh, wow, she made good. Look at that. There's Savannah on local TV, one of the local stations. Then suddenly she's at NBC. Suddenly she's on with Matt Lauer and Ann Curry, and then she gets the slot when Ann Curry leaves. Then Matt Lauer leaves, and Savannah Guthrie becomes the face of the Today Show. So my point is, within the dynamic of that family, I think they've, for a very long time, have been in her shadow. She was 4.0 GPA in college, finished first in her law school class, and what I've heard was just like, if you went to high school with her, you knew Savannah Guthrie was going to be something, and she didn't disappoint. So the siblings being in a little bit of a lesser role, I can see that. But I agreed with you when you said, I think that was a loud statement she made about Tommaso. They were grieving together. He was like holding up the two sisters. That was not an accident. That was design. That isn't fate. I think she also saw it as an opportunity. It certainly changed a lot of people's dynamic, or I think
changed mine. It changed mine.
Yeah, perception of what.
It's another piece.
It is.
To me.
It is.
But again, everyone feels differently.
Yes.
Seeing them, I said it sends a very powerful message to the world that the family there is a unified front.
Very much so.
Cameron probably went home earlier. Probably came out here and went home. So I don't take nothing about Cameron
People
not being
ask,
here.
how come he wasn't there? You don't know.
The big
Maybe he
elephant in the
wasn't up
room
to
is
it.
Annie and Tommaso.
100%.
Tommaso was the big elephant.
It was.
Right?
Yes.
He's the big elephant. So
Yeah.
by seeing Savannah hugging, and
Yeah.
hugging, even though some people are like, well, look, their body
Nope.
language a little awkward,
No.
but that's showing like, hey, they arrived to the scene.
Yes.
They know the cameras are
They
there.
were holding
they know
on
the
to
cameras
each
are
other
there.
for
They-
dear life.
That's
for,
what I mean.
For dear life. Yeah. That was a rough ride.
Stormy Bell says, why would a thief go through all of this and not take anything?
Well,
no reports
again-
yet of anything taken. This wasn't about theft.
Yeah. But we don't know that, number one. And number two, if this incident happened, it could have been like, that's the least of our worries. We got to get this lady out of here. meaning we don't have time to then ransack the house. I agree, it's fair. I also, though, we don't know if they took anything. I mean, the sheriff,
We don't know what happened
we don't know
inside the
what
house.
happened inside.
We don't know, and you know, I think they're keeping that quiet on purpose.
Yeah.
Or something. We just don't know we don't know about the blood. We don't know the condition of the home. We don't know the point of entry. We don't know if anything was taken.
Yeah.
We just don't know.
Where are you on the mediums?
The mediums?
I have people. This is all about.
Listen, I want a psychic to come out here and meet me at the scene. If there's any
Yeah.
Tucson
Okay.
psychics or anyone in Pima County that's a psychic that's willing to come out and just analyze this and study this, and you know, I would love to, you know, see what your take is. You know, the psychics could help.
All right. So someone is messaging me that this is a medium. Was that the woman that walked up to the porch?
No.
That was not her.
No.
No. Okay.
This was a younger.
Tell
individual.
JLR so he doesn't call the police. Well, first of all, you're not calling. I mean, you posted the video.
First
it's
off,
up to
any
them.
type of weird stuff that happens, the police come.
Yeah.
They come.
They're watching.
They come. And I will say, I will 100% kudos and shout out to the Pima County Sheriff's Office for not messing with us out here. They
Right.
don't bother us.
They
They
don't.
come by and wave. They're
Yeah,
respectful. They
they
know
are.
what we're doing, but they
Yep.
know who each and every one of us is.
They
We
are.
know that we can't go onto the property.
Yeah.
We know there's boundaries and limits. We know we can't go on neighbors' properties.
And we don't.
We don't.
Yeah.
And they know that. And they
Right.
do not bother us. They're like, hey, this is their First Amendment right to cover a case. It's a public interest case. I
Yeah.
think some of them probably encourage us to be here. Some
One
of them
offered
within
me a
departments.
ride, but as you know, I prefer
But the
walking.
Pima County Sheriff's Office has given zero problems. I sit out
Zero.
there in front of their office.
Yep.
When I was sitting there doing the
Oh, yeah.
streams, they come by, they go
Totally
to their
fine.
job, they leave, they wave, they're waving in their cars, they're looking. No one has given us any
No.
problems.
I think they also realize we're not going anywhere.
That too, and really they have no choice, but they could technically block this off in a sense, maybe. I don't know if you really can, but
A little late now.
yeah. But
I
they're
think
like,
this is
look,
also working for the
people are out here
neighbors.
just
Yes, I
out
think this
here,
is working for the neighbors.
and they're observing about this. So you know, different departments sometimes act funny and things like that. Here's somebody
Give them
laying
more
flowers.
We can show
Let me
that.
just spin this around.
Yep. I'm gonna roll.
All right,
I will
John.
see you tomorrow, though.
God bless you, man.
Keep up your coverage.
Yeah, I appreciate
You're
it.
doing
If you
great
ever want me to
work.
come on and talk
you get a
on
lot
your
of
stream,
fans. I will do that. We will do that.
bring me in, and we will do a dinner.
Yes.
Who's this?
Oh, this is interesting. Oh wow.
Bye, John. Nice talking to you. I like John DePietro. I like everybody here. No one rubs me the wrong way. I like everybody. People say call the woman that trespasses the prop. They know. They watch the feed. Y'all know they're watching the feed. They know. They're probably looking for the person now. They know. Yo! I didn't even know you were sitting there. Why didn't you pull a chair up?
I don't know, you were talking to John.
Man, come on in. You're welcome. You're always welcome.
I was hoping you could have some callers. Call-ins. I like when you have those.
So what's this shirt? What's that? Pipe?
Pipe, laying down pipe. Like
Laying down pipe? Is that what you say? Your pipe layer?
Pipe layer.
Pipe layer. Interesting.
I donate my time doing that.
How's your day been?
Good, good. I've been, my plan today was I just wanted to come and knock and talk, you know, because we've been getting a lot of good intel from these neighbors. As long as, you know, as long as they see we're not in, and if I don't have a camera in their face, it seems like they kind of open up a little bit. So today I went knocking, talking. It didn't go too well for the first hour because I was like, you know, I see my parents. I'm not very, you know, I'm approachable, but others I could see why they aren't. So no one really opened up for me. But when I met one of Mark's friends, and when she was with me, we were a little more approachable. So yeah, we were picking up a lot of stuff, and we saw there's another back route. These roads are nuts out
Dude,
here.
I think the way they went down there yesterday and went up, They went to the corner house. There's a house on construction right at the end.
The one where the big blue things at. Yeah.
Yeah,
On the left.
Camino
Turn right.
Maribel.
Okay.
Right on the left, on this side of the house.
Right.
On this side of the road, there's a house under construction.
I
So
see
they're
that
there. They're dead across the street. There's a house facing. There's actually a camera in the driveway that faces to the northbound on Camino Maribel. So they went there. They went all the way up the road, almost to Orange Grove, or almost to Camino, the road that takes you out to Orange Grove.
Right.
It goes eventually up. They went all the way up there. They went near there, and then they went to the house across the street from the church at the corner of Orange Grove and that road there that takes you out. Talking to the homeowner. It makes me think, but they also went that way too yesterday, behind the house, because according to Steve Cooper, who is a neighbor here, picks up the trash in the morning, he said, I live over there. He lives on the road next, that parallels
Behind
this,
one. Gotcha.
behind the house. He said they were there yesterday. He said that was the fourth time. So they're over there too. But my thoughts was, hey, Perp leaves house here, goes out south, goes Camino Maribel, heads north, goes up to Orange Grove by the school and the church, and somehow dips out there, either going towards Luke Daly's house or goes north to Skyline.
Gotcha. And there's a lot of outlets that hit river too. The Via Entrada. There's a lot of.
I mean, I'm thinking but maybe they're just I mean, what brings the FBI out here 33 days later to do something that should have been done from day one?
I have to agree.
By the feds, or
I think
this guy's saying that, the neighbor's saying they came 4 times. Why 4 times to the same person? I mean, follow up.
I could tell you what it was because I spoke to someone earlier and they want to remain anonymous. They were so, I guess the best way to word it is, I think they were so unorganized that this person I spoke to, they went to his house at least 12 times. And when I say they, he said everybody separately. FBI came to his house, TPD, Turlock Police Department came to his house, and the sheriffs came to his house. When he had already given one of them footage, and they came and asking for the same stuff. So something is unorganized for him to, and this guy he doesn't want anything to say. But
my also thought was, during the course of this crime, somehow in between, after the crime was committed, the perp came back. And they're trying to get surveillance of maybe the perp coming through. Checking it out.
Next day? Oh, this. Yeah, yeah.
Coming
I'm
near
pretty
the
sure there's a camera
memorial,
over here.
coming by just to watch.
There's a camera on here, I'm pretty sure. You remember
there's a camera playing in there?
Yeah, the John Benet Ramsey case, they put a camera on the
I think
cemetery
they got trail
plot.
cams around here. We gotta look
I
for
wouldn't
trail
doubt
cams.
it.
But it's possible the perp came back here just to come by and look.
Very much so, very possible.
At night or whatever. Maybe they have some
They're that
information that the perp
They'd be
came
pretty
back.
ballsy enough to do that. I mean, they got away with it, so you're right. Why wouldn't they? Just to throw it in their face, kind of,
That's
You've gotten all the vehicles, right?
Yes, Les Hathran Tham, 5650. I butchered your name. Question: where is the images of Nancy being taken out the front door? There is none that we see.
Because remember, that's when the camera was most likely removed by then.
Remove, take her out. No, nothing on camera.
Right.
Never saw image of perp destroying the camera. True.
There's no
I think
GPS
they have
tracker on them, right? On the Nest, they don't have the GPS tracker. You think that would be? They would be concerned that it would be stored somewhere else anyway. But
Just put a GPS tracker on cameras.
You feel
and see
me?
if they get destroyed.
You know?
Murky.
Especially if you could put an air tag play anywhere. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the.
Enton Post, Murky says, Enton posted a new video he filmed from neighbor's home, and you can see Nancy's roof. The folks that their net was down and had missing footage. Okay, so it's right there. It has to be next door.
This one?
Well,
Remember?
the home right there, you can see Nancy's roof, or it has to be somewhere around here. Let me look on Enton's video.
What is that roof right there? Isn't that the neighbor? Though?
Yeah. I'll be able to determine what house that is if he shows the video.
That's the other side.
Oh yeah, it's right there. That's the next door
Gem guy
neighbor.
house?
Yeah, it's the Gem Guy house.
It's 2-story like.
Yeah, because look,
He has
it's
a
right
water.
there.
He has a waterfall in his pool too. Because he
It's
was
a brick wall, and it's right there. It has to be the next door neighbor's
Yeah,
for
you're right.
Marky.
Unless it's on the other
Because
side.
the next door neighbor has this big patio that,
So remember the other night I was out here? Before, kind of right when I got here, they were having like a little, I don't know, like a kickback there. Because I hear all these kinds of people talking in the pool, and you hear the waterfall coming down in the pool. If I would have had a recorder, I could have listened. But I also don't think that guy.
Oh wait, he corrects though. He says, correction, the structure I zoomed in on is not Nancy's house. We just put the drone up to confirm. It is one of her neighbor's houses, but her house is in that direction.
One of her neighbors?
So it's a couple down then. It has to be a couple down. That way. I don't know.
Has anybody figured out what the lights are in the background of the... I know you guys, I think they were talking about could have been headlights on this street right here. You know the lights in the back of the suspect video? Like it could be a vehicle, it could be a house. Is it like a sunblocker?
Windsock.
Oh, nice.
Where it says, get a windsock. I tried to take it down because usually towards the end of the day the wind goes
Right.
away, but it's been kind of like
beautiful. This weather.
Man, this was the best weather the last 2 days that I've been here. Easy. Windsock. Oh, windsocks are on. Hold on.
Another source of mine found a Kia Soul, right?
Kia Soul?
It's been parked in this parking lot for 2 weeks because they chopped the tires.
Well, oh, what's that?
I don't know. They chopped the tires because they wanted to see how long it was there. So it's been in 2 weeks and not moved.
What does that mean?
In other words, they haven't driven it. What if she's in the apartment? I don't know. That's
What about this home under construction up there, man?
Yeah, Mark talked to the guy inside of it. And I spoke to the guy. He let me use the porta potty the other day. And then Mark also went into the one at the end of the street, 6010. But yeah, I'm knocking and talking to see if I can get anybody of those people to talk. But yeah, that one I think's been looked at. I think that one, the one under construction with the blue thing in it, that one's been looked at. I saw some new tunnels today I want to go look at too. How's everybody doing, man, on this Friday? We're out here, boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
That girl, did you get the plate of the car that she was driving her?
I did not.
I told her, I go, is that your friend? She goes, yeah. I go, shoot me the pictures later.
Some of y'all are gonna feel like dumb butts if they trace anything back to Tommaso. It's okay to have different opinions, but the self-righteous anger defending him as an impossibility is humorous. Some of you are gonna feel like dumb butts if they trace anything back to the tomato. It's okay to have different opinions.
I agree.
But self-righteous anger defending him as an impossibility is humorous. Stormy Bell. I know how you feel, Stormy Bell, about the situation. Laura's musings. This may have been discussed earlier, but what is behind Nancy's home? Another road homes. It's a home. There was a home behind Laura's. There's a cul-de-sac.
And a small wash.
Yeah, so we went up that way before when I went with the gentleman that works at the ski resort at Mount Lemon. What was his name? The guy that was with 857 Tucson. What was his name? Does anyone remember that guy's name? He was here a couple times.
You guys went to Mount Lemon? I don't know.
No, he works at Mount Lemon.
Oh,
Does anyone know that guy's name? The gentleman. Is his name Aaron? Is his name Aaron? The gentleman took me back there. So we walked down the street, and then we walked around the corner, and then we went Aaron, and then we went all the way back to the cul-de-sac. But there's a house back there, and there's a driveway, and it takes you directly in back of her house. So it's a house back there. Now, there was lights there at the house because the home was being rented out to a media outlet who shine lights on the back of Nancy's house. They're no longer there. Aaron, people are saying his name is Aaron. But there's a house back there, Laura's Musings. There's a cul-de-sac back there. Then after that cul-de-sac development, there's another road that parallels similar to this road here.
You're right.
That goes all the way down.
Hey.
Perp could have came in through that way.
Very
You know, went back in the cul-de-sac, parked back there, creeped up through the yard, and came up through the driveway. Because you're not gonna get any traffic back there in that cul-de-sac, just like you won't get no traffic here at this cul-de-sac up by Sue Ellen's. You're not gonna get none.
Right.
So the perp could say, "Hey, I'm not gonna park on Camino Escalante here, the Camino Escalante. I'm gonna park in the cul-de-sac in the back, creep through the yards, or park up here, or park in the driveway here." But who's gonna patrol here? It's not like Pima County Sheriff's are like, "Hey, we're gonna patrol around this development at night."
You know, and I'd already told you a few times, I was out here for a good almost 2 hours, not one car. You know, you could hear everything. And so, remember, like, it was a report that I had gotten, I don't know if it's been confirmed, but that one of the neighbors heard a car door close and an engine start around that time.
Really?
Yeah. It was on that Reuters thing. I don't know why they would have to lie about that, but let's just say if it is true, who would have heard it? Sue Ellen is the ears. I'm sure she's She's in church. I don't know who was the neighbor that reported that, but it would be good to know that. So what area were they in that they heard it? Like, because you know how we don't know if there was a car. Supposedly there's no tire tracks. You know.
Interesting.
Mm.
Interesting. Well, look right here. Anyone that pulls up into
You're
their
right.
driveway,
There's tire tracks.
you're getting
You're
tire
right.
tracked.
100%.
Anyone that pulls in that driveway is going to get tire tracked.
Yeah,
Right
agreed.
there. Case in point. Right there. Tire tracks. There's tire
But don't you
tracks
think
all over.
wouldn't it be like a big risk to come out this way carrying her, but like what you said in the back? Very possible. Jacob come make it to town yet? Isn't he almost here now? He's probably here, no? Dad's going live. Hey, Ron.
All right, Alex. What's the next move?
Next move, I'm still hunting. I got a lot of stuff to get to my sleuths. We got a lot of intel today. I like this knocking and talking or just running into neighbors, what their take is on it. There's another street that we found that is another exit out of this place. There's a lot of them, really.
Mason Mom Travels. Alex,
What's
I
up,
want to
bro?
buy you a hat that says, I am a teddy bear. To make you more approachable since
There you
aren't.
go. I like that idea.
Since you say you aren't. LOL. You are awesome. Alex.
Thank you.
Mason Mom Travels. A teddy bear. I am
Everybody knows me. Like eventually, once you know me, you're like, oh, he's a cool dude. I just love the tattoo, so I know
Look,
it might
Bobby,
be a little.
Bobby says, tell Alex to come live so we can support him too.
Yeah, I will. I'm working on getting a phone, and then I'm there. I'm
You don't have a
going live.
phone?
No, I got one. I'm just getting a newer one because this one sucks. Doesn't have a mobile hotspot. You know, I'm getting there though. Give me like a week. But yeah. So in other words, I have to hook up to someone's hotspot or like the Starlink. But I'm gonna get there. But I haven't gone live a couple times.
Annette
last few
says,
nights.
I emailed
Annette?
you. I'm going back to when the locksmiths were out there. Yeah, well, the locksmith, the safe. What about the safe?
Yeah.
Annette,
I do want to know about that too.
that safe. You know, apparently they got something.
Like
Let me see.
what John was telling you earlier is true. Is we don't know if it was a robbery or not. And remember, they did kind of throw out there that it was a burglary gone wrong. What if they did have a trunk full of stuff and we don't know?
Let's call Annette. Annette, you want to talk about the safe? All right, Annette.
Tell us, Annette. Yeah, I love it when you have your callers on here. What's up, everybody? Sheila?
Who's this?
Oh.
It's Michael
Who's this?
Ruiz.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he's cool.
All
He's
right.
from out of town too, right? Michael Ruiz?
Yeah, he's
Came to visit.
like New York or something. All right, Annette. Come on in, Annette. What do you have to say about the locksmith?
Hi, this is Annette.
Hi, Annette. JLR
Hi,
and
Annette.
Alex.
Yo.
Yo,
Talk
how are
to
you?
us.
So.
You're talking
I
about the
was
safe?
Yeah, so remember when the locksmiths went out there?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was talking to my dad about it, and we were just like rolling around thoughts. And we're like, what if this, schmuck went out there? He thought, this lady is, maybe it had nothing to do with Savannah, right? Like maybe he just saw this lady that was an easy target. She's an older lady. She's in a rich neighborhood. Easy target. She lives by herself. And we thought, let's get her. Because there's like blood on the front porch, whatever. So what if he goes in thinking, I'm going to get into this safe because she probably has a safe. I'm thinking he probably thinks she's got a safe. So he's like, what's the combination or whatever. And she's probably like, she's awakened to this stranger. So she's probably like, trying to get her thoughts together. Maybe he roughed her up a little bit more than what he thought he was going to do. You know, she's a tiny woman, elderly. Maybe he roughed her up a little bit more than he thought he was going to do. And he freaked out, right? Maybe he couldn't get into the safe because he was in there for a period of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he roughed her up a little bit more than he thought. He was like, I got to get her out. Took her out the front, realized she's not going to make it out very far because there wasn't like a ton of blood in the front. Took her back in the house and then realized, you know, I got to get her out the back, and took her out the back and then did something with her, you know, because I feel like he was in there for too long, you know, too long to just.
Some people suspect 40 minutes. Some
Yeah, that's
people
what I'm saying.
suspect that the perp was in that house all the way up to when Nancy was brought home,
Yeah, yeah.
or sometime
So,
in between.
so I'm saying, like, there's just a tiny bit of blood in the front, so I feel like, you know, maybe he roughed her up a little bit more than he thought. Like, maybe, you know, the locksmiths went in there trying to see if he got anything out of that safe, you know? I don't know. I've been like, since the story broke, I've just been like listening to everything, reading everything, trying to like roll ideas around in my mind. I don't know. I just feel so sad for her and her family. You know, I'm like, I listen to you all the time, like on the way to work, on the way home from work, while I'm at work. You're in my ear, in my, you know, in my little earbud. You know, I don't know.
I'm real curious about the safe myself too. Like,
Yeah, because like they're out there with metal detectors, so I'm thinking like, okay, maybe he did get something out of it. You know, maybe he did, and you know, in haste of trying to get her out of there, maybe they're thinking hopefully he dropped something. You know.
Or, you know, I was also thinking in reference to the safe before. Where do people put safes in their house?
and is it a big one or is it a
Usually,
one?
some people put like safe box safes under their bed,
True.
in their bedroom.
And most criminals leave with safes. You know, not that I know.
So maybe
I
the
mean, I've
perp's
heard.
intention was to get something that was in the safe.
Right, but is
That's
it
what
a
I'm
safe that
saying.
is big enough to take? Because criminals don't
You
want
know
to
what I
break
mean?
into a safe. They want to take it with them. You know?
Yeah, but
I've heard.
I'm thinking like if she's this older lady, right? She probably had like a little safe, not like a tiny one, you know. But I'm thinking like, you know, a smaller safe, probably in her closet or under her bed, that probably had like, family heirloom jewelry, like maybe stuff from her husband.
Social security card, probably.
But
Right.
wouldn't they have taken
Her
it?
passport, her, important documents, family heirloom jewelry that she wanted to pass down to her kids and
True.
grandkids, stuff from her husband that
Maybe
passed
some
away.
crypto codes, maybe some safe,
Interesting.
other keys for some other safe
Right.
deposit box or
Oh,
something.
wow. Yeah.
Right. So these are the things that are rolling around in my mind. So maybe maybe he was able to get into it, maybe not. I'm thinking maybe he, roughed her up a little bit, not thinking that he was maybe gonna, kill her, but maybe he roughed her up a little too much, and ended up and panicked, thinking, okay, I'm gonna take her out the front. Maybe something spooked him, a wildlife animal, something like that. Maybe spooked him, and he's like, oh shoot, and ran back inside the house, and ended up going out the back and did something, there. And maybe that's why the metal detectors are out there trying to see if maybe perhaps he dropped something. I don't know.
No, we were out there with the metal detectors because it's called shedding. Something I just learned. But sometimes for kidnapped victims, they shed on the way out. So whether it be an earring.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I heard y'all talking about that too.
Oh, you mean someone else was using metal detectors?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, I appreciate the input, Annette. I want to know why the locksmiths were here with this, regarding the safe. I remember the guy came out and said, I got it.
And is it a big safe that you're not going to carry away,
Exactly. So I don't know. But anyway, I'll let you go. I know that, you got things to talk about and stuff, but it was such a pleasure to talk to you, JLR. Like, I don't know if you've seen any of my posts on X and stuff, but I've been posting JLR for president.
Nah, don't do that, please. No, please don't do that. Please don't. Where's it at? Let me go look. Where's it at? Where do I find it?
I don't know. I've just been
What's your X
posting on
page?
X, but
What's your X page?
I actually just got X because I never had X, but I got it for what's going on here. I don't know. Let me see. Let me go over here.
It's a good checker for like to be. They're always on time with stuff.
Okay,
So
so
you check
it's
too.
N as in Nancy, ETTA 1379.
MBTTA 13.
No, it's N as in Nancy, E as in elephant, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, A 1379.
Oh, Netta.
Okay. Gotcha. Ah, all right.
Thanks
I
for
see
sharing that with us, Annette.
I appreciate that, Annette. And thank you very much. And we'll see what happens here with this case.
All right.
You know, maybe the safe will be a part of this situation. So.
Right.
All right.
You have a very blessed day. Thanks for calling.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for talking. Bye-bye. All right. Comes from Annette. The safe. The safe. The safe. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm like.
The sun's starting to go down.
She could have a really those really big safes that you're not going to drive away with, or she could have had a little one that they would have just took. So I don't know. Maybe she doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of really nice houses out here. I never owned a big safe like that, but if I had a house like this, chances are I probably would. So, and if it was a locksmith over a safe, they're not going to come in there for a locksmith for a little safe. You feel me? We crack safes open, but the big ones, that makes sense. If that's what, if locksmiths, do locksmiths even? Well, I guess they can get into safes, right?
The real Emily Rose. Look into everyone's past, like the Tepe case. Dun dun dun. The ex-husband waited 8 years and killed his ex-wife and her husband, leaving the 2 young children. Grudges can last a long time.
Some people don't let them go.
Nancy was the easiest target, holding grudges for extended periods of time. Could it be someone
People
holding
do.
a grudge for all these years?
And waited for enough time to go by.
Please go view impound lots. Someone told me where later on over the weekend, I'll go on my own time to see. Somebody gave me the location where Annie's car could be.
Interesting.
But I don't know, and I'm not just going to live stream and say, hey, let's go look together. I'll go look, and if it's there, I'll come live and say, breaking news, there's the car, there's Annie's
Why
car.
did they say they're putting it back together? What does that mean?
I don't know about that. That's what people are saying on
That's weird.
the interview room. Chris McDonough, they're saying the car was taken to get repaired or put back together. I don't know.
Strange,
I don't know anything
I've
about
had my
that.
car impounded in a search, but they give it back. I mean, you get it back, well, you don't get your phone back. There's a lot of things you don't get back. But I mean, they didn't rip my car apart where I had to put it back together. But I don't know. Maybe she had other problems with the car.
Oh, look at this. Dr. Q is available.
Nice.
Whoa,
Who's that?
we got Dr. Q wants
Dr.
to talk.
Q?
Dr. Q wants to talk. He's my favorite. Dr.
That's
Q.
awesome.
I like Dr. Q.
Yeah.
Dr. Q's back in the house. Let me actually put this phone plug in here. Let me fix this up, and we're going to get Dr. Q. Everyone wants to talk to Dr. Q. All right, hold on. Dr. Q. Dr. Q. Dr. Q. Dr. Q. All right, Dr. Q. Yeah, Dr. Q in the house. He might have something to say. Hold on, we got to fix this here. We got to do this. It's a little complicated. Well, how much battery we got? Yeah, we should put it on. We should put the wind socket on, even though the wind's not big. This is a difficult wind socket. This is a difficult wind socket when you have a charger. Maybe we'll just. I think we should put the wind.
Ask them if they hear the wind.
Can you hear the wind? Can anyone hear the wind?
Or is it cool?
Is it cool? Are we good? Wind?
Wind? Oh.
Wind. Can you hear the wind? No.
Oh, and the
Yeah.
charger's on that side too.
Yeah, the charger's on that side. Nobody can hear wind.
Oh, here.
Hey, we'll just go. If you hear a little wind,
Who
you
is it?
hear a little wind. Dr. Q, you're up.
Hello.
Dr. Q available.
Who is it?
Hello?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Daniel.
Daniel from?
Because my family has one business.
Has what?
Uh-oh, got two calls. We got two calls at the same time. Dr. Q, hello, sir.
Oh yeah, I don't own
Good, man.
How are you, sir?
Are you on? Are
Yeah.
you on right now?
Yeah, we're on right now. Did you want to talk live or something offline?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it live.
We're live.
What's up,
You
Dr.
got
Q?
18. You got we got Alex here with me. Dr.
Yeah.
Q, you got like 18,000 people. A lot of people have been asking to bring you back and bring Dr. Q back.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. What's going
Yes.
on?
So I'm glad to be back. I just thought I'd check in again. In case people didn't hear me before, I'm a professor of communication, publish a lot of books, a lot of articles, speak to a lot of groups, expert witness, also speak to legal groups too. And I have been following this case from a communication standpoint. It's really quite interesting. As I told you, Jonathan, last time I was on, my thinking is on this, that it's a case of what we call parasocial relationship. In other words, it's a fake relationship between somebody who was a fan of Savannah and Savannah. It's one way. It's kind of an emotional bond that runs only one way, and it's not really reciprocated. In other words, Savannah wouldn't know this person, and the only attention that this person would think they're getting from her is by watching her in whatever form, medium, whatever she appears. And this is actually a very common problem that many, many well-known people have, with people chasing them, sometimes stalking them, sending them odd letters, pretending in the letters that they have some kind of relationship with the person. So that's what we talked about last time. And then I saw a couple of nights ago that Brian Enton also, he interviewed a profiler. I think the guy was from Florida, I don't remember, but I just happened to catch that. And the profiler more or less came to the same opinion. He didn't use the term parasocial relationships, which is the term we would use in my academic field, but he talked about this disturbed person that needed attention from Savannah and wasn't getting attention. So in a very distorted, sick way, he was going to get attention by going after Savannah's mother, knowing that this would bring all kinds of attention to him indirectly without being identified. So that was my thesis that I presented the other night, or hypothesis, and I'm staying with that right now. In fact, I'm going to report one other thing that came out today, which is quite interesting. There were reports that when Savannah met with her colleagues back in New York, and she's not going back on the air live right away, but when she met with them, apparently she talked about regrets she had going into a field that made her quite famous, and that would put her family into potential danger. Now again, this is reported by somebody from within that group when Nancy met with the group there. So it's secondhand, it's not directly from Nancy, but or rather from Savannah. But it seems to me that that would suggest that Savannah had evidence along the way, probably provided by the FBI, that they were considering that route. I still don't think the burglary thesis makes any sense. We don't have evidence that much of anything was stolen, and a burglar is not likely to go after a person in some very vicious way. They're more likely to take off, even if the person sees them, in this case with a mask on, they're still more likely to take off. So I'm staying with my hypothesis on this, Jonathan. I think it's probably the most viable one we have. And I want to throw one other aspect of it in here, and that is that when you look at the video and the image of this guy, that presumably from the video is the perp, he looks like a bumbling idiot. And you can try to say that he looks like he knows what he's doing, but I don't think so at all. I don't think this is a guy that has any experience doing this. I think he was trying to do it in this one occasion to get attention. Now, it's possible that he was going to get attention by scaring the daylights out of Nancy and then taking off and something went wrong. That's possible, but I still think that's the basis for it. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, Alex has, or anybody else that you can track there online.
I have a question about the parasocial relationship. So would the
Yeah.
perp would have been one person then, right? He wouldn't have involved anybody else if that was
Right.
the case. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because
Though.
there's
Makes
an
a lot of
illusion.
sense.
Yeah. There's an illusion of intimacy, Alex. It's the
Yeah, it
person
makes
feels
sense.
as if they have
Stalker?
a relationship, you know.
Right. Like in other words, they're stalker, but then in their own mind they have that relationship, even though, like you said, it's not reciprocal. It makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
But how does one
Yep, it's
person
not
get somebody
reciprocal.
out, though,
Yeah.
Dr. Q? Like one person.
Yeah.
How does one person get somebody out? Like I'm looking at the driveway now, tire tracks. I mean, nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you getting a 150-pound woman out with a man that looks like on the video? He looks like what, about 225 maybe?
Tops. Yeah.
225. Just by
Hard
gun.
to tell. It looks like he's got multiple layers of clothing on. Hard to tell what his weight was. So
True.
the most likely scenario is that he was requiring Nancy to use a cane or a walker, or he was helping her or whatever to get out. Okay, that's the most likely scenario. I think it's also likely that he did not pull into the driveway, because that is such an obvious problem with leaving tire tracks, with possibly getting on the camera. So he would have parked maybe across the street in some little cubby area. It's darker than Hades out there at night, and would have gotten her to the vehicle that way. So let me throw out one other thing that strikes me about the FBI being out there going back around the neighborhood. I think they are maybe changing some of the timeline based on other information they've gotten along the way, and they're going back and rechecking with a new timeline.
Possibly earlier or later.
Possibly earlier. Yep, possibly earlier.
Well, what about
skeptical?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm skeptical about them getting a firm timeline up front when the sheriff first presented it, given the fact that when these cameras, they were using the camera information plus the medical device and so on. I'm not sure they had enough information really to go on to have a perfect timeline there. Plus, as I told you before, last time I talked with you, it's possible that still photo that they have of the likely perp is an earlier time. I know when these cameras record, they, if you're not subscribed, they record over other recordings, and then you have to go in there. It's really tricky forensics, and you have to pull out all of the bits and bytes to put back together what was originally recorded. It can be done, but it's very tricky business, and I'm not so sure that the time codes will be adequate. But go ahead, you guys fire at me anything you want.
So parasocial. Well, one, somebody asked the question. Is Ashley Mystery 9717? Ask him what he thinks about the idea that the police have something to do with it to get Nanos out. Do you like that theory at all in any way? Now, people have suggested earlier, like basically this is someone to embarrass Nanos. Like it could be like a person or perp to do this solely to embarrass the law enforcement. You know, do you understand what I mean? Like
that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just say that the risk on this is so high that that's very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
You always very unlikely. You have to consider the risk on these things. And this is a high risk deal. It's high risk as a burglary. It's even a higher risk as an abduction, which is, I think, what it was meant to be. By the way, I haven't said anything about whether or not Nancy is still alive or not. That's a whole different question, and I don't think we have any evidence on that one way or the other.
You don't know. What do you think? What's your gut telling you?
Yeah, what's my gut telling me? I don't have a gut on that one.
You don't have a gut?
Because
so you don't know?
Sometimes these people, these very mentally disturbed people can want to keep people alive. So I just don't know on that one.
We have Laura's Musings 1865 says, question, would that explain the timeline of him saying 40 minutes in the house, that by being there he felt closer to her?
Yes, he felt closer to her. You can see photos. He knows he's at the place where Savannah's mom is.
So he's definitely going to feel closer to her. And on that timeline, by the way, I'm not so sure we should accept the number of minutes there, but in any case, it could help explain it. Good question.
It is a good question, because inside the house, for instance, if it was about Savannah, right, and the perp takes it out on the mom, there's pictures probably all in that house of Savannah and the mom and Savannah and trophies of Savannah and things of,
Definitely.
Savannah, achievements of Savannah, maybe like looking through them and stuff.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Interesting. Parasocial behavior. What about the theory that the perp comes back to the scene later
That's
on?
a possibility.
Look
Yeah,
at the
that's a
memorial,
possibility.
or like Savannah. Okay,
Yep.
for instance, Savannah was here the other day, dropping flowers herself, and with
Right.
Annie and
I saw
Tommaso.
that.
Is there a chance the perp wants to come
Yeah.
up and analyze what they've dropped?
Yeah, you asked me a tough question the other day, and that was whether or not I thought the person who committed this crime, whatever the exact crime is, and we don't have that exact crime yet, right? Whatever the crime is, would this person have been from around the Tucson area?
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, I was thinking maybe not, probably in the broader Tucson area. But the more I think about what's going on with the FBI and their searches, and the more I think about this person would have had to not only have known who Savannah's mother is, you would have seen that with her being on the show with Savannah. But I think it's more likely that it is a person from the Tucson area who was thinking over time about the house there where Savannah's mother lives, the house that Savannah comes back to on occasion. So I'm thinking that person is out there, and that even some of the people on your stream who live in that area have probably passed this person in the car since then.
Whoa.
It's a spooky thing to consider, but probably true.
Did you ever hear the saying that all of us in our lifetime will cross paths with at least 6 killers? You ever hear that?
It's wild, isn't it?
Like, well, we would all cross paths with
5
somebody
more
that's
and you're
killed. That's
covered.
outwardly somebody that killed, and we will cross paths with possibly 6 people, all of us in our lifetime.
Right. Now, Alex, you mentioned earlier that you thought from interviewing people who had talked to the FBI recently, maybe even today, that they were suggesting that things were disorganized, that people kept coming back. The opposite way of looking at that is that the FBI now on this case is narrowing things in much better, has a better timeline.
That makes sense.
More like likely has ideas, and they're running out to see if those ideas will help them at all.
Gotcha.
Both, and of course that timeline is critical in terms of whether or not you ask somebody for their video.
So it's people overlooking their work kind of too, like making sure this was covered, kind of like.
Right.
Here's a question about about the parasocial. So if whoever this person was, would it be something that they've been infatuated with Savannah for years, or could it have been like they ran into that El Charro restaurant or something? Like, is it a spur, and then like he couldn't get enough? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Is that
Yeah, good question. Yeah, it's great. So the work on parasocial is that it develops over time. It can take a long time. They're seeing a lot of this now. There are a lot of articles coming out in the academic literature on the parasocial with today's adolescents and various movie stars and music stars and so on, developing these relationships. And it turns into a kind of a one-person cult over time.
Right.
So it's not fast.
Let me ask you, with that being said, and I'm going to talk something about personal on my side, right? There's a couple people right now on X that literally has like X accounts, and they post nothing but stuff about me and my past.
They're
Literally,
obsessed.
like every single article there ever has been on me and clips me. I mean, should I be concerned about that when someone's just fixated one particular and I am their entire world and
Good
universe?
question.
Is that parasocial behavior?
It doesn't sound like it. What it sounds like is the typical kind of jealousy where if people can put somebody else down, it makes them feel better.
Okay.
about themselves.
Because I see a couple and I'm just like, oh, what the,
Should I
you know,
be
and I
worried?
ignore people, but I'm like, hey, do I got somebody that's gonna come and Silence of the Lambs me or something crazy? Because it's just like it's hate, but it's just weird.
But the infatuation is more like guy girl, right? Well, I guess I shouldn't say it that way, but like if it's most likely a guy that might have been infatuated with Savannah, right? Am I wording that?
Yeah, I think so.
And you're saying in a good sense too. Hey, how was your day
Right.
today? Or send out an email one time and say, oh, nice dress you wore today on the Today Show.
How about this? Wouldn't the FBI? You know, how sometimes the stalkers and they send the letters in, and what if Savannah did have a stalker that we don't know about? Wouldn't the FBI probably have those files or those reports? And I'm pretty sure they probably already looked into it, right?
Yeah, their job is not to collect those along the way. Generally speaking, celebrities hire companies that collect all that stuff. They collect all the
makes
letters,
sense.
all of the email.
Oh, gotcha.
And they give you advice on that. And if it's stuff that is really questionable, they might alert the police, particularly if the celebrity is going out to a particular area to perform or something.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So, yeah, it's actually a very, very common thing
I bet.
out there now. But most of the people are not so psychologically disturbed that they would do anything terrible to try to get the celebrity's attention.
Right.
In this case, obviously, something terrible was done. Even if Nancy is still alive, something terrible was done and scaring the daylights out of her. This is real sickness.
Could this perp have like just like one of those rooms with newspaper clippings of Savannah all over their wall?
Or a bunker or underground basement?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't know how far I'd want to go in predicting what they have, but they definitely collect materials, they collect videos, they go to the websites where they can download maybe programs that Savannah's been interviewed on, that kind of thing.
Well, that's another clue. Like every single NBC, like morning, there's probably a site you can clip them and for a certain fee and take the videos. Maybe they should try to find out who downloaded these videos off these sites, you know, that's affiliated, and see if they can see if there's a particular, you know, IP address in the Tucson area that, you know, is just obsessed with her, you know, as a way.
Yeah, some of these.
Like we were talking about Wikipedia the other day. Like you just click on the IP, you know, try to find
The
out.
problem is if they're using a virtual private network, that makes it a little bit more complicated. I don't know that this person's sophisticated enough to do that.
They always slip.
My sense is that once this event occurred to the point where the FBI started to get deeply involved, and given the sheriff there and all, I don't know when that was. It's definitely the case now. But once the FBI got deeply involved, they started looking down those paths too. Because with a relative of a well-known person, that would be one of the paths they would check. And there will be trails there of one kind or another that they'll have to sift through stuff just like they have to sift through who knows how many cars going down different roads and all. But
I agree.
I'm pretty sure that they're going to break this case.
I'm with you.
And
I agree with that.
I don't think it's going to be a long time on this, because a person like the one that we saw coming up to that door is not a high IQ person.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so it's like we got a comment by Yaz says he probably put his gun to her back and told her to walk quietly to the car if she wants to live. And the blood.
Something like that. Yep.
But okay, so let me ask you something. Is this the type of psychopath that would look like Ted Bundy with charming looks, or would this be someone that's just a ghoul-looking, crazy-looking person that she'd be petrified of? Or it could be either or.
I think it could be either. Yeah, I don't think the looks of the person, although it's more likely the person does not have great looks and does not have great interpersonal relationships themselves. Awkward person. You know, when you look at Alex there, initially you say, hey, what's with this guy? He looks a little strange. But as soon as you hear him start talking, you realize that he's got some real social intelligence, and he's a nice guy, okay?
He said he's never been to prison before. That's what he says.
Yeah, looks are deceiving. In fact, that reminds me of another thing. I saw some of the folks on your stream were going into the interviews with some of the past potential perps. I'm not going to give their names now, but you know who I'm talking about. They
Yes.
did some interviews. So those folks were saying that they were trying to read the nonverbal communication of those interviews. And so I went and looked at those interviews. And first, let me say up front, the field of nonverbal communication is one of the most troubling of all. It's extremely difficult to read the nonverbals of somebody that you don't know, because we get to read each other well over time nonverbally. And there are very few nonverbals that are the same across all people that mean the same thing. So it's a very difficult field to operate in, even though there are people out there that claim to be able to do all of
Body
this.
language experts.
They'll do TED Talks on this and everything else. But the fact of the matter is that the field is a mess. And what it comes down to is that there are significant individual differences for the things that are really tells, like with poker, okay, a tell. So you have to know the person well enough to get those tells, and I don't think you can do that from just watching an interview.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What about the flowers she put down the other day, and the next morning they were all over the road? Does he think it could have been him that did it? Now, I don't know if you were aware of that, Dr. Q, but the day after she laid flowers, I arrived here in the morning, and the flowers and the pictures were all over the road.
And I didn't know that, but I doubt it was this particular person.
Yeah, I mean, they were saying javelinas maybe. Somebody just accidentally drove off or something, but it was weird.
Hey, Dr. Q, I got a quick question. For the parasocial, it might be a dumb question, but parasocial behavior or whatever you called it, could that be linked to somebody on the spectrum?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's not a.
It'd be a loner too. It's what?
Yes. Right.
Gotcha.
Tend to be a loner. By the way, there's no dumb questions, Alex.
Okay.
I'm a professor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All questions are good questions.
Gotcha.
Because they help with our learning. And if you have that question, other people have it too. But it could be spectrum kind of stuff as well. Definitely emotional disturbances, probably poor interpersonal family relationships, quite a loner, which is one of the things that would make it harder to track such a person down. And then when you say, well, what about offering $1 million? Offer $2 million for any kind of tip leading to it.
Right.
Well, this kind of loner without friends involved, without somebody helping, and if this person would not likely talk to other people about what he had done, that reward is not going to make much of a difference.
Right.
My take is the person looks like Anthony Hopkins of Silence of the Lambs or something like.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Like he better look like a monster when they catch him.
Man, I wonder if the FBI would ever have a technology to determine who everyone is based off friends and stuff like that, and try to like you're profiling the person as a loner or something like that. I wonder if they have some technology capabilities to find out everybody and just know who's who and know who has less friends.
What about
kind of narrow that down?
What about eye recognition? Dr. Q, did you hear what I said about Jihadi John?
Yeah.
Like in 10.
I'm sorry.
About Jihadi John 10 years ago, he was masked all the time. He was tracked down using eye recognition 10 years ago.
Yeah,
So,
eye recognition is stunningly accurate.
Right.
If you get a decent photo, it is stunningly
Well,
accurate.
what color is his eyes? Green?
we don't know, right? Wasn't it black and white? Or we don't know.
Yeah, from that we don't know. And
You know,
the eye
like-
recognition on that would probably be tough.
But really? But don't you think that the FBI would have been able to, perhaps, maybe they already know who that person is by the eyes? Or maybe
But doesn't everyone go to get an eye exam and they do an eye thing and they can kind of you know what I mean? Like try to figure out all these eye exam places around here and try
Right.
to see if they can get the technology to
That's
find
smart.
out if any eyes match anyone that got
if
an
he's a
exam.
glasses guy, right? Who knows?
Based off the kind
That's great.
You think they
Yeah,
could do it?
We're writing a movie script here. It's
You're right.
great.
Hey, we
You
want
know,
answers, and we're going to keep everybody accountable.
But if the guy's local, if the perp is local, I mean, maybe one point somebody goes for an eye exam and they do examination of your eyes and they save that, and the FBI can contact these places and use this image of his eyes and kind of see if they can find some sort of match, like a fingerprint.
Right.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Now, of course, there are all kinds of privacy issues
Yeah,
in that.
absolutely.
If you have a warrant
It takes
based
warrants.
on an
Yeah.
actual crime and all, you can go far. But the eyes are telling, and unfortunately, that was not a quality camera. It was dark, and the lighting is just not good. So I don't know how far that'll go. Now, I fly a lot, so I'm in the database of flyers to go through the.
Oh, you're on the no-fly
TSA
list?
pre-check.
Are you?
On the no-fly list.
Are you on extra security?
I'm on the pre-check thing.
Gotcha.
Air Marshal?
So
Oh.
global security or something. I forget what it's called. But at any rate, now even when I fly and I show them my ID, which is I'm in Michigan, a real ID in Michigan. I show them that. They still require that they compare it to me right there with my hat or cap off, looking at the lens, and they can tell right away within seconds whether or not it's a match. So it's very interesting. We'll see what happens on this, but I just thought I'd say to you I'm available tonight, chat with you guys for a few minutes, have you carry on.
Yeah, Maybe we'll just set something up this weekend. We'll chat with you again. Like, come on, like every couple days or something, man.
Yeah.
I like talking to you, Dr. Q, and a lot of the viewers been asking about you. Because this is definitely a major theory here, where your theory of parasocial behavior person did this, because of Savannah. It definitely could be possible here.
It's a hypothesis that fits in with a lot of the facts that we have, and explains a lot of the facts that we're missing. And when I saw that Brian Entman had interviewed this profiler the other day, and it was not at the beginning of this, he investigates things on YouTube, and I don't watch all of them, but I happened to catch this one, and this profiler started talking, and then towards the end of his presentation, he got exactly into this parasocial thing, and he gave it as his most likely explanation of what happened. And I said, wow, that's the only other person I know besides myself that's offered that publicly.
Johnny?
So it is.
No, yeah, go ahead.
It's a decent hypothesis. I wouldn't even say it's solid enough to call it a theory, but it's definitely got something behind it. And let's track this over the next few days. I'll let you know again when I'm available, probably on Sunday, and we'll see what else comes out. And then if you have time, look at the couple of articles that appeared recently. In fact, they appeared this afternoon about what Savannah said to her colleagues at the network, just talking about how difficult it's been for her and all. And she got into this whole thing about putting her family,
right, that's tough,
because of her stardom, into a difficult situation. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but
no,
that's
I haven't.
very interesting.
I'll check it out. One last question, Dr. Q. What type of job does May the Perp have?
Good question.
Menial.
Part-time?
Menial work.
Janitor?
Part-time, full-time janitor, fast food, possibly. I don't even think likely somebody who could do full-time real labor, you know what I mean?
What do you...
Where do I get your book?
Yeah, I've got a lot of books out there.
What's the best one? What's your best book?
The one I like the most is the one that came out most recently, a year and a half ago. It's about that movie, A Christmas Story, about the kid who wants the Red Ryder BB rifle.
Oh, yeah.
And as I mentioned before, I knew the screenwriter of that movie. It's Ralphie, and the kid
Scott
puts
his
his tongue on the...
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Farkas. Here's something that's going to blow your mind that's in the book. Where that name, Scott, it's not Scott, it's Scott, S-C-U-T, came from.
Where'd it come from?
It came from the Scud missile system.
Oh.
And in fact, Scott Farkas is dressed like he's a Russian.
Oh.
The screenwriter of that movie, Gene, J-E-A-N Shepard, and I were friends, as I say, and I taught storytelling with him. And all of the bits in that movie are parables. There are stories that have deeper meanings. And Gene was very concerned about totalitarian governments and that whether or not the U.S. could survive, particularly during the Cold War. And so he got this idea that basically people who run authoritarian governments, and we know who those are all bullies. And you have to stop bullies in their tracks. And when the bullies push too far, and they pushed Ralphie too far, people push back. And I think if you look at the last week in the international news, you'll get some sense of the U.S. pushing back on a bully.
Got you. Do you like coffee? Do you like coffee?
The book is You'll Shoot Your Eye Out. You'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah.
Dr. Q.
Do you like coffee? Are you a coffee drinker?
I love coffee.
All right. Well, you got to shoot me your address. I have a coffee brand called Boots on the Grounds Coffee. You're getting some coffee.
Seriously? I didn't even know that.
Oh, wow.
So
Great.
shoot me your address. But
Well, then you got to give me an address where I can send you a signed copy of the book.
there you go. Quid pro quo. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Happy to do it.
All right. So yeah,
Okay,
we'll chat in a
Alex.
couple days. Thank
You're
you.
awesome, Dr. Q.
Thanks. See you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
You have a good day. Dr. Q in the house.
Now I see why you like him.
I like Dr. Q, man. I can
Yeah,
talk to him.
I
He's
like
somebody
that.
like just easy
So
to talk
knowledgeable,
to.
yeah.
He makes the suspense of the situation.
He's an awesome professor, I'm sure.
Like literally, I'm
You're
thinking like
right.
Silence of the Lambs, some wackadoodle.
Or there's no dumb questions. Like he's just like,
No,
I like that
but
kind
like
of guy.
it
you know?
shows that there's some like literally like a psychopath, like a straight somebody
Right.
that's obsessed
I
with
agree.
Savannah.
I
Like,
agree.
hey, I'm gonna
That
go
makes
do
some
this
sense,
and just
too.
take it out on her. I mean, we've been hearing the latest about cell phone jamming. Maybe this parasocial person has some sort of, man, it's getting cold out here. Cell phone jammers and things like that. Came for business.
Before I forget, someone had sent me something earlier, and I have proof.
And if I didn't see everyone's chat, I apologize. Things were firing in. We got a fast chat. Man, it's cold. Ooh, it's getting cold out here. The sun's going down. Let's go. I'm gonna go up the road a minute and look at the sun.
Real quick, let me just throw this out there. Earlier today at 3:40, there was a helicopter circling the landfill.
Oh, really?
At circling Los Reales landfill on Alvernon area.
Yeah.
It was like way high. It wasn't. I think it was at.
They were
but
doing
they were
that a
at
couple weeks ago.
3,200 feet elevation. Same place.
Yeah.
Alvernon?
Right
Oh,
by the airport.
Interesting.
East of the airport.
I don't know. That was from a source somewhere.
Oh, there's the name.
Ooh, those dogs are awesome. Anyway.
How are you?
That was earlier today. Might not even be linked, but it was just
That's
crazy.
the second time today out. Third?
They're busy. They're
Third.
demanding.
That's the cool neighbor from Australia. You're from Australia, aren't you?
Yeah. Are you kidding?
Oh, you got her mad. What is she, Ireland?
Sorry.
Come on. And I never
always
met
had
you.
the
I just you look at.
Australian accent.
Oh, I love you.
Can I show your dogs on camera?
Can we take them home?
Sure.
Oh,
No.
you're a
Look at these-
girl.
look at
You're
these-
pretty.
Look at these pretty dogs.
Oh, I have a
here.
friend now.
Look at these pretty dogs.
Hello.
Hello.
Pretty.
Here's another wonderful neighbor that offered
Pretty.
to park in her driveway.
Look at that gray coat.
Did you ever figure out what the SUV was
Oh,
down there?
No, it was a media. It was a media. It was
Hello.
creepy. He was just like sitting down there.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
They love
So
donkeys.
anything else happened today besides the nice lady in the pink dress?
I missed
Was
that.
that today?
What was that?
Oh, you
Which
want to
was
see
the
something
pink-
crazy?
Oh, the one on the porch.
Look at this. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to show you this. Hold on.
Before with the glasses and she...
Look at this one right here. I just clipped this. This was bizarre. Look at this. Look at this one right here. Hold on. This was crazy.
The bizarre.
This
bizarre
woman just came and just arrived and just like, oh, where's my post? Hey, what happened to my post?
They deleted it?
Yeah, if not, I got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She knocked on the door.
She just literally went to the steps.
That's not
And
the
then-
first time someone's
And
done
then I
that,
was
right?
like, I asked her and I was like, hey, any
Did she
comment on what
respond?
you're doing? And she just like walked away.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
wait now. Can you go back?
her friend was the driver. The one that was back here parked.
It's crazy. A woman just comes up and just, oh my goodness, she's going, this is, whoa. Hey, what's going on? Are you the family? What got you to go up on the porch?
Was there someone waiting for her?
Yeah, that
Well,
was
yeah,
the car.
look, so I kind of like walked down with her and then she jumps into this waiting car.
Well, they were up here, and I asked
From
her.
Texas.
I go, send me the pictures.
But it's just
Your family?
She probably took a picture of the doorway.
Yeah,
I bet.
that's what she did.
Yeah.
She'll post it on
Yeah.
TikTok. Probably. She's probably one
So
of those
you
like
can't-
TikTok.
Now there's no stopping the crazies.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna probably have like if this case remains a mystery, you're gonna have people like if this
Listen,
drags on, I hope it doesn't.
I hope
You're gonna
so,
have
too.
people come to your neighborhood like a
This
crime
should be-
scene tourist.
This should be a gated community.
Yeah.
I lived in a mobile home park that was a gated community.
Why don't you lobby that?
You
like,
know,
in
you
your
have to
front thing and say,
you have
hey,
to do
you
a
gotta go
card
this.
every time you
many
pass.
entrances in here. You have to put gates up all over
And
the
then,
place.
then your HOA fees.
I
are gonna
know.
go
Oh,
like
yeah,
that, right?
we don't
But
really
you already
have one,
pay.
to be honest.
Oh,
She
okay.
said another neighbor said
Stop.
It's optional, right?
optional.
Optional
It-
HOA.
It is kind of. You're not obliged, but it's like $50.
Yeah.
Nobody really does anything. They just have a meeting every year and elect board members. And if you do anything to your house, you have to submit plans.
Right.
It's pretty lax.
Yeah.
But I
I'm
don't
not-
know.
I'm not an
Moving
HOA.
forward, I don't know if it's going to be like that.
Right.
We'd never have gates because we just couldn't do it here. It's too big.
Too many openings, in
Too
other
many
words.
openings to get out to
that makes
Campbell,
sense.
and they couldn't have gates.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, no, more flowers.
More flowers. They keep coming.
Anyways, so nothing else.
No other
intel?
excitement. No FBI today around the neighborhood. Where's your big girl?
My name's Alex, by
Hi,
the way.
Alex. I'm Shirley. Nice to meet you.
Shirley, the neighbor
From Australia.
from Australia.
Ireland. Close, right?
It's the accent. I just stereotypically thought it's the Australian woman.
Yeah, it's the Australian lady.
The Australian lady. The Irish lady. The Irish. Labrador?
She's pretty.
She's a pit bull.
Yeah, part pit,
mix,
full
yeah.
pit.
She's
Ma-
mostly
mixed?
pit.
Yeah,
got
she's super
some
pretty.
Weimaraner in her.
I love that gray coat. It's like a blue coat.
Yeah, she's always kept that, but she gets a lot of allergies, so she gets a lot of skin issues and stuff.
Dog's living the life out
Oh,
here.
I was going to tell you, I'm almost positive the destruction over there was javelina.
Javelinas.
Oh,
100%.
good.
Yeah, another
I'm
neighbor.
surprised it's not.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw your
Yeah.
post on it, but I'm surprised.
I'm gonna have to
surprised it
believe you on
wasn't
that.
worse.
Oh.
Because they will.
They like flowers. Don't they eat that?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And they'll pull them out and they'll drag
Right.
them. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that's even lasted like that. When
You're
they get in their
right.
trash and they'll pull it out all over.
Or even the
yard.
wind. Nothing.
They go through your trash and
Oh
stuff?
yeah.
Really?
They knock it over, take everything
bullies.
out.
They are
in,
bullies.
in the cabins up there in the mountains.
And they stink.
Same, but the
Yeah.
javelina come in herds and they will
Yeah,
all get into
and
it.
they
And
stink.
they just rip open every single bag and drag it all over your driveway and the street.
Land Rover, interesting.
It's after work. People are taking a detour home.
Bye, Shirley.
Oh yeah. Bye, Shirley.
Have a good day, Shirley. Bye-bye. Shirley, the neighbor. Yeah, Jackie. I always butcher your name, Jackie Q.
You keep saying
Thank you
her
for
name
today. Dr. Q is great.
Yeah, Dr.
Hey,
Q.
Jackie, if you want to come on from Australia, you're more than welcome to come on. Just shoot me an email.
Dad's going live on his way.
That's going live on his way.
He's a nice guy, man. He asked if we wanted some food.
Thank you, JLR. We watch you every day.
Oh.
We're from Yuma. So
You from Yuma?
She was here a couple of weeks ago.
God
Yeah, I
bless.
remember you. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you. You
God
guys
bless.
came back to pay respect?
Yes, sir.
We saw that. It was nice. God bless.
You guys have a good day. Thank you. They came from Yuma.
Yuma.
All right, Jackie Q. I always butcher her name. Look at this. How do you say that? Is O-R with Jackie Q.
Jackie Q.
Or Jackie G. I
Oh,
always
Jackie
say G
G.
is Q. I butchered so badly. All right. So, yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll do that. Jackie G. Tomorrow. I think I'm done for the calls for today. As everything starts to wind down.
Right.
I always leave it with Dr. Q, and then I don't bring any more guests. Though we had a lawyer on today.
You got some
Great.
good ones there?
Yeah, man. We
Earlier
had a
today I was
lawyer
listening.
from Toronto. He gave some good insight. We had our DNA lab individual from Texas. Had a
You
lot
had
of
John?
great callers.
You
Every
had
caller's
John over
great.
here?
Every caller's great. All of you, everybody that took the time, great. Everyone's opinion, great. Appreciate that. Yeah, everyone's great. Yeah. The neighbor wanted to take me on like different places, but I declined.
Which neighbor?
Right down the road.
You should have told me. I would have went. But where was
I'll
he?
connect you with her.
Okay. Oh,
and
the
then
lady?
she'll take you. Yeah.
And where was she wanted to take you somewhere that she thinks that might be important?
I don't know.
Oh.
I really don't know the answer to that. You know,
Yeah,
I
forward me
just,
your number.
you know,
I'll call her.
I
Yeah.
you know, I want to. It would take me time away from everyone live stream.
I
She
agree.
doesn't want to
I
live
agree.
stream, so that I have to balance this. Is
Right.
it worth it going, whatever like that? Well, how about you go on behalf
That's
of
the
me?
part, right? That's what I'm saying.
All
though.
right,
Like,
I'm gonna give you her number.
on those signs when you're filming,
I'll ask
on
her.
the boots. I don't
Yeah.
mind that. You know.
So I'll ask her. I'll
There you
ask
go.
her. I'll say,
Perfect.
can I give you Alex's number and
And I'll report for you. You know.
yeah, yeah, we can do that. That's better. Because that, this might be a 3-4 hour thing, and then we're out. I know, right?
Lady was crazy going up to the door.
JLR investigates Alex at the scene as the sun starts to go down. We're at the 6:16 p.m. time. Covering the story, kind of, or?
Yeah, Alex came here to visit.
Oh, just to visit?
Boots on the ground with him walking around.
How are you? How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
All right.
Yeah.
Came to pay your respect.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm from Phoenix and I came down for work, so I was following the story though.
Hey, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy V8T2D. We'll try our best to stay safe. Try our best, Nancy, to stay safe. For real. Let's see if we can go catch the sun set here. But it's starting to get dark again. Hey, your guy's here. You guys take care. Gets cold, man. What's up with this? It got colder, man.
Yeah,
As soon as that
got-
sun goes down, it
got a
goes
little
cold,
bite.
doesn't it? Like,
Take care,
whoa.
man.
Yeah, you too, sir. Dude, it's cold, man. Almost like for days, it was like, as soon as the sun drops, it goes down 10 degrees. It gotta be like 50 now. Like, huh? Let's go analyze this beautiful sunset, shall we? You guys want to watch the sunset with me? We'll see. Come on. Oh, yeah, it's not down yet. We got it. It's about to go down. We got a sunset, folks. It's right there. It's right on the mountain. Hold on, we gotta get to it. Ow, I stepped on something. Ow. Yeah, Dr. Q. The sun. It's gonna be a little wind socket here. That's okay. Dude, the sun is still going down. There it is. It moved over. It moved. There you go. Arizona sun. Here we go. Arizona sun. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Beautiful Arizona sun. Arizona sun. Not to pinpoint anyone, but what about Savannah's ex-husband, the Starlight? 17 says, look what the Ohio surgeon did to his ex-wife and dentist husband after 8 years of divorce. What about Savannah's ex-husband? Talking about Tepe, right? The Tepe case? I mean, it is interesting. Ooh, it's cold. does make you wonder, man. You got to start vetting these people out. And if they didn't vet everybody out, then Houston, we have a problem. We literally have a problem. You didn't vet everybody. Vet everybody. Vet them all out. Vet everybody out. Another day. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow. We're going to be doing this again and again and again. And see what happens today. And what's going on. Go down here and talk to these guys. Whew. Cold. It's getting cold. I should be grateful for the weather. Should be grateful for the weather. Another day. Could we check in with Jeep Girl occasionally? My heart goes out to her. Almost made me think she experienced trauma herself in a descriptive manner. Lars Musings, I will email Jeep Girl back. I got her email. I'll do a checkup on her. Maybe we'll bring her back on tomorrow. I'll say, hey, you want to come back on? I'll do that, Lars Musings. I will check in on Jeep Girl. Matter of fact, let me go check in on Jeep Girl right now. I'll just shoot her an email. I'm heading out of here. Hey, I'm heading out of here in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna. Oh, but Jacob's bringing you something to eat.
Oh, is he? When's he come?
Here right now. He was at the drive-thru already. So.
Oh, is he?
If you don't want to wait, don't worry.
Why? What happened?
No, I'm heading out of here soon. Like in 10 minutes or something. Right when it gets dark. It's starting to get dark. Gonna end a little earlier today. Purple tea water.
Okay.
Not going to room in the moment and mention this striker wheel mark on porch and need to search for chair links. I will just try again tomorrow. We know she left alive and still hope. Purple tea water is insisting that she went out there in a chair out of this home. Here, out of a chair.
Do we know she left alive?
I gotta send an email out to Jeep Girl. If you're out there watching, I'm gonna send you an email just to check up on you, only because everyone is wondering about you and hoping you're okay. Lots of people. So I'm gonna check in on Jeep Girl. Jeep Girl. I'm sending Jeep Girl a message now. People are saying SWAT. Let me get Tucson on the phone. People are saying SWAT is out. I gotta confirm. Hey, we got anything on SWAT going on anywhere?
No.
People are saying SWAT. I got like 3 emails about SWAT. But we got anything on SWAT? You haven't heard one call. I got 3 emails talking about SWAT. Okay. Thank you, sir. Let me know. All right, thanks. Tucson's on it. SWAT. All right, where is Jeep Girl's email? Let's see. People are like SWAT. Jeep Girl. Hi, Jeep Girl. Just checking in. Just checking in. Are you okay? JLR. All right, I shot her a email. We'll see the response. Jeep Girl. A lot of people were wondering about Jeep Girl. And again, Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Purple tea water, thanks. Nancy Guthrie was pulled out in a. There it is. There's this that's a really close one right there. Yes, sir. Grant and Krakoff. Search warrant. Where's that at? How far is that from here? Okay. Well, just if you get a chance, just monitor up. I haven't seen anything connected to this, but I'm looking. Normal Tucson stuff. Okay, so there is SWAT out there. Okay. Okay, sounds good. The plan of tomorrow is to be back here. Yeah, I mean, you want to go? Where do you want to go? Want to go to like Rio Rico? Tupac? You want to go to Tombstone? Yeah. Yeah. I'll let you know. All right, talk to you soon, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, SWAT, it appears unrelated. Plus, I don't see anything online in reference to it. As we are waiting for the end of the day to happen out here, it is starting to get dark. And I will read some of your emails later on when I finish here. Whew. I think I'm going to sign off. For the night. Because I want to get out of here before it gets dark, because it is cold. And I don't like to walk all the way up the road alone. I don't have my flashlight on me this time. I had to walk all the way up the road and around the corner. Last night was dark and scary. Definitely. Folks, it is winding down here. No other activity out here. Appreciate everyone's support, for sure. What do we do whenever we end our streams each and every day? We pray for Nancy. Folks, the power of prayer works. Prayers. Ooh, we got police here? Oh, it's Dad's going live here. Hey, say hi to Dad's going live. Dad's going live. He's back. Just in time. Listen, just in time. Just want to say hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Hungry. How are you?
How's it going? Welcome back.
Thank you.
What's the objective?
Hopefully, catch some progression on this case.
Hope for some progression.
Progression.
Pray.
Pray.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. I got
Nice
you
to see
too.
you. Nice. Thank you. We're gonna go on some missions this weekend.
Yes.
All right.
I got the scooter.
You got a scooter?
I got a little electric scooter in the
Yeah,
back.
you got the scooter?
It's a mess back there, but yeah, I got a little electric scooter.
Holy smokes! Yeah, you do.
It's two-wheel drive.
Look at this.
Two-wheel drive.
Look at this.
It goes like 45, 50 miles an hour. It has a 45-mile range on it.
It's on.
Dirt tires, got knobbies on it.
What, brother?
What up? How you
All
doing?
right.
That's
Yeah.
sick.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's nice. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a mission.
So I got that thing fully charged, and that's been in my garage. I would have brought it out here if I knew, man.
Is that your back and forth for the parking?
That's my back and forth for the parking.
Maybe we should go to Nogales this weekend.
In Mexico?
No, the
Oh, on this
American
side.
side.
On the border. Yeah.
I'm down.
We see what's going on there. Maybe talk around, see if they came around there looking for Nancy or something.
Well, I
just
got
show
a
everyone
really
Nogales.
good drone too. So
Yeah, we'll
Can't wait to see that thing.
we'll go on a
Yeah.
trip this weekend.
It's-
Plus the
it's
weather's
small, but-
cooperative.
Still badass, right?
yeah, I'm stoked.
All right,
Anyways, I
I'm
got you
gonna do
guys'
my
food.
prayer. I'm gonna do my prayer, folks. Praying for Nancy. Praying for Nancy's a safe return out front of the home here. Praying for Pima County Sheriff Nanos and the entire Pima County Sheriff's Department, including detectives, homicide division, canine units, everyone that has and continues to look for Nancy. Hopefully there's a lot. We want the whole force to find Nancy. For sure. We want answers. We just want answers. We want to know what happened here. We want to know, the public deserves answers too, because this is a public interest case. It's bigger than everything, and we all deserve the right to know too what happened here. We're not getting the answers, so hopefully there will be answers. Praying for the Guthrie family, the entire Guthrie family. Can't imagine what they're going through. Just horrible experience. And just everyone that's been covering, all of you, blessings for all of you and everything, because a lot of you care. I'm only here because of you guys. We're in this together, and it's just there's so many people watching, right? We're all watching. We want to know what happens. We want to know where the feds are going, what's happening. We're waiting for the perp to get caught. And every theory here, appreciate every theory, perspective, speculation, all that mixed with facts and your opinions and stuff like that. It's great. I think we have a really good chat. We talk to people, we interact, and we're just waiting. We're waiting for something. We're waiting for either the perp get caught, body found, she found safe. Would that be crazy if she was found safe? If she's found safe, that would be like the best story ever. Like, this would be epic if suddenly she's alive. I think that would be like a big